What's going on, guys? How are we doing today?
So,
Hello. Hey,
yo,
how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm
morning.
doing good. I'm very excited for this discussion. I don't know how it's gonna go. I've seen a lot of different opinions, but
Yeah,
yeah, I'm good. I'm
interesting
good.
takes. Interesting takes.
Very interesting takes. How are you doing, Tom?
I'm doing well. Still don't have my Twitter, but
Yeah.
Yeah, Lou,
they
Lou
won't
was
give it
telling
back
me
to me.
about
They
it.
won't even respond. I can't. I have enough evidence, but I can't get a response from a human. It's just
Yeah,
like get an automatic bot response. I reply to that.
yeah.
Damn,
Lou
man.
was telling me about that whole situation. He was saying to me that it was like some sort of like scam that was going around,
Yep.
and if you clicked on the link, then it just took over your account.
Yeah, they got me.
Damn, man.
They almost got me. They all because I got sent it by Lou, and I got sent it by someone else. I can't remember who it was. And I saw it, and I was like, oh, I trust these guys. They're not gonna send me some bullshit. And I was like, wait a second, why would you send me this? You do your own podcast. So I stopped, and then I saw Lou's message saying this ain't me. It's a scam, whatever. They would have got me as well.
See, that's why I ran away from
Yeah.
that shit.
Yeah, they got me.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Yeah, hopefully it gets resolved one day because most other people have gotten their shit resolved. I don't know why they haven't responded to you, but I went to Twitter today to ask Todd Garner if he wanted to like watch this or jump on, and I was like, there was a shock factor of like he had retweeted Mortal Kombat pornography by accident. It was really fucking graphic. Like I called my girl into the room and I was like, "Babe, look what the director of Mortal Kombat
Yeah.
just retweeted." But he's basically on Twitter said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've got really big hands. I clicked on it by mistake and I retweeted it." I was like, "All right, man, if you say so."
I got really big hands, huh? Oh.
Yeah,
All right.
it was pretty crazy, but I scrolled down his page. I didn't see anything else that was like mad, so I was like, okay, maybe it was a mistake. Crazy mistake to make. Crazy picture to wake up to, but
Crazy. Really crazy.
Yeah.
Whoop.
yeah. You saw it, Tom. I sent it to you, right?
Yep.
Yeah, to paint the picture for anyone, it was
Man, I
Shao
mean,
Kahn. It was Shao Kahn on his throne, Katana upside down, and Sindel just. Do you know what? Probably better off not explaining
He was one-handed. Yeah, he had that
it. Yeah, I don't know where Fate is. Don't know if he got the times wrong, but yeah, we can get started, and he could just jump in afterwards.
I think he
So
should be on, right?
he should be. I sent him the link.
Okay,
He
okay,
messaged me as well, so he said that he has everything.
okay. Of
Um, but yeah, all right, cool. So we've all seen the movie, yeah?
mhm.
course. Multiple times.
Okay, cool. We'll start with Tom. Tom, initial thoughts on the film?
I'm going to preface this by saying I have realized in my new life that I'm living now, where like I said, I don't harbor any of that bitterness anymore. I realize movies aren't made for people like me. Uh, I, it's the way the world is now. The true fans are always the minority.
Mm.
It reminds me of when I went to go see Transformers, the movie, and I'm like, what did I watch? The Michael Bay, whatever. It's nothing like it, Just listening to Starscream take orders from Megatron and being like, "Yes, Megatron." I'm like, "Who is this character? That's not the cartoon, right?" It's not like me being a diehard Superman. Of course, I would like it to be like the comics.
But which comic? Because there's a lot of different takes on
Yeah, there
Superman.
are there are different there are different ones, but they just don't understand what Superman is.
Mm.
It just seems like,
Okay.
again, am I supposed to believe that Superman is so stupid that with cameras revolving around, he can't win a fight because Lex Luthor? What? And Ultraman? That's not even Ultraman.
Mm.
You know what I mean? They do things that aren't. You know what I mean? We all know who Ultraman is. In no comic in the world is that Ultraman.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Ultraman is Superman from another Earth, so on and so forth. Head of the crime syndicate. That's not Ultraman, right?
Yeah.
So I watch now. There's another aspect for people that are going just to watch a good movie, right? If you're just going to watch a good action movie, that's who kind of like when DC said, you know what, we're going to tear the lore up and we're just going to start making comics for people who don't really know a lot of the backstory, et cetera, right? That's kind of like what movies are. Movies are not made for the purists or the hardcore fans. Movies today are generally made for the in general audience because that's the paying customer. Someone's going to say, duh, Tom, I got it. It's for the paying customer, right? And they're just made to make a good movie so that someone who knows nothing about what's going on can sit down and say, I saw some cool fights. I saw some cool stuff. I saw some great special effects. I really enjoyed the movie. Any one of us that's a truly hardcore fan of something have had moments where we went to see a movie and we said, that's not like how it is. And we all know someone who said, I rather enjoyed it. You know, it had
Of
great
course.
scenes, great, right? That's who movies are made for. The reason why horror movies stay more intact than not, right? A horror movie is more likely to stay true to its roots than not, is because they realize no matter what we do, it will never appeal to the general audience, right? So they try to say we're going to try to stay true, like the new Terrifier movie, right? I love that series. Myself and my oldest son now, that's kind of like our little thing.
Mhm.
Same. Yeah.
They'll never say, you know what? Let's make it more family friendly so that we can have, because they know no matter what they do, it will never appeal to the general audience. So it's going to stay the way it is, right? The
Well,
guts,
horror movies are
right?
niche. They're their own
But
world
they
in general.
realize their
But
niche, right?
yeah.
So no matter
Yeah.
what we do, it will never appeal to the general audience.
Yeah.
However,
Yeah.
the rest of other movies are not niche. So it could be a Mortal Kombat or a Transformers or whatever they want to make, right? And it will be, they can just say, you know what, let's make it appeal to the overall general audience. You know, we're going to take some
Yeah.
liberties, but it doesn't really matter because we're not making it for the hardcore fans. We're making it for the average moviegoer who just wants to watch some cool fight scenes, some cool special effects, and you know, the story is easy enough to follow, and they can say, "Hey, that was cool." From that standpoint, Mortal Kombat was excellent. From that standpoint, it was excellent. You know,
Okay.
the fight scenes were really cool. The special effects were great. The story was good enough to follow, to where even if you didn't even see MK1 and you went
Yeah.
to
You
go
did.
see Mortal Kombat
Yeah.
2, you understand what's going on. So from that standpoint, I give the movie 10 out of 10. Now, from someone who was a teenager before Mortal Kombat 1 even came out and saw all the lore and everything, it was atrocious. Shao Kahn was how much can someone get the shit kicked out of him, but just end up being like unkillable? So it's okay. Shao Kahn was the least skilled fighter in the entire movie. And King Jared was like, you know what? I'm going to die because I'm beating him so thoroughly. I'm going to, you know, throw my weapon in the air or whatever. What are you talking about? Right? Everybody, Cole Young beat the stuffing out of Shao Kahn. Beat the stuffing out of him. He was like, oh, I've killed you, but you've healed. So what? In no world should that is like the equivalent of me when I walked out and I threw my soda when I first saw the first ever Star Wars Episode 7, right? So the first of the new trilogy.
Oh yeah.
I threw my drink at the screen when I watched
What
Finn, a stormtrooper who had never held a lightsaber, had never been in combat, struck a Jedi in a lightsaber fight. I was like, what am I watching here? Right. And but movies aren't made for people like me. from a lore standpoint, Mortal Kombat was absolutely awful, right? Why is Shinnok's amulet even in the movie whatsoever, right? It has nothing to do with Shao Kahn.
Okay.
There was no lore accurate in any way, shape, or form. Okay. And I made a joke with Dave, M2 Dave, who loves zoning, because when I watched, because he said people were complaining of the movie, and I said, you know what? When Liu Kang fought Kung Lao, it was basically a zoning battle. All the Mortal Kombat 1 players probably said, get this shit off the screen. I went to the movies to watch the zoning battle. Get it off the screen. Right? As an overall general movie, it was great. But when you're a hardcore fan is short for fanatic, we're not like normal people. We want the shit we grew up on and that we love. Right? And movies and games are not made for people like us anymore.
They never were, though.
At one time, I think they were.
Before we go to Gawdly's take, I'll just say hello to Fate.
Yeah, Fate, welcome.
How you doing?
Thanks for showing up.
I swear to God, can you guys hear me right? I swear to God, because the link you sent me to show that, we got oh my God, don't do that. The stream was going live and literally I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't know if it's daylight savings or not, but fashionably late, here I am. Hello.
It's all good,
I brought company. So
we're just going over initial thoughts right now. What I'm going to do as well is if super chats coming up, I'll read them out periodically, as long as you guys don't mind. And we'll go to Gawdly next, and then we'll go to Fate. But just quickly, Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $5. Can't join this time, my dude's got a 10-hour training session at the office today. Have a good stream. Tom, I'm still waiting on that book, damn it. You know what, Tom? That is one of the most brought up things. Other than you lost the bet to C4, everyone's always like, oh, we need to get Tom to write a book. Why has it not happened yet?
I just don't know that people would find it that interesting.
Bro, I promise you produce 1,000 copies of that book, 1,000 copies will be gone on day one.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Easy.
A book of the whole history of the FGC.
Yeah.
Yes.
Limited edition.
Yes. Easy. Limited run.
You can call it Tom Brady Mythologies.
It's a lot to write.
Oh God, yeah. It's a lot to write. It's a lot to write, but
yeah.
Dude, you should do it, or you can they can get the cliff notes and have somebody write the book for you.
Yeah, get a ghostwriter.
Yeah, I might do that. Like that David Craddock guy, whatever.
Yeah, or
Ghostwriter GPT.
Do you know what would be even better? Do an audio book. That would.
I thought about doing that. Yeah. Let me just say this about David Craddock. He spoke to me, James MK, Total MK, people from way back in the day, and he got the real behind-the-scenes stories. And then what did they do for their video? They didn't bring the people who told the stories, who lived it. They brought the guy who took the stories from them to tell their stories.
Yeah. I remember telling me about that.
Absolute terrible.
All right, we'll come back to that. So we'll go to Gawdly now. Initial thoughts on the MK2 movie.
Initially, I was scared to watch it. I was like, fuck, because I did not like MK1, the last one. And I was nervous to watch. I was like, this is going to be a train wreck. The initial trailers weren't selling me on it. I was triggered by I was one of the people I can say I was triggered by Bald Jade and seeing the Johnny Cage shit. I'm telling you how it was. That's how I was. It's on. I said it on video, and
Wait,
I seen the movie.
What triggered you about Johnny Cage?
Well, so I love the actor, so I was like, cool, he's Johnny Cage. All right, this should be interesting. But then the trailer, when I first seen it, it made it seem like it was this Johnny Cage movie, and I was like, what the hell? Oh, okay, I was kind of like, all right, whatever. That's how I felt. I was like, oh, dude, I hope this isn't just as bad. But I ended up loving the movie. Saw it twice. Once IMAX, once regular, laser and AMC, I love the movie. I think the movie's really great. But Tom does make a great point when it comes to it being for hardcore people. It is a great movie. It's a
great movie.
great fuck. It's super entertaining. I love what they did with the lore. Like they made their own fucking lore. So they took Mortal Kombat lore, NRS era, and a little bit of the classic era, and made this fucking custom made story. Like it's a Mugen movie, basically. It's a Mugen story, and I like it. It's fun. It's really good. And I pre-ordered the Steelbook, so yeah, I love it. It's good. It's actually man, super hot take. It's my favorite MK movie. I know everyone loves MK95, Scorpion getting his spear tangled in the woods and shit, and fighting on the beach and all that stupid shit. But I love MK2. It's really good. So
okay,
yeah.
All right. Fate, initial thoughts on the new Mortal Kombat film?
Yeah, I was worried because like I don't often go to the cinema much anymore. I mean, you came to Australia. Everything is like you got to get a mortgage out to go. So it was like I took the kids. I'm like,
I spent 4K. Bro.
I took the kids. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I had this good feeling about it because like I don't know why. Like initially I was like, all right, you know, the first movie was it was just a shambles. It was just awful. It was fan fiction basically. And anyway, I spoke to someone who got a little bit of info. Shout out to Total MK. He told me something that wasn't in the second movie, which we now all know is. We can talk about spoilers or no?
Yeah, we can talk about spoilers.
So
go watch the movie.
So the only thing that he knew was that there was no Arcana.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, that's please, we're live. Nobody wants to see the cat butthole.
The cat wants you to walk.
So, yeah, I know. So yeah, so we as soon as he told me that, I'm like, okay, that's interesting. He's like, there's no mention of it, not even a hint, nothing, not a whiff of it. Like, okay, so I booked the tickets. My daughter has no idea about Mortal Kombat. She didn't know anything about the lore. After it, I walked out going, I want to go back. Like it was just, I keep thinking about it. That's how you know, to me, that's how I sort of think about if a movie's good or not. When I keep thinking about it, you know, it was entertaining start to end. You know, they seem to nail the characters. Obviously they've taken liberties, but I mean, Gawdly literally mentioned like the actual Scorpion, you know, spear that Scorpion had in the 95 movie. That was never a thing. You know, like that was goofy, but again, liberties were taken with that movie too.
Yeah.
I just keep thinking about it. My son's like, I want to go back and watch it. Look, like there was one thing, just to finalize, there's one thing, that fight with Cage and Baraka, right? Because it looked goofy as shit in the trailers, right?
Oh yeah.
And then in the movie, he's smacking the crap out of him. He's sending Cage to the roofs of these mud huts and shit. And I'm just laughing. I'm actually laughing. It was hilarious. Like it was just done so well. Baraka was a beast. And then that spinny thing, you know, he's swinging these arms around and Baraka's like mesmerized, you know, like those old 1930s, like voodoo type swirly bits they used to show to try and mesmerize people. And then Cage grins. He gets that shit-eating grin. And I just knew it's like, yeah, they're having fun. They're having a lot of fun with this movie. And I think that's what's missing is just getting in there and just, look, can we entertain people again? No agenda, no nothing, just
no politics.
Have some fun.
Yeah,
and it was great. I loved it. I thought it was. Yeah, it makes me want to go back and watch it again.
Point.
So
yeah, so I'll give my initial thoughts, and I guess we'll start like breaking the film down to really see how we feel about things. But I loved it. I think it might be my favorite video game film so far, and that's saying something because I thought Sonic 3 was. Really
I was about to say over Sonic, bro. I love Sonic, bro. Sonic is god tier.
Sonic
that's a tough one, Mike. Sonic 3 is really good.
I think
Sonic is, dude. I don't know.
I think it's because I love Mortal Kombat so much that I'd rather watch Mortal Kombat 2. Sonic 3 might be a better movie overall, but
I thought you were the biggest hater. That's crazy.
I don't know. People got me mixed up. Now I got accused of being flown out to watch it. And I was like, I didn't fly out to watch it.
You got flown out, Mike? They flew Mike out? Oh, hell yeah.
they never fly me out. But
right.
I thought it was fantastic. I actually think as a Mortal Kombat fan, I would have thought more Mortal Kombat fans would be really ecstatic with this film. because there are some cons in it, which we'll get into. But from the get-go, I felt like there was a couple of things that stood out to me. There was nowhere near as many jump cuts as the first film. And in martial arts movies, I can't fucking stand jump cuts. So that was a big deal. The costumes were really, really good. The music was a noticeable step up from the first film. The set design was really, really good. The casting was pretty on point. Carl Urban sold me as an older, like more disheveled Johnny Cage. Ed Boon's cameo kind of like was Stan Lee-esque. I liked it. It didn't overstay its welcome. There was changes to certain characters that I actually think were really positive. One thing that I really loved about I don't know if it's a massive change to Scorpion, but it was noticeable to me, is when they're in the Netherrealm, but when they go there, it's all like heavenly and stuff. And I was like, what the fuck is this? What's going on?
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, Scorpion was like, I bend hell to my will. I was like, put that in the games. Like, put that in the games. That's some anime shit. Put that in the games.
Yeah, that shit was tight, man. Kano's eating the fucking berries and shit. And he
yeah, like, I feel like this film did a really good job in elevating the stocks of certain characters, Kano and Katana being the two main ones for me. I think that they would be doing MK fans a disservice if a new Mortal Kombat game comes out and Kano doesn't behave like he does in the films. I would actually be like, you're not my Kano. The guy in the movie is Kano. So yeah, initial thoughts, I'm very high on it. I think it was a really good film. But I guess we'll get in. Well, I guess we'll break this. Is Tom frozen? Oh no, you were just super still.
He's pissed. Okay.
It was like Drax in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. He's like standing still, eating the Zerg nut. He's like, I'm standing very still. No one can see me.
Well, Tom makes good points though, but he makes some good points about it in the MK sense. But I just feel like zero MK movie is respectable to the lore, like especially 95. Especially 95. Like, if anything, 2 is better lore wise. But
yeah, well, let's go.
Yeah. We're jumping the gun.
Let's go from the top, because there were lore changes from the beginning, particularly with how Kitana and King Jared interacted. Because as far as, correct me if I'm wrong, but she didn't know her father in the games really. He was killed before she really got to know him. But in the movie, it's clear they've got like a bond there.
There was already a bond, yeah.
I thought that was a good change. I actually thought that was a positive change to the lore. It clearly took the lore and just put a twist on it. I don't know about you guys, but I thought that was pretty good.
I mean, I agree. I actually agree. I'm not trying to echo chamber, but I agree. It was something that shocked me. I was like, what the hell? Like, I definitely was like, and then I'm like, oh, it's kind of cool, you know?
Yeah.
The movie definitely shut me up. Yeah.
Tom, did you have an issue with that change?
No, I thought it was pretty good. They needed to establish some type of connection between the audience and Katana very early on, which I think they did a great job. You know, you have to be, what makes a good movie is you have to be invested in these characters, you know? So if they don't have that scene, the dynamic between Katana and Jade and the interactions that you see between Katana and Shao Kahn, they leave you hollow because you don't really care. So they had to do something to get the audience invested. I thought they did a good job of that. By the way, when people say MK95, what they really mean is Cary Tagawa. He made that entire movie. You take Cary Tagawa out of MK95, you get Annihilation. You know, so it's,
I wouldn't go that far.
You also had Christopher Lamb. You had Lambert and Tagawa. Those are two godlike names. It's very hard. You take away his job as Raiden and Cary Tagawa as Shang Tsung. Look, Robin Shao, you're okay, man, but you ain't carrying that movie. You know, and it's really those two. The cast is a lot more diverse now as far as like the characters that we get into. Whereas the first one was really carried by 2 characters.
Okay.
But I thought that was a good change, because again, you have to make the movie as if people don't know what Mortal Kombat is. You have to, and the movie was made almost as if MK1, the first movie, was a footnote, right? And they had to just like bring you into the movie and get you and put you guys put people in the middle of a story. But they did that by starting it off with Katana's story. So it was like a whole new story for the audience.
Yeah.
They did a
Yeah.
great job with it.
Fate, how do you feel about how the film kicked off?
Perfect. I mean, you've got to try and hook people in as fast as you can. I'll be honest, man, I was shocked. Like fathers and daughters, it's like I haven't seen that in a movie in a really long time, you know, and that was, I mean, that, you know, any fathers out there with daughters, that kind of hits a little bit too, you know. It's like, wow, this is great. Like this is so good. Like her motivation is just like that singular incident just drove her, you know, through the entire film, and it was amazing. I loved it. It was all heart. That's something that I found a lot in this movie, that there was a lot of heart. I wasn't sold, again, like, you know, Carl Urban. Initially, I'm like, again, he had heart. He yeah, it's something I haven't seen in a long time, you know, and I loved it. It just got me in straight away. It set the tone. It felt like the second movie, yeah, as Brady was saying, like you almost don't need the first movie, because there was enough things that they were flashbacking in the second one to go, oh yeah, we filmed this flashback. Here you go. Like this is, you know, and you could almost forget the first movie pretty much almost entirely, you know.
Yeah,
so
I completely agree. Before we move on to Shao Kahn's introduction, I'll just quickly read these out. EA not playing, thank you for the $5. Johnny Cage and Baraka did the flailing arms inflatable tubeman dance. It reeks of Disney. I don't know about you guys. You guys, let me know if you disagree. I actually think the redesign on Baraka and their interaction was genuinely funny, and it's a Baraka that I'm more interested in, because Baraka's just historically been, I'm going to cut you up. Like he's had no character for so long.
Yeah, I agree. Like I didn't think I would love a Johnny Cage Baraka duo. Like what? You know, like I don't know. That shocked me. And he's hilarious. Like I loved it. I didn't think I would. Like I said, I was not on board with this shit at first, man. I'm telling you. I was one of those people that was like, dude, I don't know about this movie. I don't know, man. And then that movie, yeah, everything they're doing is just, I don't know, shutting me up easily. Like it was hilarious, dude. Like then the way he came out was like a badass. You know, he wasn't in his land, on his turf. Like he literally was like, bro, y'all got to get the fuck out of here, man. Then here comes Johnny Cage being a fucking troll. And then he's like, oh yeah, let's fight. Fight you. And then, man, that shit was great, man.
Yeah, we're gonna come back to that because there's a lot to talk about that whole scene.
Oh yeah.
But YouTuber Sparta, thank you for the $5. A Street Fighter movie like MK2, don't take it too seriously. I think that the charm is that the video game adaptation movies can be good if it's not serious. I think Mortal Kombat kind of walked the line. Like it was clearly trying to sell you on the seriousness of like the dynamic between Shao Kahn and Katana, but it was also having a lot of fun while they were doing that. Yeah. So I think Street Fighter looks like ridiculously goofy, and I'm cool with that. But it doesn't feel like Street Fighter's even taking itself seriously for a second. Mortal Kombat did, and I actually don't have much of a problem with it. All right, cool. So I'll start with Tom. What do you feel about Shao Kahn's introduction into the movie and his fight with King Jared?
So obviously King Jared, they can't make him look like a slouch, right? He was in the movie lore the strongest warrior in all of Ardennia, right? So they you know, man, this is Shao Kahn. This is Shao Kahn, and correct me if I'm wrong, which I'm not, in the Mortal Kombat 9 lore, the hardest shit I've ever seen was Raiden saying, basically, the story was, I know we beat Shao Kahn, but he's so strong, he crushed everyone, crushed Blaze, and got ungodly power anyway. So even if we beat him, he still gets to the top of the pyramid, beats everybody, beats Blaze. He's just that real. The only way we can beat him is we have to let him win until the Elder Gods step in. The Elder Gods, otherwise, if the Elder Gods don't step in, we're fucked. King Jared.
But
So
Tom,
for
wait,
me,
you're going off NRS law
I'm
because
going.
that's
I'm
not
going.
midway law.
Wait. So the problem is, John Tobias is Shao. Ed Boon did one thing right for MK. What Ed Boon did for MK9 was the equivalent of like if you take an unbelievable super team and just switch the coaches out. And for that first season back, the coach just says, okay, just do what you did last season and you win the championship, right? Ed Boon said, what did John do? Let's just do that for one game. And that's what they did. Just do what John did. What's John's story? Let's just do John's story, right?
But John's story has Shao Kahn lose 2 times in a row.
But he does, but again, but it still kept John Tobias' story. We beat Shao Kahn, we beat him again, but it didn't matter because he gets to the top of the pyramid and is now endowed with godlike power, and now nobody can touch him. So the only way to stop what happened was we just have to let him win and have the elder gods destroy him, because us beating him just didn't matter to stop Mortal Kombat.
Mm-hmm.
My point is, Shao Kahn, I expected him to be. I thought the fight would be a lot more one-sided. Now, and that's as a purist, which nobody cares. A purist is nowadays is the guy that says, "Get off my lawn." As far as the movie goes, I think it was great. It establishes Jared as a beloved leader, a great father, loved by his people. It was a highly contested fight with Shao Kahn, and it established very early that those people are just waiting for someone to end Shao Kahn. You know what I mean? It's obviously he rules by fear. Obviously, it was a good fight with him and Jared, and I think it established the character that there's really not much on in NRS and Midway lore, which is King Jared. You know, he's kind of just like we know who he is. They never put a face to the name and a story to him. It'd be like watching Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. The first time you see Yoda, you have no idea how real Yoda really is, right? Until you actually see him in episode 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
That's Jared, right? So the introduction to Shao Kahn was okay because it was King Jared, I thought. What I didn't like is going forward, they made Shao Kahn a Rudy Poo candy ass on the story of Know Your Role Boulevard and Jabroni Drive, who can't beat anybody unless he has Shinnok's amulet. He became the Kotal Khan or Aaron Black of the movie. You know, he can't beat anybody. He just happens to now be immortal. So because you can't kill me, the fight will last long enough till you eventually lose. That part I don't like with Shao Kahn. They didn't make Shao Kahn strong enough. And people were more afraid of Shao Kahn. If I was an audience member who didn't understand Mortal Kombat, I would not think of Shao Kahn as, man, what are they going to do? How are they going to overpower this monster? Instead, the audience says, of course they'll overpower him. They just won't kill him because he's immortal. That's not how you think of Shao Kahn.
Okay, before you two go, I actually want to challenge Tom on what he's just said.
Go ahead. Come on.
You're a Shao Kahn guy.
Let's go. Let's go.
You're a Shao Kahn guy. Wow.
I am a Shao Kahn guy, but I can't tell lies about the Khan. We gotta be honest here. So first thing is that Shao Kahn in Tobias's stories is a loser, right? It's not until Ed Boon takes over and gives him some shine. If we look back on Tobias's stories, Shao Kahn loses in MK2, then he loses in MK3, he's missing in MK4, and then when he re-emerges in Deadly Alliance, he gets bodied by Shang Tsung and Quan Chi. Now they retconned it and said
also
that was,
beat Liu Kang, by the way, Shang Tsung and Quan Chi. So
fine, but I'm saying he's got nothing but L's here. Now they did retcon it and say, oh, it's Reiko. It was Reiko in the throne. It wasn't Shao Kahn. But when Armageddon originally hit, Shao Kahn basically did nothing but get beaten by Onaga, and it wasn't until Ed Boon's reboot of MK9 that Shao Kahn magically, Onaga's gone missing. That never happened apparently, and Shao Kahn is the last man standing. Now, not only that, but Shao Kahn didn't beat everybody. Everybody beat each other up, and Shao Kahn was the last man standing. So if we're going by old law and even new, Shao Kahn's a bit of a loser. Like it's surprising to me that he was able to rule outward for so long. He's no M. Bison. He ain't
Nobody
like
beat him
Bison.
but Liu Kang.
But I'm saying is that when we're talking about him losing, the guy is a loser. Like he's not really out here. He's not like Shang Tsung and Quan Chi where they've gone and beaten notable names, and all of us had to stop and be like, oh shit, these guys might actually take over the earth. After MK3, no one felt like that about Shao Kahn. It moved on to Shinnok. To me, Shao Kahn he's in the film. I was actually like, yeah, this is Shao Kahn. This guy is, I don't know how he got to be Khan. And I'll give him some grace in that when he took Raiden's powers, in my mind, I was like, well, he knows he can't die, so he's just being mad reckless. Like he's just going in there like, you can't,
sloppy.
you can't kill me, so I'm going to do whatever I want. And I think that I will say that the Shinnok's amulet part is one of the worst parts of the film. It didn't need to be there. So with that, you could have beefed up Shao Kahn for the sake of getting him to the end.
You didn't need to do that.
Yeah, you didn't need to do that. But in doing that, I think they saved Cole's character a little bit because Cole was the main character in the first film. And even though we wanted him out of there, I like Louis Tan as an actor. I think he's great in everything that he's in. I was kind of sad to watch him get his brains basically blown out. So that's all I'll say.
I had a smile on my face.
I just want to say a guy that couldn't cut it as a low-tier MMA fighter.
Exactly.
Handed Shao Kahn his ass. And it's only for my people. Shut the fuck up for your people. What are you talking? Excuse my language. I'm sorry. I get passionate.
No, but hold on, Tom. To be fair, when Shao Kahn fought King Jared was cutting him up, and this guy was just tanking it. He tanked it, right? So even if he cut Shao Kahn's neck, there's no guarantee that Shao Kahn would have actually died there because he's shown to be a tank at the very beginning of the film.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, so I actually think they did a good job, but I'll pass it on to Fate, and then
you know what I want someone to do since Mike Hollow loves Ed Boon's Shao Kahn so much. I want someone.
No, I don't.
I want someone to make Mike Hollow play version 1 of MK11, where all Shao Kahn can do is sweeps. That's what I want him to play that and just say, I love playing Shao Kahn.
I love
this massive figure who is doing sweeps. That's how they made him. Sweep down 1.
No, but
right? That's Ed Boon's powerhouse of Shao Kahn. No.
I said that Shao Kahn was shit in MK11. I didn't like him. I played him for a bit and I dropped him.
Who sat behind a design desk and said you're designing Shao Kahn and said he should do down 1 in sweeps?
He ain't doing shit.
Who did that? No, my point is that they made him more of a tank because he was immortal, as opposed Shao Kahn isn't immortal in general, but they made him unkillable, right? That's what made him more of a tank, as opposed to the fact that he's just a tank because he's Shao Kahn. So the amulet really took away from that, I feel like. Yeah,
well, I'll pass it on to Fate because we could argue about Shao Kahn all day. Fate, how did you feel about the initial opening fight of the film?
I thought it was great, to be honest. I mean, it's one of the things, just loosely to touch on, is that I actually really liked the fatalities in this than the first one, because when things happen in this movie, like so with the King Jared fight, like I don't know, like it actually felt like everything that was being done felt like there was a purpose. So Shao Kahn he's vicious, like he's brutal, but it wasn't a gratuitous way. It was almost like he was systematically breaking down Jared in front of his people, in not just an emotional sense, but a very physical sense, piece by piece, taking bits away, reducing him down to basically being nothing. But he was intimidating. Like if you look at the skin when it first showed up in MK1, I looked at it and go, man, this looks goofy as shit. This looks like some cosplay garbage. But in the film, again, glad to be proven wrong. It was intimidating. And I actually like the fact that we couldn't see Shao Kahn's jaw, like we couldn't see his mouth at all, right? So all you got were the eyes, and his like just that presence, you know, like every time that fucker moved, like somebody was hitting the subwoofer. It's like every step you hit that beat, boom, boom, boom. Like they really caught that intimidation. Yeah, like I agree with you 100%. He's tanking, like he's just tanking shit because you know basically he's had no opposition to really sort of put the fear of God into him. So he's just gonna walk out and just take every hit and keep moving forward. But that Jared fight again, emotionally, right after the scene with Katana, it really hits because now it's all setting up this pathway of her story through it. The amulet, like it could be a setup. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt now that the amulet has some sort of setup in the future, because they've already been talking about MK3 even before this one came out. So I wonder, and we don't really know if it got destroyed. So I wonder if that's going to tie in down the track. Because as you said, Khan's always been a loser. But, what if this is like his level 1, right? Like this is, what if down the track, like, as we all know, there's the potential for characters to come back, right? That doesn't mean to say it's just the good guys.
Yeah.
So I just kind of wonder, it's like he might get amped the fuck up. So I don't know, but I thought it was great. He just, especially that scene where he like twists his arms up and then he just like goes and he cuts. I thought he cut his hands off initially in the trailer, but it's the fingers, and it's like, wow, that's even worse. Like it's
right.
He's taken away his complete ability. Like he's looking at his stubs. It's like I can't. Like there were fingers. There's not. I don't know. He just broke that man down in front of his entire people. It was great. Yeah. Very intimidating character.
Yeah. Okay. Gawdly, before we'll go to you and then we'll go to the next segment and I'll read out the super chats.
Okay. No, I definitely love the way they started off the fight. One thing that caught me that I liked was like King Jared before the fight started, the sun was out. It was nice and beautiful over there. Fucking Shao Kahn pulls up. It gets fucking gloomy and gloomier as the fight goes on, and then when he wins, it's like there's no more sunlight. It looks like it's hell. That shit was tight. Like it captured like that menacing, like Darth Vader. Like I agree. He wasn't like really a fighter. He was like a tanky Darth Vader style villain in this movie. Like shoulder charge spamming, just swinging, just hitting shit because he knows if he hits you, you're gonna fucking bleed for a long time. So I think that was his like the style they were going for, and I liked it. I liked it a lot. And I once again with the amulet thing, that was definitely his like, that was just his buff. He was just like, I'm gonna pop this amulet and just swing. You can't kill me. That's how I took it. But I didn't like how they made it seem like what's his name, that dude that died, Cole. It made it seem like he would have won potentially if he didn't have the amulet. But I also feel like if I had an amulet, I don't have to fight smart. If I know I'm not gonna die, I'm just gonna swing until I kill you. So I'm guessing that's where he was going with it. But he was kind of like that in general. Like he's just a big ass tank, dude. Like he has +2 hits armor for everything's an EX move in that movie. So I liked it. So
yeah, because Jared was cutting him at the beginning. That was
but
like,
Jared was moving. I like that there was a fight. There was a fight because he had to. He's a king. Like he wasn't just some rando. He wasn't a fucking Cole Young. Like a Cole Young fight, like a fucking failed MMA guy. Yeah, there shouldn't have been a fight, to be honest. But the Jared fight made sense. I was like, all right, cool. Yeah, he's defending his people. He's gonna fight. So
yeah,
fortunately,
that was
he got broke down.
Very good portrayal of Jared. I think probably the best we've had so far. Umad, thank you for the $10. Goats Assemble. Love the second movie and the ending was great. Yeah, he watched it literally yesterday. He came to my stream. He was like, I'm gonna go watch it. Came back 2 hours later, was still streaming. It was like, oh, it was the best thing ever. So
yeah.
DQ Beats, thank you for the $10. MK9 boys, we in here. Shouts to Gawdly and Tom Brady. Tom Brady bodied me in Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance with cheap ass borrow. I chose Starfleet. MK2 movie was great. Fuck the haters.
DQ, DQ, DQ. That's my guy, man.
All right, so I wanna shift gears a little bit and talk about Jade, because I think when the trailers dropped, she was the most controversial point of them.
Yes.
Other than I saw people saying that Shao Kahn's helmet looked like Shredder, but I think everyone got over that. I thought he looked pretty good in the movie. I think in the initial trailer, the lighting maybe was off. Something was wrong with the trailer, because even I looked at it, I was like,
yes,
that
I
looks
did
weird.
not. I did not like his mask in the. I'm telling you, the trailer was the trailer was a send off, dude. Because like I did not want to, dude. I was not excited for this movie. So many things looked wrong, and then you watch the movie, you're like, what fucking trailer was I watching? Because I love this movie right here, you know. So I agree. I didn't even want the popcorn bucket because of that fucking trailer. Like legit, I didn't even want it. I was like, dude, I don't want that weak ass mask. But then the movie, I'm like, damn, I should have bought it.
I think to Todd Garner's credit, like he actually listened to people and their criticism. So I don't know what he did, because the mask is the same. I think they might have changed the lighting.
The eyes are glowing more. I don't know what it is. Like I don't know it.
But what didn't change was Jade was still bald, and Todd Gardner said that we would get an explanation for why she's bald in the film, and we never did. So I'll start with Fate. As our resident bald man, can you tell us how you felt about Jade being bald in the film?
I wouldn't kick her out of bed. All right, you know, like
thank you. Thank you.
You know, all the bald women out there. Hey, listen. All right. No.
Hey, listen.
So obviously, like I think the first movie and the trailers and all that, and then the second movie trailers kind of got a lot of people worried. But getting in there, like Jade was Jade. You know, I'm assuming she's bald because of her role in the Naughty Dog game, perhaps. I don't know. And yeah, they didn't touch on that unless there's some sort of like extended edition they bring out for streaming services and Blu-ray, where we actually get some extra scenes. I don't know. But I thought she was great. She's beautiful. I mean, Jax is like, damn, hello. Like that actually made me laugh. Like, cause it's like, damn, like, you know, Jax is hitting on this chick mid-fight. That's like, Jax. Like, you know, that kind of reminds me of Annihilation Jax, right? Yeah. You know, where he's like, hey girl, you know, anyway. But seriously, I think she was great actually. Again, like there was no girl boss vibes at all. I think she was just Jade. I think she nailed it, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Gawdly, what was your take on Jade?
Like I said, as a person who suffers from PTSD from girl boss syndrome and all the shit going on politically in movies, I initially didn't like it. Trailer. Like I said, this trailer, I would have gave this shit a 1 out of 10 from the trailer. I watched the movie. Look, I like women, so I wasn't worried about no goddamn bald hair. The bitch is beautiful. So I was like, she did great. You know, she did her fucking thing. She was killing it. And I'm watching me, I'm like, this bitch look kind of sexy, bro. Hold on. I don't like bald girls, you know? So like that's just how it was for me. So I don't care. I wasn't even mad about it. I legit didn't even think about it until after I left the theater, and I was like, damn, that's right. She was still bald. Because you go on the internet, everyone's crying. Oh, this is woke slop, girl boss movie, bald J, blah, blah, all this bullshit. And I'm just like, damn, I didn't think about that the whole time, man. You know, that's just one of, I don't know, that's just how I felt about it.
All right. Tom, how did you feel about Jade in the film?
To me, I never really care. I know creators are going to have their own liberty. You know, as a director, you want to put your own everything. So bald Jade was fine. I thought she nailed the role 100%. Like, of all the characters that were probably the most accurate to how they would be in the game, as far as their in-game lore, I thought Jade was probably the most true of all of them. Protector of Katana, chosen by Shao Kahn, everything that we think of Jade in the story, her loyalty, how she was, and they also put that confliction in Jade, you know, like she wasn't sure who to be, you know what I mean? Hey, you know, and it resonated with everyday stuff like, hey, I'm Katana's protector. I can also understand what it must be like for Katana knowing how Shao Kahn became emperor, but at the same time, he appointed me and I have a job to do. So they really nailed that confliction in Jade throughout the movie. Just her role as a fierce fighter, bodyguard to Katana, loyal, whatever, to Shao Kahn, she hit all three perfectly. And the audience, it was very easy to get to really resonate with that confliction going on inside of her as well.
Yeah, so I was really impressed with, I think her name's Tatiana Gabriel or something like that. I was really impressed with her role, with her portrayal as Jade, but I knew she was going to be good because I watched her in this TV show called You, where she was like,
okay.
she was being stalked by this guy, and I was like, she's a really good actress. Everything I've seen her in is really good. I think she almost became victim to the culture war because everybody saw Bald Jade and everyone was like, yeah, I'm not watching it. And I'm glad that we all did go and watch it because she nailed the role. I mean,
Yes.
I still don't know why they made her bald. I have no idea, but it didn't actually end up taking away from the film or the character in the slightest. And I was actually really, there was a couple of people that I invited to be here because a couple of people that I had watched their reviews, and the one thing that they kept on going on about is that Jade is nothing like she is in the games. And I was like, what Mortal Kombat game have you been playing, mate? Like, I really wanted them to come to say,
That's
to
an
ask
interesting
them.
take. Okay.
Yeah. They were saying that, you know, she was a typical girl boss. She was like really moody throughout the entire film. She was all over the place. I was like, bro, what? Like, it was.
Nah,
I
he
think
watched
it was.
yeah.
It was the culture war stuff. I think
Yeah.
Jade's character online fell victim to the culture wars. But for anyone that's played the MK games, if you can look past the fact that she's bald, and I think all of us, we're not so childish that we can't give her flowers for doing the role properly.
She did great, dude. She did great. Like,
she did great. And also, you know, everybody was saying, oh, it's a girl boss film because we'll get to Katana in a bit. But
yeah, we'll get
Jade lost to Jax whilst Jax was hitting on her. So I don't know. That doesn't sound too girl bossy to me.
He pulled up gooning on Jade. Like, what?
Yeah.
In the middle,
he literally was like, "Damn, girl, what's up?" You know what I mean? Either way, I'm gonna beat something today. So you pick. You know, that's just how it was. Like, I mean,
yeah, I think she did a good job. I think she did a very good job. All right, so the next character that I want to talk about, we'll start with Tom, is Katana, who's probably the character that is, I think people find the most controversial in this film because of her role. But what did you think of Katana and how her story went in this?
So if I was just someone showing to watch a good movie, I would say 10 out of 10. Now, as a purist, what is the name of this movie called?
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat 2?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
now,
God.
If I remember the story of Mortal Kombat 2,
oh my God.
This isn't the story of Mortal Kombat 1 wasn't the story of the movie Mortal Kombat 1. I don't know what Mortal Kombat 2 this is. Maybe it's the next Mortal Kombat they're making, and certainly not this one. I don't know what story this is from. What story is this?
Well, this much like the MCU has taken lore from the games, like the MCU took lore from the comics and they've adapted it into their own universe. So it was never trying to be MK2, the movie, the game.
So like I said, again, as someone who just was showing up to watch a great movie, 10 out of 10. There's very little, there's basically nothing really bad besides the Shinnok's amulet thing, which didn't really need to be in the movie. There's really not much criticism that's not overwhelmingly positive that's even there without nitpicking in this movie. As a purist, you're like, what story is this? So there's two ways to look at it.
It's well, I mean, I would say it's taken from MK11. She did defeat Shao Kahn in MK11.
Why would you take anything from MK11?
Look at the sales, Tom. That's why.
And I will say this, even now, turning my life over as a man of God, the Lord himself on my final day will say, thank you for never, ever apologizing for everything you said about MK11. He'll say, I have a special house for you here. He's, for that. Even the Lord himself says, who made this game? Wait until he comes to judgment. I mean, why would you take anything? Why would you take anything from that?
I had a feeling that as soon as you said MK2, that's the one problem I've been having with people debating with it. Because it's called Mortal Kombat 2, they're expecting the rating on the side of the cabinet, holding his arms up with the thunder. They're expecting that story.
Because they're
understandably
they're mixing it. They're mixing
it is a mix.
Original Mortal Kombat story with the Mortal Kombat 11 story. So they're taking some of the beginning of Mortal Kombat's story and they're mixing it with MK11 and then throwing in their own creative, got to cut Raiden's throat and take his powers and, they throw in their own, what I mean?
Yeah.
Liberties. So it's a mix of MK11, the original MK1 lore, and then the creative. Again, like I said, as a standalone movie, you're just going out on a Friday night with the family, and you want to say, wow, that was really good. I was really entertained. I mean, as a product, you got your money's worth. It was very entertaining. It was a great movie on its own thing. But as far as the lore goes,
I mean, it is technically lore. It's just in a different time. It's like the same as the MCU. Tom, you read comics, so you know that Civil War is not a one-to-one of Civil War on the big screen, but it was still good.
Civil War, it was still good, but it was close enough.
It wasn't even close. Half the characters are missing. The X-Men ain't even there.
The X-Men, but that's only because we understand the legality of that. I mean,
but still,
one is owned by one studio, one by another. But no, I understand that. Believe me, I understand that. But correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Disney saying we need a new IP because Star Wars and Marvel just ain't cutting it with young men? Are you high? They're like, we put it into the floor. We've deviated way too much from it. And there's no turning back. Mortal Kombat 1 in their deviation was a dumpster fire. Mortal Kombat 2, they were like, okay, we heard you. Cole Young, nobody likes him. So they're like, we heard that, get him out right away. So they listened to, what they did was they listened to the fans of the first movie. Not so much Mortal Kombat fans, but fans of the first movie. My point is, where do you go from here? Because when you keep taking creative liberties, eventually you get to a point where you're like, I don't know what to do. We're just kind of inventing stuff on the fly. And you're reinventing a wheel that was rolling just fine.
I don't think they're going to have that problem. They've got, 15 MK games to pull from, and they're on the second film. I think we'll
just throw Onaga in next time. And what is he going to do? We'll just figure it out during the movie. Who knows? Like I said, it's great. It's a great standalone movie. But, it's kind of like in its own world now, Which that's why I said, I understand movies are not made for people like me anymore. I'm too much of I expect to see what I'm a big Superman guy too. I don't like any of the Superman movies, especially the last one, because it's not.
But you don't like Man of Steel?
Man of Steel, I didn't like how weak they made Superman. And I mean, come on,
weak?
Man.
What?
The man in the first Man of Steel,
bro.
How is it in the first Man of Steel, Superman is struggling to keep up this oil rig, and to a point, one of the beams falls on him and knocks him unconscious in the water.
But he was still discovering himself.
What?
But wait, hold on. But when Clark's discovering himself, part of Superman's law is that he has mental barriers.
He said to Jonathan Kent, what should I do? Let them die? And Jonathan Kent goes, maybe.
Okay, that was stupid. But
what?
I can defend that point. I can actually defend that.
And then they did what I call blasphemy. We all know Superman's weakness is kryptonite. Now, not much in science can explain Superman. Basically, almost nothing can, except for he's solar powered, right? Superman, even if you expose him to a Kryptonian atmosphere, even if you expose him to a red sun, could still be Superman until he has used all the energy he has absorbed from the yellow sun, right?
Mhm.
That's how solar powered works. Except in the movie, where now the Kryptonian atmosphere, all of a sudden, he has none of his powers, even though he's absorbed all of it from the yellow sun, until they remove the Kryptonian atmosphere. They made a weakness that doesn't even exist. It's not that he's on
Yeah.
Krypton, so Kryptonians aren't super people. It's because they have a red sun. That's
Yeah.
why.
No, I hear that, but
Man,
like,
this
okay,
is-
but don't
It's
you think that's-
complete blasphemy.
It's-
No.
No, what's
No.
what's blasphemy is
Stop.
what they did in the new Superman film when they tried to make out like he came to Earth to just impregnate everyone. That was blasphemy.
That was blasphemy,
was crazy.
but even more so than what that was blasphemy was that I'm sitting here with my girlfriend. We're in the movie, and in the beginning he goes into Lois Lane's average, run of the mill apartment, nothing fancy, just an average, not even maybe decent so-so apartment, right? Then we go to his apartment, and this motherfucker lives in the high rises of like God knows where. And it's because he's making so much money doing his own interviews. The thing that makes Superman Superman is he's meant to Superman is not meant to be relatable. He is not meant to lose. Superman makes us want us to be the best of what we can become. We as people all want to believe that in any situation we would choose to do the right thing, but we don't because we're imperfect people. We're fallible. Superman can do what he wants and still does the right thing. Sure, Superman could become unbelievably rich doing his own interviews, right? And whatever, being his own publicist. But he doesn't. Lois Lane has the career. She's winning the Pulitzer Prizes. Clark is the farm boy, right? Lois is living in the high rises. In the movie, Lois, you're going to live in this dump apartment because all that money's coming to me, player. And yes, you're lucky you that I'm letting you interview me this once. Superman would never do that. That is not, it's when every other superhero movie failed, there's one that succeeded. Superman. Guess what? When no superhero could make money, Superman is called the first because he's the only one that worked. Superman is and it's because of his character. Superman's character is why when every other X-Men, every other Marvel, every other Wonder Woman, they all fail, Superman will still be there. Not because he's super powerful, because of who Superman is. And when you get rid of that, he's just another brute that'll punch his way out of it.
Wait, Tom, can I ask you? I'm sorry, I have to ask. I'm not a Superman pro. You sound like someone I would go to about Superman. But there's one thing I watched that I actually love, and that's Smallville. Please tell me, is that approve in the Superman?
So Smallville had a good rule: no flights, no tights, which was good.
Okay.
Tom Welling made a great Clark. I thought he made a great Clark.
But that's a deviation from the comics, though, isn't it?
It
See,
is.
I don't know shit about the comics.
So as a purist, obviously,
I know enough about
some
Superman
things I didn't like
challenge
about it.
Tom.
Joel, come to Earth, rule them with
back.
strength. What are you talking about? No, none of that. Where apparently the struggle between him and Jor-El, they made Jor-El. I mean, no, it's not. I got what it was meant to be.
Okay.
So, like I said, I have realized that these things aren't made for people like me anymore. And coming back to Mortal Kombat, Mortal Kombat was an excellent movie. It's just, it's not made for people that are real fans of Mortal Kombat. It's made for people who are fans of Mortal Kombat.
That's crazy to say.
It's
not
made
for real
people,
fans.
It's made for people who are fans of Mortal Kombat who can say, it's not really anything like the Mortal Kombat I grew up watching, but it was still an entertaining movie. as a Mortal Kombat fan, I thought it was acceptable. It was
We're
an
catching
entertaining
strays right now.
Dude, that's
catching
crazy,
strays.
bro. Tom, you just shit on all of us, bro. We like Mortal Kombat, bro.
I thought it was an excellent movie.
But you just said, did y'all hear that shit? He just said that. Look, this movie. If you a fan of MK, this ain't for y'all. I'm a fan. God,
No,
damn.
I mean, the movie was not made for the Mortal Kombat fans. It was made for the average everyday audience with enough of Mortal Kombat sprinkled in, so you could say, yeah, that's from the original Mortal Kombat
hold
story.
on, Tom.
That's from MK11.
Let me just push back on that, because a lot of casuals that I've spoken to, I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but
I do.
A lot of people that I've spoken to that are not like MK fans, they told me that there were parts of the film they just didn't get because they're not in the know with Mortal Kombat. Even like my girl that was watching it, like I was saying to her, oh, this is that and this is that and this is that, and like the references in the film are not things that casuals would get. Like when Cole fought Shao Kahn on the Deadpool stage, as fans of the game, we immediately went, oh shit, that's the Deadpool stage.
Yeah, of course.
Those are things I think 100%.
No, that's what I mean. Those are things that I enjoyed about the MK1, for example. As much as a dumpster fire the MK1 movie was, what saved it for me is they did the MK2 Soul Steal, and they in the games and in the movies they had never. That's the best Soul Steal of all time, and they've never gone back to it. And then in the movie they did with Shang lifting you up and the Soul Steal. That was awesome, because as an MK fan, I recognized that right away. This movie had more fan service probably than any other Mortal Kombat movie, which is why it was still a great movie. I'm just saying, I'm someone that I know deviation has to happen for the average moviegoer because they have to make a profit. I just personally don't like it. Two things can be true. The movie could be amazing and pretty much a gem for everybody, but you can also, in your opinion, say, I just don't like deviation, even though I know it's necessary.
Okay, I'll come to Fate next, but I'm just going to quickly read out these two super chats made me laugh. Soapy Bowl said, Man of Steel is horrible. And then Joel said, Man of Steel is way better than Gun Superman. Gun Superman took L's left and right. Yes, the Superman fan bases were like really split on Snyder and Gunn. I personally think Man of Steel is a really, really good film. I think it's very entertaining. And I think The Last Fight is as close as we're going to get to live action Dragon Ball Z. That shit was, and it has iconics. There's an iconic moment in that, and I'm sure you were all aware. But that punch that Superman kept doing to Zod in the air, they've reused that in everything. It's in Sonic, it's in the Injustice games, it's in anime. Like that film spawned a lot of iconic moments. It had a lot of dumb shit, but I think they actually did a great job. Henry Cavill, that's my Superman as far as on-screen Superman goes.
I know you want to talk about Katana. Can I quickly just add to the Man of Steel love?
Yeah,
because that movie is just like it's almost perfect for me. It's amazing, but you got to remember, like, because obviously there's a lot of contention with things like Jonathan Kent and things that he says about, well, maybe you should let him die or whatever. You got to remember that like these basically just what they like Midwest, farm type people. They're like, like they've got this fucking alien baby and shit, and they know what he's capable of, and as a parent, they're just terrified of like the idea of anyone coming for him because they don't know if he can handle everything. They don't know that, like, because at that point when he was talking to him on the back of the pickup, Jonathan doesn't know his capabilities. He doesn't know how far it's going to go, and it's like fast forward to the tornado scene, right? Again, it's like, I've read a lot of stuff about this. Did Clark have his super speed then? Could he have saved him? But I'm going to go with the option of like he didn't know. And as a father, right?
You think you should have let a whole school bus of children died?
Everything. I don't think he would actually. I don't think he believes that. I think it was just it's like, fuck, like, we got to deal with this situation now.
Here's why I
these
disagree.
People are starting to notice.
Gawdly, you've talked about Smallville. One of the last things ever said in Smallville was by Terrence Stamp as Jor-El. While your abilities may be of my blood, it is your time in Smallville with Jonathan and Martha Kent that made you a hero. They raised him.
All right.
His abilities may be of Jor-El's blood. And it may be Jor-El who taught him how to use his powers properly, right? As he was trained in the Fortress of Solitude. But the foundation of what makes him him and different from every other person that has godly power was put in him by Jonathan and Martha Kent. And no Jonathan Kent would ever say, maybe the best thing is to let him die. Would never happen.
Okay, well, okay. Let me push back on this, because we know how many times Superman's origins has been rebooted, and they've told multiple different Supermans. And I know when you're saying that Superman wasn't strong enough in it, yeah, there's a Superman comic where he literally puts every single planet on his back with a chain connecting them to carry it through the solar system. So maybe he wasn't as strong as Silver Age Superman, but he was strong enough to let us know that Superman can't really be fucked with. And I think when you say, oh, he wouldn't ever do that, it depends on which story you're talking about, because there's so many different Superman continuities. You could even pull from Injustice and say, well, he is relatable, because if someone killed my baby mama and then blew up my entire town, I might put my fist through their chest as well. And I know Injustice Superman's controversial, but I think Superman is relatable. I didn't think it was controversial, Injustice Superman. But okay, but you could relate to that, right? If someone did that to your family, you'd kill them as well.
Hell yeah.
What I mean is Superman's not relatable, as in they try to make Superman as in, man, he's going through problems. He's got these obstacles just like me and you. No, that's not Superman. And they try to do that by giving him physical obstacles, which, unless it's someone on like a dark side level, there's just no physical obstacle. You know what I mean? That will. Superman is as strong and as fast as he needs to be. And unfortunately, Dragon Ball Z found that out the hard way, those fans, when they actually wanted to put Superman on paper. Like, he's just not meant to lose.
But he does lose, though. He's lost before in the comics.
He has lost, of course.
Black Adam, my point is, lost him.
He's not meant to be relatable.
Well, I think the general human struggle, probably not, but there's definitely things Superman goes through that we can look.
Superman is on such a different level than any other character. There's a story they tell at DC, which when you watch them tell it and watch the real emotion, like, it really resonated with me. The old story is, every year when they would go to write for Superman in the 90s, somebody would always say, just kill him. Like, God, trying to write for this character. Just kill him already, right? And even some people in the comic world would say whatever, oh, Superman, he can do everything. So they said, you know what? Let's take Superman away from them and let them live in a world without Superman. It was horrible. People hated it. People at DC were even in tears in this interview talking about it. And they were talking about, like, how people made a fake Superman grave, or even like, in the movies, how in the comic, how just how powerful that was, or just how the comic book world reacted to it. How losing Superman people had general sorrow over losing Superman. You can kill Batman, nobody would give a fuck. I mean, I'm sorry, nobody cares, because Batman doesn't represent what Superman does. It's what Superman represents that's supposed to reach the best in all of us. That little kid in all of us that wants to believe we're going to grow up to be adults that all do the right thing, even though we don't.
Dude, I love your Superman passion.
That is what makes Superman Superman.
That's sick.
But directors will never get that, because maybe that doesn't sell movie tickets.
I understand people might not care as much if Batman died, because he lives in the shadows, right? He does the dirty
Green Lantern. Nobody cares. There's a million of them.
Hold on. That's not fair. People would care. Depends on which lantern you're talking about.
Nobody would care. No.
Do you know what, Tom? We're going to do a DC discussion. I disagree.
I was about to say, dude, this shit.
Nobody would say.
This shit is crazy, man.
When the Flash went from Barry Allen, right? And they moved on, and now they're kind of nobody was in sorrow. Oh my God, Barry Allen for the universes to live in. Nobody cared. They just made another one. Oh, Wally West and whatever. If they made another Superman, oh my God. Oh my, people hated the blue and red. They hated it. Nobody fucking liked it. You know, nobody liked it. No. Would never
Alright,
happen.
we'll come back to this.
We got to do our own way. And when we
Yeah,
do
you guys
Supergirl,
are-
I'm going to eviscerate that movie too.
That shit looks like trash.
Millie Alcock, what are you doing? Why? And you make her dress like a prostitute. Come on, man.
Dude.
Have some respect for Supergirl. Have some respect.
That shit.
Well, then again, maybe they made it for the Dead or Alive fans. You know.
Oh, whoa, we're going there today.
Dude, damn,
Jesus,
Tom.
wow,
God
okay,
damn. I love it.
They're gonna come after me now. They're gonna that fucking Mike.
Yep, it's your fault, Mike. Yep, it's gonna be your fault.
Yep.
All right, well, we'll go back to MK. I'm just gonna read these super.
No, I
chats
love
out.
Barry Allen. My point is, but there was no outcry. Show me any DC interview where they were like, "Oh, we had to kill him," and then make Wally West, and then no.
Well, wait, hold on,
The
Tom.
people that actually make DC, they were in tears. What is the highest selling comic book of all time?
No, but you're forgetting Flashpoint.
I know what Flashpoint is. Yeah.
Yeah, but to say that there's no emotion behind Barry and what's happening.
No, there is, but not like Superman.
Yeah, but Superman is American Goku. Like if you kill a Dragon Ball character, no one's gonna care more than if it's Goku.
Hmm.
Right? It's not really a fair comparison. They still care. I was obviously like being silly. People would care if Bruce Wayne died. If Bruce Wayne died, people would 100% give a shit. He's an icon. I'll take that silence as defeat.
Damn. God damn.
We can keep going.
Yeah, you
Mike,
guys.
but, like, we
No,
just need to
dude.
move on. We just need to.
You need the thumbnail has to be like a Batman versus Superman. I don't want to say that fucking thing, but you know.
I'm a Superman guy. Over
But
Batman.
I'm saying like the thumbnail, like you guys gotta dude, this shit is
I agree with Tom. Like Superman dying is the most tragic because even in Batman vs Superman, when he was fighting Doomsday, I was sitting there going, and I knew it was gonna happen, but I was sitting there going, "Oh my god, they're gonna fucking do it!" Like I was still like, "Oh, I don't want to watch Superman die. That's my guy." But to say you don't care about nobody else, come on, man, what are we doing here? That's kind of undercutting DC, being like, "Well, you never wrote an interesting character after that we care about."
The death of Superman is I believe a top 3 selling comic of all time.
Well, yeah, it's Superman.
I mean, I need to look up Guinness Book of World Records. I'm sure I think it's like an X-Men and like the X-Force is number 1. I don't know. I got to look it up. But I know it's in the top 3 of all time.
Yeah.
All
right, let's go back to MK.
Find the Flash in there.
Let's go back to MK. We're going to be here all day.
He's going to have to change the thumbnail if we don't.
Yeah.
I'll read these super chats and then we'll get back to Katana because I want to start.
KFB.
KFB, thank you for the $5. Just want to say that Next Gen Nostalgia is the best place to go for all your Mortal Kombat news, and Fate is the original truth sayer. God,
not all, but thank you.
Thank you for that super chat. That's true. Fate's been in the trenches for a while, and yeah, whenever
man, Fate be bringing me down with him, man. God damn, man. I'm just kidding. I'm no better.
Joel, thank you for the $5. John was trying to save Clark's identity from being judged as an outcast by humans, which is what happened in Batman vs Superman. He was trying to protect his son.
Yep, 100%. Yep.
They did turn on him. Called him a terrorist.
Yep.
Lemon Tea, thank you for the $2. John Stewart is the Green Lantern. Don't care. I don't know if he's the Green Lantern, but I'd say it's either him or Hal. It's either him or Hal. All right, let's go back because Tom's about to.
All right.
Let's go back to.
This
MK.
is about Mortal Kombat, right?
Let's go back to MK.
Yeah.
Fate, what did you feel about Katana's portrayal? How they portrayed Katana in this film?
So my first thought was like, so I've read the comics, and obviously we also know that Katana essentially was like brain wiped by Khan. I'm assuming Shang Tsung. So she didn't know her true heritage. So she grew up as a baby thinking that Shah Khan was her father. They obviously didn't do that in this film, which I think also lends to how there was no other outcome except for, her taking out Khan. I don't know if I said this in the review or not, but I really feel like, because I know in the games, Liu Kang's the chosen one for like so many games. But I think in this movie series, Liu Kang's real end game boss is Shang Tsung after what he did to Kung Lao. He's like family. Whereas Katana's motivation, like she saw everything destroyed in front of her. Everything. Not just her father get, murdered, her entire realm get taken over, her mum basically getting, turned into a concubine. Like she lost it all. And I don't think there was any other person in that film that was meant to step up and take Khan out. Like, and I thought she was great. I thought that the actress, I can't remember her name, but Adrian or something, I think it is. She was great. She nailed it. Again, I didn't get any girl boss.
Should it not have been Liu Kang? I mean,
no,
are they not grooming Liu Kang for this role?
No, because there's no. I didn't even really agree with like Liu Kang defeating Khan in Annihilation because again, this sort of. And look, I love Talisa Soto. She's a wonderful actress, beautiful woman, but there wasn't that energy and that rawness in the first two movies. She kind of felt like this balm, like this very soothing sort of balm for Liu Kang, whereas in MK2, like the new one, like she was out for blood, like she was desperate. She was it was like a resistance fighter, right? Like she was trying to figure out a way to try and get her realm back. And I thought it was great. Not the fight, the way that she kills him, like I was sitting there going, yeah, like that felt like a good kill. Again, the fatalities in this movie felt good, like they felt like they were justified, and just her whole arc through it was, emboldened from the very first scene with King Jared all the way up, to taking out Khan. I thought it was amazing. She was desperate. She was trying to save her people. She was trying to, I guess stand up for, her father's legacy and family. And yeah, I can't fault it. I can't. Again, the costume looked goofy in the game, but in the movie,
the BBO
great.
costume, yeah,
absolutely great.
Yeah.
So, and that fan work, holy shit. Because that's the other thing too, right? So, like, obviously, like, apart from being 10,000 years old and whatnot, I mean, she's a master assassin, but we're also dealing with a realm of magic. She's flinging that shit around. Like, those fans are going, so it's not out of the realm to me that she couldn't beat someone like that because she's literally been trained as this elite warrior her whole life. That's always been in the story. MK2, the game story has her beating Khan. So, that's not a shock to me. I never walked out there going, oh, it should have been Liu Kang. Nah, they are setting up the emotional motivations here, and I really hope they pay it off with Liu and Shang at some point, to really take it out on him, what he did to Kung Lao. But yeah, Katana and Shao, that was always going to end up being that way. So.
And Gawdly, how did you feel about Katana? Did you feel it was that girl boss slop, or was it good?
I didn't get any girl boss slop vibes. She was actually she was tight. Like I liked, first of all, if you play, I know we've played NRS games. I liked how they interpreted her little moves she did. Like she did her little float from MKX, and you do her neutral jump little flight thing. She had little shit like that she was doing. Like Fate said with the fan, her fan work was insane. Like it made that shit feel like a real weapon. Like it was. I was like, damn, you hear the fucking the steel, the like shing, you're just like, oh shit, okay, there's a lot to it. It wasn't like high five girl power shit. Like I said, I get it. People were ready for it. I was that guy. This movie makes you eat crow, man, because you're like, dude, this shit is. I loved it. I loved the whole revenge setup. Her final kill was like some fucking Art the Clown shit. Like that was some brutal, like I don't know if you guys watched Terrifier, but like that was some. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I was like, see, that's how you do it. I don't know. It was very. She was Katana to me. She's my Katana. How about that?
Yeah,
she's fine as hell.
I'm in agreement with you. I think that she was basically the perfect casting for it. Like when I think of Katana, that's what I think of. She never felt like she overstayed her welcome in the film. It didn't feel like everybody was being pushed out for it to become a Katana movie. I saw a lot of people online saying, "Oh, it was a bait and switch," and I was like, "I don't think you've played Mortal Kombat." Like Katana's always been a very prominent part of the MK story, whether she's the person to beat the final boss or not. She's always been very prominent in the story.
Yeah, she wasn't random like Cole Young. Like what the fuck? Like that.
Yeah.
That take is dumb. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I really liked her. I think she did a great job. I was very impressed with like how they portrayed her in the film. I think it's probably my favorite portrayal of Katana. So yeah, I liked her relationship with Jade. It felt authentic. It didn't feel forced. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they do with her next. I'm curious to know if they're ever going to resurrect Melina, because the casting for Melina was pretty bad in the first film, and it didn't make any sense to me why Melina was introduced first. But maybe they'll rectify that. I want to ask Tom, what did you? Because a lot of Sindel fans were not happy with Sindel in this film, from what I heard. What did you feel?
I honestly feel like Sindel was like an afterthought of the movie. I got they can't make everybody. This is kind of the issue with trying to cram too much into a movie. When you do that, people are always gonna. Sindel they didn't go much into it, you know. I don't think she even has much screen time.
Yeah, she's not on screen for that long.
In the beginning, Sindel has a very deep story, and they just said, "Well, we got to cut somebody's. Let it be Sindel's."
Well, they might explore it later on, but I actually didn't mind how she was portrayed in this, because ever since MK9, Sindel's been portrayed as like this Broly style character that just wipes everybody. And I don't know about you, but in MK9, I hated that scene where she just fucked everybody
Killed everybody.
up. I was like, what? I know Sindel's strong, but she ain't this strong. And that's how like the new generation of MK fans see her. So I was actually happy that they scaled it back, because she's come back. They've brought her back a couple of times, so she might get rezzed again with even more power. But I actually enjoyed her fight with Sonya. I was a bit surprised that Sonya won the fight, but I thought it was kind of cool how they
kind of had to with Johnny Cage losing the first fight. They kind of were going tit for tat for a little bit until the end.
Yeah, I thought the ending was good, like how she did a Hurricane Rana into the spike. Yeah. I know there's not much to say on Sindel, but do you have any thoughts on her fate?
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't much of her, but again, I'm thinking down the track, right? So they absolutely left it open for a third. So if they start leaning into the third, Khan's invasion, Sindel is going to play an integral part with that. So it could be like just one of those, like, here's this character, this is what she can do, here she is, yeah, she's brought back again, right? But kind of leaves it in the back, and then when the third movie rolls in and they use that as the linchpin for the invasion, then yeah, I think that'll be fine. I'm glad that she's not like, I'm glad she just doesn't wipe everyone out, you know, like a screaming tornado. That's good. I like the fight. I mean, it was great seeing the pit bottom. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty fucking good, you know. I think, I mean, this movie was stacked with fights. Holy shit. Like, I'm just thinking about it. Like, this movie was just like bang, 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 bang. They didn't let up. And yeah, no, she was good. Again, like they really surprising. They really delved into a father-daughter relationship. Again, surprising in the modern day. They really cemented that. And I was really shocked. You know, because we've always had the Sindel, you know, like daughter, you know, mother-daughter thing, you know, this whole time. Not much of King Jared, but I hope moving forward I don't know how, get him showing up in a game. I'd love to see that fucking dude crack off, like, because, you know, we only ever hear of Sindel. That'd be awesome, yeah. But no, I think it could be a setup. You know, that's why I'm not so worried about her limited amount in the film. But yeah, she screamed a lot.
Yeah,
You know?
it was pretty cool how they used their powers. But yeah, Gawdly, what did you feel?
she was. That's what I was gonna say. She just kept spamming screams, you know, and she was just dazed and confused the whole movie. So she didn't have a big presence, but they did what they could. Like you said, like you guys were saying, they crammed a lot into this movie. So that's just that's just someone that had to take that fall to get that, because like Tom was saying, she has a huge backstory. So fortunately, she took the fall. You know, as far as we're not deep diving into her today, you know. So that I feel like it was fine. I'm not like whoa or nah for it. It's like it was cool. Like it was. I have no problem with her. The fight in the bottom of the pit was dope. I liked it. It was just scream spam, and Sonya just did ring spam. It was like a zoning fight, so it was pretty cool, I guess. I'm not a big zoning person, but I still enjoyed it at the end of the day.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't like was she didn't really use her hair, and I thought,
she did. Yeah, she used hair. Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if that's something that she started doing later on, but I'm pretty sure in the older MK games she was doing it from the get go, right?
It was a throw, yeah, part of a throw.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I thought that was all fine. I wanted to ask you guys about, okay, so there's a part in the film that a lot of people seem to get really irritated at. Before I forget, and it's when Kung Lao's reintroduced and he slices Raiden's throat. I saw a lot of people saying that would never happen in the games. That's a load of nonsense. What do you guys? I'll start with Tom, because I'm curious to hear what Tom has to say about this. What did you feel about Kung Lao coming in, slicing Raiden's neck, and basically putting him in a coma?
I thought that they had no way to do what they wanted to do, so they just made some shit up on the fly. And Kung Lao is now, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Why would it be Kung Lao?
Why not?
I mean,
it's Revenant Kung Lao.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as the movie goes, I don't see why anybody would be mad. It was see, this is my problem. This is why my problem. People will say, Tom, you're a purist. You got to enjoy whatever. And then they'll take something and go, well, Kung Lao would never do that. You know, a Revenant Kung Lao, that's not even like his thing. Why would he even be there? How can a movie go so far off script and then you complain that they went off script?
But wait, Tom, are you saying that if Revenant Kung Lao had the opportunity, he wouldn't slice?
Of course he would. So I don't see any problem with the scene. I don't see why anybody would even have an issue with it.
My issue with people's rhetoric around this scene is them saying that Raiden's neck would never be sliced because he's a god. And I'm like, have you played MK games? That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. In the opening of Deception, what did we watch happen? Shang Tsung and Quan Chi spine busted this guy into the floor with a magical snake and put his lights out. And then moments later on,
Quan Chi though, man, that's a different story, man.
But they're still mortals, though.
That's the Deadly Alliance.
It doesn't matter. The argumentation.
They're not mortals. Shang Tsung and Quan Chi are not mortals.
They are mortals.
Yeah, they are. They're sorcerers, but they're powerful. But they're not immortal.
How old?
They might have access to being able to be immortal.
They're mortal, but they're not people like us.
It's like Lord of the Ring elves. Like they're immortal.
No one in Mortal Kombat's like us. What the fuck?
What I mean is Shang Tsung lives for a gazillion years, right? That's not like Katana lives over 10,000 years old. Liu Kang will never live to 10,000 years old.
Yeah, but Shang Tsung has a condition to live that long. She's just an Edenian, so she can live that long. But my point is that Raiden, the gods in Mortal Kombat, 100% can get beaten up by mortals. We've seen it happen time and time again. So I saw this is something that True Underdog brought up, and I think somebody else, I can't remember his name, they were like, this would never happen to Raiden. And I was like, we have literally watched Raiden get.
Of course it would.
We've literally watched him get no diffed by everybody in this game. Mortals for years. The idea that Kung Lao couldn't slice his neck open with his razor sharp hat is ridiculous. Of course he could. If you could argue that Kung Lao, why is Kung Lao there? Why is he the one doing it? But not Kung Lao wouldn't do that. Of course he would. Revenant Kunal would 100% slice his neck. And if it was Shang Tsung, he'd slice his neck. And Quan Chi, they've done it before. We've watched Raiden lose to mortals before. And even in MK1, you've got Fire God Liu Kang basically getting threatened by everybody in the game. And nobody's shown him any respect. Noob Saibot tried to punch him in the face, and someone had to hold him back. Like, that's gods in Mortal Kombat are not like gods in Dragon Ball Z, where you don't step to Beerus, right? In Mortal Kombat, you can 100% step to Raiden. He'll probably fuck you up because he's still strong, but you can cut his neck open. Did any of you have an issue with that particular scene?
No, but I do want to bring up a comment that one of my buddies, Welcome to Die, said, and it was just funny. It was funny. He said he did because Raiden's his main in OG MK1, the game 92. He says he doesn't like Raiden because he was in bed rest the entire movie. That's his main, but that was it. But it was true, but it was funny as hell. That's it. But yeah, I had no problem with it. I thought it was slick. It was fucking, I like that whole little attack setup they did. That little strat they ran was cool. So
what about you, Fate?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, like all the way back to the first game, in order for him to fight, he has to essentially put his powers in the wardrobe, so he can compete. And he's always sort of been, he has been smacked around. I think it was just an element of surprise, like this. I mean, like, yeah, he doesn't have like invincible skin. It's not like the Hulk or something or Superman or whatever, where he can't be cut, and again, Revenant Kung Lao is, he's been resurrected by either one of the sorcerers. So it would be fair to assume perhaps that maybe he's also been endowed with power that would allow him to possibly do this. Could Sonya walk up with a pair of knitting, kitchen scissors and it's just hold still, let me see if this works, right? Maybe it doesn't, I don't know. But Kung Lao, literally resurrected, we don't know. Again, if they said, oh yeah, he's definitely got more chops than he did when he was human. He's got more power flowing through him. He's got the ability to cut a god's throat, maybe something like that could have worked and helped people, lock them in. But no, it doesn't bother me. I mean, it's again, one of the things I've sort of taken on board is outside of general problems that you can see with things like proper casting changes and stuff, like the first movie with Molina. I'm trying to sort of go in with a little bit more open mind and not be as nitpicky, and try and enjoy it. So they needed something. They needed something to connect the amulet and stuff like that. And if the amulet comes back in the future with some, great significance, then okay, then it's all flowing together, I don't know. Yeah, it didn't bother me. I'd have to watch it again, but yeah, it didn't bother me that much. So
okay, well, this is where we jump to the big.
Well, I don't understand. Again, so again, this is my issue here. This is my point when people. So my issue of the critique is. So the critique is, well, Raiden's a god. They wouldn't be able to cut him. Basically, their version of what they imagine Raiden from the game. Kung Lao would not be able to slice his neck, in their opinion, right? This is my point. The very same people that will say, purist, get off my lawn. But now once I'm off the lawn, and I'm just sitting here listening to him talk, well, that Raiden would never get his throat cut. Are you a purist or not? Sure, if you're a purist, maybe you would believe that Raiden. You can't pick and choose when it should be like the game and when it shouldn't. And that's what's happening here.
Thank you.
The very people that will say, get off my lawn. It's not the game. It's their own spin. Okay, I can accept that. Well, he wouldn't be able to cut his neck. Why? Well, Raiden, the god from the game. Who said that's the god from the game? This is my point. Yeah. People want to pick and choose when the movie should be pure and when it should not. That's
I deal with that with MK95 movie fans.
MK95 has more memorable lines than this movie will ever have. That's people will remember MK95
That's a parody,
lines.
Yeah.
No,
it's
man,
PG-13 as well.
Yeah, it's also the same, like it's on the
It's the
same
delivery.
violent
You have
scale
delivery
as
now.
Power Rangers. Like it's
Yeah.
not, I can't
But
let that slide.
I just want to ask, because Tom's talking about that purist and stuff, and even though Kung Lao doesn't slice his neck in the games, if Revenant Kung Lao fought Raiden and caught his neck, do you believe he could slice it?
I don't know, but my point is they're trying to say that Raiden from the game wouldn't get his neck sliced, but it ain't the Raiden from the game.
No, I'm just
Nothing
asking.
in
I'm
this
just
movie
asking
is
you.
from the game.
Okay, let's pretend it's Liu Kang.
No, I don't think that Kung Lao could slice his neck.
Okay, this makes no sense to me because I've watched Raiden get his ass handed to him by Liu Kang as well. Remember they were fighting
But
through
Liu
the
Kang
realms?
didn't slice his neck.
He put him through tons of walls. I'm pretty sure he could have probably sliced his neck.
Liu Kang is not Kung Lao.
Okay, well, because Kung Lao's got a razor sharp hat. It would slice his neck. Raiden's never been portrayed to be someone that you can't cut or you can't body or you can't knock out. All of those things. He even blew himself up and nothing happened. Nothing happened to Onaga. He's not that strong. The idea that we can't pierce Raiden's skin kind of seems ridiculous considering how many times he gets his ass whooped. I'll take that as a no contest.
I mean,
Yeah, you guys.
I mean, if you want to talk about, but this isn't Raiden from the game. He's a selectable character. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like when we're loading the game up and I'm looking at the dude with his hat, I can choose him and I'm choosing to fight with him, or I can beat people that are using him. He's a selectable character. If he was that powerful, right, then this is why they had the story in MK1, like the original game. He had to give up his god powers to become a contestant to fight because they knew it's like, well, if he's going to be god tier, I mean, like, what are we doing in this tournament, man? Just roll this dude out and just wipe everyone out, and we're done with it.
Go down the line.
So yeah, like Mike's right. Like they nerfed this fucking guy all the way back in the original game, right? So like this is why he's a selectable character, because he is playing in a reduced capacity. He is making that choice to fight with Earthrealm to do that. Now I don't think they mentioned that in the movie, which I think could have helped, right?
Wait.
But as fans, we know that.
So you're saying to me that the Raiden that was fighting Shang Tsung and Quan Chi at the beginning of Deception, that wasn't him in his god form, that was a reduced version.
Yeah, technically speaking, if you go all the way back to the very beginning of the games, Raiden, in order to compete and fight in the tournament, he essentially gave up his godlike status.
But he wasn't. We weren't
to
in the
compete.
tournament. We weren't in the tournament. Basically, it was chaos at that point. There was no tournament going on. So why would Raiden give up his godhood to fight?
No, in the very first game, like in the 90s.
Yeah,
all the way back.
I know. To compete in the tournament, he has to fight in Mortal Kombat. But
Yeah.
in Deception, he's not fighting it in Mortal Kombat. He's just fighting it.
That's a good point. I mean, I don't know. I mean, did he go back to god status at any point? Did he in MK4?
I mean, yeah, in Deception, he basically says that he calls himself a god and he's going to rule Earth as he sees fit now because he went all red-eye and stuff. So he was still referring to himself as the god of thunder. He wasn't referring to himself as in his nerfed form where he's competing in the tournament. Because in Deception, there's no tournament. It's basically Earth is fucked because these guys have like killed everybody or killed Shao Kahn and then Liu Kang's gone. So he was a god at that point and he still lost.
Ed Boon writing? I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't have an answer for that one. We need a huge lore. Where's Total MK? We're rolling out.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I did invite him, but he said he's just like 5 a.m. for you or something.
6 o'clock now. Yeah.
6 o'clock. God.
Yeah, I said to him, that's fine, man. I ain't gonna hate on you for sleeping. I know Fate's a trooper. Anytime I say, "Oh, Fate, do you want to jump on it?" Literally 3 in the morning. He's like, "Yeah, I'm there."
Yeah. Well, I'm a night owl. I love being a night owl. So yeah.
Yeah, but all right, cool. So I want to talk about Liu Kang versus Kung Lao because this seems to be the part of the film that everybody agrees was really, really good. Is there anybody here that thought that it's not as good as people are making up?
I like it. I love it.
I thought it was
That shit was
great.
tight. That shit was tight.
They said it wasn't that good.
I think there's some people that are saying it's a little bit like overhyped, that it wasn't as good as people are making out. I thought it was a great fight. I felt like I was watching Ninja Killer versus Fox's grandpa.
I can tell you what. Who are these people that said that?
There's just random reviews I was watching. I messaged all of them as I watched their reviews, being like, "Hey, do you want to jump on today so I can rip you to shreds for this silly opinion?" I was polite.
Seriously,
it was just random reviews.
Yeah, just I typed in Mortal Kombat 2 reviews just to see what people are saying, and there was like channels I'd never heard of. I don't think they play fighting games. They were just saying, "Oh," but there's someone in the chat saying the fight sucked. I don't understand how that. I don't understand.
I can tell you what
they're just rage bait. Don't listen to that shit.
I can tell you. I know exactly why they said that.
Why?
Because had it been two characters mixing the shit out of each other, they would have loved it. They were zoning each other. So what is this? Fireball?
Wait. So they wanted to see 50-50 mix up.
Yes, in the movie.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
That's exactly right.
No. Get the fuck. I'm not. No.
You know what this is right here? This is a Paulo Garcia $50 bill. This is some real lore from MKX. On the bottom here, it says Ice Clone, because we know how Paulo likes to trouble me all the time. And it's called 50-50 bucks. That's the name of it. Right? 50-50 bucks. Right? This is what people want to see. All right. I got plenty of these Paulo dollars. I saved them when people were given, when they were made by artists who know. It's probably, there's not many probably left. But people wanted to see that. They saw a zoning battle. Fireballs and hats, and Kung Lao's hat, and Liu Kang throws a fireball and hat and fireball. That's not what they wanted to see. They gave Kung Lao the Wing Chun punches, which is really cool. They brought that from 9, which was awesome. But people didn't want to see a zoning battle. They wanted to see people mixing people up.
It wasn't
Downwind. They want to see downwind grabs and all that shit. Fuck out.
No. They wanted to see that with.
There's no up block. I'm really disappointed.
No up blocks. No up
Kung
blocks.
Lao teleported, right? All Liu Kang had to do was up block when he's right.
when he teleported.
That's all he had to do.
I thought that the fight was fantastic.
They brought all their specials. It was awesome. All the specials were there. Kung Lao's teleport actually looked better than any teleport they've ever given him in the game. In fact, they should give him that teleport.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, agreed.
They should give him that teleport. That would be awesome. So I thought their specials were. There was a time before we're in the homogenized era of Mortal Kombat where Mortal Kombat specials used to be obnoxious. That's kind of Mortal Kombat's thing. Mortal Kombat specials are obnoxious. And now in the modern era where you got to, rub powder on everyone's butt and tell them they're special, it's not fun, it's not fair, shut it. But that's kind of like the world we live in. I thought they gave them those obnoxious specials back from Mortal Kombat. And they gave them all of their specials, from Liu Kang's Flame Fist to the fireballs, to the bike kick, to the fly kick, to the teleport, to every possible version of a hat special Kung Lao had. They put it all in the fight, but the fight was still not short, but not long. It was just right. So they did all of that without going too short or too long. It was the best fight of the whole movie.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But it was zoning. It was zoning. So
I thought that the fight had like a surprising amount of like emotional depth to it as well. Especially towards the end of it, I was like, damn, I actually felt bad watching that. Like it.
Yeah, that shit was...
they pulled off that these two actually think of each other like brothers. Which I think is something that's overlooked. One thing I did love about the fight was, when Liu Kang backed Kung Lao into a corner, or Kung Lao backed Liu Kang up, and the screen turned red.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's so sick. Like, that's so underappreciated, because I ain't seen a lot of people talking about it.
No, dude, that was like, because we got the blue portal, which is, it seems like people forget that there was a red portal.
Yeah.
That was the very first red portal that came in, back in the old days. And that it hit that emotional point. Like, I agree, dude. Like that wasn't just a fight. Like there was this roller coaster. for Liu Kang, and that made the fight like even more impactful. Even when he's lying on the ground, being buzzsawed, and he's looking at him, and it's like dude, this dude is like this blood fly, he's literally being cut in half. I think he was holding his arms, and he's like, there was just this. It was sad. Like you could feel that sadness, dude. And when I talked to Total MK about this, I think he took one of his friends to see it. He said that fight gave him anxiety because of the hat. The hat was whizzing everywhere, and in the cinema, like with that surround sound, you'd hear it go, zoom, zoom, like behind your head and stuff like this. And his friend's like, man, this is freaking me out because I don't know when that hat's going to suddenly fly in. Perfect, because with Kung Lao, he can teleport. His hat is so lightning fast. I think it's not just a great fight, just with the specials and stuff like that, but there was this gravity to it. They nailed it. And yeah, like the portal color change, and the impact of that particular close-up scene.
Yeah.
I sat there going, yeah, that's amazing. They managed to do a 2-in-1 stage transition. We actually got it, right? Yeah. In the movie. It was amazing. Really good.
Gawdly, what did you think?
Well, I guess I can add, because everyone's saying, I agree with everyone so far. I did like seeing that Kung Lao, going back to the moves, this dude was doing hat trick, Tempest, Buzzsaw, all his variations in one fight, and I like seeing that. That was cool. Like just little things like that were really cool to me. And like Fate said, watching it in the theater or cinema, as they say. I like hearing the sound design was just top notch. It was an emotional yet best fight in the movie for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like I'm echoing because like I just agree with you guys in this one. There's nothing to add to it other than not enough mix, I guess. No 50-50s. That's a weird take, but besides that, yeah. The fight was like I like the kill, like the way he had to kill him. That shit was just tight to me. Like I don't know, that was tight.
You had to stop him. Yeah, you had to stop him. There was no other way.
Yeah, there's nothing to add to that. Shit was tight, man.
Tom, what is the Playboy tournament?
What is the what?
What is this guy said, Tom, is it true that you went to the Playboy tournament?
Oh, the CGS Combine Season 1 that was held in the Playboy Mansion, which...
Whoa, what? Whoa, you got some bunnies, bro.
Oh, what the fuck? What's the Playboy tournament?
Is that what you mean?
Nah.
The question is, did you go to it?
No. And for everyone that was there, they'll tell you they put it as close to the front gate as humanly possible so that the rest of these fighting game players couldn't be around actual whatever. And they were like, and the girls they gave must have been on like a 1-day contract because they weren't no real playmates. And that's from fighting game players. So do you know how bad the quality had to be for a fighting game player to say that?
Yeah,
that's some interesting lore, man. Playboy tournament, man. We need some of that. Where's the OnlyFans tournaments at, man?
Mr. Claudtech, thank you for the $2.03. Y'all is MKLK $35 right now on PC with the latest update.
Is it on sale?
I think it's on sale right now. Latest update. Which update are we talking about? Crossplay?
Don't even get me started, man.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to. Yeah, MK2 is a great movie. Yeah, it's on sale. With whatever patches out. Yeah, that will say that.
Yeah.
Quick deviation, because I left the MK LK train when they fucked up the initial release. Is it worth buying now?
Ask Headlocked.
It's MKL. I don't think anyone's even playing it.
Right? Hang on. I've been waiting to do this. Hang on. NGN, Gawdly, you're going to get this reference. I'm having a great time. It's
We're having a great fucking time,
We're having a
Mike.
great time over here.
We're having a great
Okay,
fucking time over here. Okay.
So, look, offline, if you like the games, that's great. That's fine. Online,
All right. There's a fucking petition out to fix the fucking online. All right. That's it. That's all I got to say. There's a petition. That's it. And the petition, the petition caused all kinds of fucking drama. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Really? Damn, I'm out of the loop.
That's it. Yeah. That's all there's.
there is a subset of the classic community that's. Dude, I thought that some of the people on the NRS side were bad. Holy fucking gatekeeping shit. Like, I mean, I'm a big fan of MK, but gee whiz, like these.
Give me some examples. I'd like to. I'm curious to hear this. Before we go back to the movie.
So we're negative, rage bait, clickbait. You know, we're not grateful. That's literally what they called us. Spoiled brats. You know,
bullies.
Bullies.
Not grateful for what?
Oh, because yeah. Well,
oh man.
I'm assuming
the people that say be grateful you have anything at all. You could have got nothing. Those people, you mean?
Yes. Yes.
It's the same shit I've been hearing for 2, 3, 4 years now.
It's the same shit, different collection, shittier netcode. And honestly, here's the thing: we're just saying is, hey, we actually like this game. To be honest, it's just we wish the netcode was just a little bit more playable. That's it. That's all we're saying. And since it's going against their narrative of it being perfect and nothing's wrong with it, therefore we're haters, negative, blah blah blah. And then people like Fate and I, we will take those words that they say and use their own content as proof of contradicting their stupid ass argument. Oh, the online is perfect. And then I'm going to show you a clip. Literally, Fate. Oh my God. Fate's fucking bullying young kids that are streaming the game, basically.
Whoa.
No, I'm just kidding.
Just one.
No, I'm just kidding. No, so look, man. Look, Fate was like, look, he said the game's in a great place. So Fate joined his lobby. So, all right, let's see how great the game is. Fate joins his lobby. He's streaming. And then he says, oh, it's lagging like a bitch, bro. It's lagging so bad. It's underwater. It's 1 frame per second. And he looks into the camera and says, I'm having a great fucking time. And his eyes twitching, dude. You can't make this shit up. I'm just enjoying it. It's fun. I'm enjoying that part of it. But the collection, it's still trash. The online's trash. I hate when people say just play offline. Dude, I've been playing offline for 30 fucking years. I don't need to play offline. If I want to play offline, there's emulators right behind me. I'm playing MK Gold. That's not in a collection. It's emulated perfectly fine. Offline. There you go. It's fine.
I will say though, just before we go back to the movie, that the people that say you should be happy with what you got, and to the old heads that are saying, "Oh, just play it offline," I'm happy to tell anybody this: you are a disease on the franchise. You are literally plaguing the franchise, and you're having it get stuck in the mud. We're supposed to move forward. This is not 1992 anymore. Okay, we had no online back then. We all come from an age where online.
We had online back then. We played on X-Band.
It was like it WaveNet and stuff.
No, before WaveNet, we had X-Band. I was playing online on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. We played online. In general,
bro. That age of gaming was not like known for its online gaming, right? And that's fine.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff we used to enjoy was offline, and that's fine. But that's a different age. If you're taking that mentality into 2026, when you know that all of these pieces of media have moved on, you are literally bad for the franchise. And you calling anybody a fake fan for complaining for more or for basic needs, to me, you're an idiot. Like, there's no nice way to put it. You are actually stupid, and you're disastrous for the franchise.
There's this very big content creator who will remain nameless, and I remember very clearly.
No, Tom, we got a policy over here now. No fake posting. Who is it? No fake posting. You gotta say who it is.
Okay, it was Ketchup, and I remember in his video where he did say that he didn't notice. I don't really care if he noticed that whatever or not, but there were a bunch of issues beyond the input delay, right? There were a bunch of issues that were plaguing it. Now I understand the netcode wasn't very good, and in his preview he didn't have access to the netcode. So I don't think I've given him, like, I don't really think there's an issue there, and maybe he didn't feel the input delay, whatever. But what he reported is what many people reported at the time, because because people were like, the net code is bad, the lobby system is whatever, there's no crossplay. A lot of people felt that the rug got pulled out from under them at the last second. And it wasn't just Ketchup, but it was many others who said, but a lot of people are having a ton of fun playing this game offline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all you have done is play those games offline.
Yeah, that's why I said I've been playing offline.
When you
for
played
years.
Mortal Kombat for
Yeah.
Super Nintendo or Mega Drive or MK2, all you did was play those games offline. In fact, even when you went to the arcade to play MK2, all you did was play it offline. So we were able to play it online. And there were many people, myself, and this is not to me, to whatever on Ketchup. Ketchup and many others said the same thing, that many people are having a great time offline.
And that's fine.
Mm.
You must not have a computer.
But
You
the
must
problem,
not,
but
you
the
know.
problem with that is you've got to understand what the problem is. That's okay for today. However, in 1 week, that is going to be gone. You've played through all the arcade modes, and then all the players leave. And then by the time in 3 months or a year, you say, look, the net code is great, and we got crossplay. All those good people, as the Joker would say in Dark Knight, all these good people, they don't come back. They're gone.
I'm gone.
Mm.
Right? So that's the point we were trying to make back then. So to everyone who was like, oh, you guys are being too negative, people are enjoying the game on. And the only reason why I bring up Ketchup is, in my opinion, he's the best source for Mortal Kombat. If you want legitimate Mortal Kombat news, the problem is there's too many content creators who are all clickbait titles. If you want legitimate Mortal Kombat news that is not based on rumor and innuendo, that has some hardcore evidence in it, everybody should follow K&M right now, because they are the closest thing to real news reporters in the Mortal Kombat scene. And their lore is mostly accurate. Some of their reviews on how the old game plays, they weren't around, so it's close, but not quite. But it's great for lore and the old games and history, and really separating what's real with what's those guys that say game dev. One time there was this guy that was making a ton of videos, has a ton of views in MK11 and he have these documents, and it's like from developer who will remain nameless, and all these leaks for content. And there was, I think Aziz made a tweet as a joke claiming he's a producer for Mortal Kombat and blah, blah, blah. And the guy's video was like, Mortal Kombat producer, new producer says this. And it was Aziz, just like being a troll on the internet. So you go to Ketchup and Mustard for real news. But the reason why that was such a blow, I'm trying to, how do I relate this? I can't relate it worldwide, but to people of America, Ronald Reagan, what he did to unions, how he destroyed it when the air traffic controllers went on strike, and he said, come back to work in 48 hours because they were federal employees, you're fired, and you're banned from any federal job until Bill Clinton over. That one cut of the sword had every employer say, you know what? Fuck unions. I don't give a shit. I'll get rid of all you motherfuckers and get new people too, which is one of the reasons why our wages are so shit now in the States. It's different in every country, obviously. However, in doing that with Ketchup and Mustard, because they are such a big deal, they were the face of that. I know lots of people who are having a good time. And so many people are like, yeah, you can play it online and enjoy it. But what myself and Fate and so many others were saying, okay, they'll enjoy it offline for a week. And even Fate was like, hey, they even altered some of the offline versions of the game, which I thought this was about preserving history. You're nitpicking.
Yeah.
But now that they finally fixed the netcode and crossplay is finally 6 months later done, none of them are back.
I don't think
The
they
game
fixed
is over.
netcode.
The netcode's not fixed, bro.
The netcode is not fixed.
It's still not fixed.
They
So
took the same
no,
netcode that was already shit
Okay,
and just threw crossplay on top of it.
Let's say in 6 months they do fix it.
Now we can
Who's
all
coming
act
back?
together.
Who's coming back? Nobody.
No one. It's done. It's
That's
over.
what they don't realize. So that's
There's that too. And
It was catastrophic. We're saying it's still catastrophic. Oh, you doomers! No, it was catastrophic. It was the end.
it's not even that we're doomers. Like I think my big point is on the back of this box, they kind of flex that rollback netcode thing.
Mm.
They kind of like flex that,
But
and they
it's
do that in the
delay-based, right?
trailers.
It feels like delay based.
It feels like
you just
It feels like
you-
UMK06. That's what it feels like to me.
I was watching you, Fate, do videos where you were like, "Why am I playing a guy in Ireland on a free to download app in Fightcade and the connection is flawless?
Mhm.
But this that I paid for, I can't play my neighbor."
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you
so
can't play
to
UMK.
add insult to injury, the other day, so I've got a video planned to do a Dragoon where we're going to go through a whole bunch of fighting games and show off the online. Right, fucking World Heroes Perfect. As evidence, I can say Gawdly and I have played World Heroes Perfect online with proper rollback, and it was like we were playing side by side, apart from maybe an occasional lag spike, right?
Random
So-
like, here and there, and that's fine
Yeah.
because we're all the way far away. Like it doesn't have to be perfect, but that's playable. But
Yeah.
that shit, like, and World Heroes Perfect does have a trailer that says featuring rollback netcode, and there's 2 screens. They're trying to show flex off their rollback, and it's on the box and shit. It's not on the World Heroes Perfect. It doesn't say that at all. It just says it's online. They're just like, it's there.
Mhm.
It's tacked on, and this shit. What, you know? It's, I don't know. We're haters, man. We're all a bunch of
the
ungrateful
worst part-
bastards.
Yeah, we are ungrateful bastards.
Yeah.
Thank you, my DEI hire.
Yeah,
no, I'm just
exactly.
kidding, bro.
DEI hire, exactly.
But the problem is though, is that these fuckers, the worst part is that they go, well, if you don't like it, just go play something else. Go back to Fightcade. Oh man, does my fucking dick itch with that shit. Because it's like, well, hang on a sec. So, and again, keep in mind that these people primarily are based in America. So they've got a really big pool of fighters, right? And now they got crossplay. So now the console population is now open up to them. So they're, as Jello would say, oh, having a great time, right? Of course they're having a great time because they got a bigger pool of people, right? I can't stand that shit. We all paid for it.
Even if
Like-
they're having, even if it's fine in their circle, it's still laggy within the states. The lobbies still crash to the point where you have to close the game out, reboot the game. Like, it's ghetto as fuck, dude. It's some ghetto shit, bro. I'm just being honest.
And
It's
you
just
know,
ghetto.
let me tell you why I was upset. One of my biggest, the most joy I've ever had playing Mortal Kombat is from MK Deadly Alliance to Deception. Only because there were so many people in Deadly Alliance who didn't have access to a local scene, couldn't travel. They were not in the tournament scene, but they were Mortal Kombat players. They were not on Tekken Zaibatsu. They were on MK5.org. It went from MK Nightmares to was MK5.org.
Yeah.
And I was able to share all this knowledge that was collectively gained by all of us playing on the sites. And then when Deception came out, I got to play people who I otherwise had no shot of ever playing. I mean, ever. You know, and I would have never played them. You know, when were they ever going to travel? An MK9? No, they're not traveling for that shit. You know, they weren't tournament players, but I could play them. And it was awesome to talk to these people and play these people who learned the game. And a lot of them were excellent players. I'm like, these guys, I'm sure, ended up being outstanding players in Deadly Alliance. And it was cool to play them, that connection of people you're only talking to on a forum anywhere in the country or the world, whatever. And now you're playing them. That's just an awesome feeling. You know, there's no substitution for that. And not only was my take and Fate's take, people are not going to come back for this because they never do. But you're also ruining a possibility of another legacy collection for the games that are not in this one. They're never going to revisit it. You're never going to get Deadly Alliance. You know, the MK9, that ain't never happening. You know, and this game just tanked it. And that was the whole point, you know, and that's what we were trying to make. And it's like, this is a benchmark. And if it ends up being a disaster, someone's going to say, well, that was a disaster because it wasn't profitable. People returned how many copies of it, and we had to dispatch and that patch. And it just was, so I don't think anyone's going to ever revisit a legacy collection ever again.
At least not for a very, very, very long time. All right, we'll get back into the movie. Tom, thank you for the $5. Tom is spitting right now.
Oh, I have one more take before we get back into the movie.
Yep.
That really struck me, and I left this to you in a message, Mike. When I left the movie, I thought, very few games translate to movies, music, pop culture. Very few that take. Resident Evil is one of them. Zombies, it's always going to work, right? Mortal Kombat always sells. Comics, music, movies, animated series. It's so over in pop culture that it's not available in X amount of countries, and it's a Western game, and it still dominates. Even when it's bad, it dominates.
Yeah.
And I thought, if it were any other thing but a fighting game with this type of global icon status, 8 million sales, 15 million sales would be a colossal disaster. It's only because it's like saying, and this is not a popular, I'm not saying I'm one of these people, you're good for a girl, right? You know that old saying people would say? It's good for a fighting game. Basically means your sales are shit. But because you're a fighting game, that's pretty good.
I do hate that take.
Any other game that would have this type of global icon to sell 8 million copies would be a colossal failure.
Layoffs.
Which shows that fighting games are still a niche thing.
Yep.
But developers don't realize that. They're trying to do what moviegoers, what movie people realize you shouldn't do in a horror movie. Don't try to make it accessible to the general public, because just the nature of being a gore, whatever horror movie, they're not going to whatever. So keep it more true to what it is. A fighting game, they say, if we can squeeze 1 or 2 million more sales by making it accessible, let's do it. Yeah. Tekken 4 came out in what year?
Oh,
do we know what year it was?
2001. I think it's 2001, isn't it? Tekken
was it 2001?
Or was it?
I thought it was like 02 or shit.
Okay. Right now Street Fighter is number 2 under Mortal Kombat, right?
Oh, 01. Okay.
Street Fighter sales. Well, the game, Street Fighter is number 2.
So Street Fighter sales were what?
I think it's approaching 7 million.
Approaching 7 million. Tekken 4, without online play, sold 4.3 million units. Fighting games as a whole have not overall even doubled that. If you sell 5 million fighting games, they say that was great. If you sell 7 million units, that's phenomenal. Several million units is 2.7 million more than Tekken 4 sold. 2.7 million more units as a fighting game 25 years later. That's terrible growth.
Agree.
And that's because fighting game developers haven't realized, sure, you could make it more for the overall audience, but your sales will be minuscule compared to how many decades you've been trying to turn it into a blockbuster. It ain't ever going to happen. A fighting game will never be a fucking excuse my language, a blockbuster. But what you're doing is in trying to make it that, you're pissing off or making it not as fun for the real fighting game players.
Hmm.
Now, I understand as a developer, the difference between 4.5 million sales and 7 million sales is great. It's more money. What I'm saying is if you never ingratiated the general public, you lost 2.4 million fighting game players, but gained 2.5 million casuals who are now causing a civil war in what should be in a fighting game. Had you never bent the knee, and I'm not saying for fun, Fate, what I'm saying is these obnoxiously long combos that take 1 minute. It isn't top players that want to be stuck in a combo for 1 minute, right? You know what I mean? It's like, we got to be over the top and give them all the sparkles and the this and the that. And that's not what you need. Whether you're a top fighting game player or a real fighting game fan, you're very similar in what things you like. You know, what I look at is they're trying to appease what I call the casual competitive. I'm casual, but if I'm losing, I don't. You're not a casual. You know what I mean? Because you don't care if you win or lose, right? So, had they never bent the knee, they wouldn't have lost the 2.5 million people. Fighting games, whether they bent the knee or not, would be selling the exact same number. Period.
Yeah. Apart from Smash Bros, that's the only one that breaks
When they
up.
didn't bend the knee, they sold 4.3 million units in 2001. That's before they were bending the knee. If they never bent the knee, do we not think in 26 years they could have added 2.5, 2.7 million more fighting game players that are just true hardcore fighting game players? Of course they could have. No, they lost 2.5 to 3 million hardcore fighting game players and gained 3 million casuals. But they think that's growth. No, you didn't get, you would have had the exact same number. Fighting games will always be niche.
Yeah.
There is no other way a movie can have, a game can have the cachet of Mortal Kombat and only sell 8 million units. That is atrocious. Hey, Blizzard, you just reached that new Diablo expansion. It only sold 8 million units. Somebody's getting fired.
Look at 2XKO with Riot. Layoffs.
Somebody
it didn't take off like it's like League of
these
Legends.
other games, a game like World of Warcraft will sell in a single day what Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat sell combined over multiple games over 20 years. And fighting games will never graduate to the promised land. They're the horror movie of video games.
Yeah. Agreed.
But developers have confused. Oh, look. Street Fighter has sold how many units now? Let's say 7 million. Look at Tekken. How many units has Tekken 8 sold? Do we know?
Last we heard, it was 3 million.
3 million. Tekken 8 is on par with Tekken 4.
Yeah. We haven't heard a single update since the 3 million.
So my point isn't about is it scrubby or is it skilled? I don't want to get in that argument because that could be subjective based on who you talk to.
Yeah.
Is there defense or is there not defense? You could look at offensive mechanics double as I was an Ice Clone guy. I can't complain about defensive mechanics masquerading as offensive mechanics because I think the Ice Clone is probably the most omega version of that move ever. There will never be a move that's equally as godlike on defense and offense as what I made my bread and butter with. So I would be a hypocrite to do that. But what I'm saying is the overall design of fighting games, they have tried to, I think Street Fighter would have sold the exact same number whether they tried to be more accessible or not. Tekken, they sold the same number when they weren't trying. Tekken 4 is brutal. You will not find a game more merciless on a Tekken Tag 2. It's not accessible for a beginner. The sales, the math is not mathing. There's Tekken 7, right? But Tekken 7 took a while to become Tekken 7 as well. Whether you're trying to making a fighting game more accessible has not really helped the sales. Anyone that can point to the sales and say, look, They were selling 4.3 million. Now they're selling 7 million. They would have sold that anyway. In 25 years of growth, you would have gained the same 2.7 million people. But you wouldn't have had the Civil War, and you would have had a better fighting game scene because fighting games would be made for people that love fighting games.
So, Tom, do you think if they make the next Mortal Kombat game and they focus on the hardcore fans, they'll more or less make the same
sales
amount of
won't
money?
matter. That's a myth. They won't matter. If you took the new Terrifier and let's just say and tried to make it a little more family friendly, right? And let's say the sales didn't change. They could say, look, it still was just as good. No, you might have gained 1 million non-horror fans, but you lost 1 million dedicated horror fans when you could have built on it and gained 2 million fans. Kept the same 1 million and built another million.
I agree with you. I don't.
And Mortal Kombat, this movie is proof of that. There is no justification for a game being as iconic as Mortal Kombat and only selling 8 million. Any other game, as like how many games did Resident Evil sell?
You know? I'm typing it right now. 1 second.
I have no idea. Probably a lot. Resident Evil is like Capcom's golden goose.
It's already, when did it come out? It came out in February 27th. So a few months ago, it's already at 6.91 million units.
I'm not surprised. Resident Evil is a juggernaut as well.
It's already at
in the first 5 days, it sold 5 million. In the first 5 days.
So it sold what Street Fighter sold in 2 years in 5 days.
Yeah.
It sold what Mortal Kombat sold in 2 years in 5 days.
There's no battle pass. There's no fucking what you call that shit? Season passes, all that.
And that's still a horror game.
Niche. In a niche category.
Game, right?
Yeah. Horror games niche. I don't think they are.
Survival horror?
Exactly. Now, let's take a game that has like a hardcore following. Be it like World of Warcraft. I don't know what the World of Warcraft movie made. I have no idea.
Legend of Zelda.
Do we know what the World of Warcraft movie made?
I think it bombed it. I watched like.
Oh, you talking about
and I watched some of it. How much? I might have watched 5 minutes of it. I might have just watched a trailer actually. Now that I think about it.
439 million worldwide.
Wait, what are you saying? World of Warcraft the game?
The movie,
not the movie.
The Warcraft
movie.
The 2016 Warcraft movie grossed almost 500 million.
Wow. Okay, I was talking out my ass. I thought it fucking bombed. I heard everyone shit on it.
It's the name.
So almost 500 million. There for a game that has that level of cachet. World of Warcraft is huge in pop culture. To have that level of cachet, let's say they released a new expansion and it sold 8 million units. Who's getting fired?
A lot of people.
There is no reason for games to have this level of cachet that are this big in pop culture. See, Resident Evil is niche. They don't say, you know what? Some people, they just don't like scary games. Let's make it less scary.
I don't know if Resident Evil's niche, specifically maybe Silent Hill.
That genre.
Oh, the genre? Okay, yeah.
Right? It's still a niche genre.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, for sure.
But it's still going to sell 16 to 18 million. Right? But they don't say, you know what? Let's make everything bright and sunny and just a little less creepy so that we can kind of get... They won't do that because it's niche. Fighting game developers have confused new players for our sales are improving. If you are selling 6 and 7 million games 21 years after a game sold 4.3 million, you're not improving. You're losing fighting game players and replacing them with less hardcore fighting game players. So you gained 2.7 million fighting game players, but you also lost 2.7 million fighting game players overall in the genre. But you gained 2.3 million, 2.734 million casuals. So you might have you gained 3 million fighting game players, but then you also lost 3 million old fighting game players and replaced them with 3 million casuals. And now you say, look, 7 million. But what you're doing is you're diluting the ocean.
I think it's a good point. I might even
It's a really good point.
Right.
It's a really good point because they're going to be good. That 3 million, wherever they gain, that's like what, 2 weeks, maybe a month if there's enough content in the game. 2 weeks tops. Once rank comes out, they get bopped and ranked by all the fucking FGC sweats. It's over.
No, I think Tom makes a good point. I might actually even clip that and put that up as that entire spiel as because fighting game developers do need to hear that. That is a really good point. But let's not deviate too much because we still got some characters to cover for
we were talking about a movie, right? Oh yeah, that's right.
No.
I thought I was in a board meeting. Like,
Shit, man, this is beautiful.
YouTuber Spada, thank you for the $2. Waited a half hour for UMK free, no uploaded.
Yeah.
I heard.
Oh god.
John should be his own podcast.
Thank you for the $2. It's rolled back, but it's implemented incorrectly.
I need to interject that this guy right here.
He knows a lot of shit.
We need to keep an eye on this guy. This guy, I've been talking about asking people to mod this game. This dude came out of nowhere, and he actually got Ultimate MK3, I think, Mega Drive working in the collection.
MK Gold. And MK Gold.
Yeah. So I'm keeping on an eye on this guy because when this guy pops off with what he's working on, it's going to be good. But he's figured out what they're doing.
I'm not even going to reveal it, but it goes beyond MK. It's Midway related, but it goes beyond MK. It's Midway related that he added into the game. That's all I'm saying.
Better be.
That's all I got to say.
Alliance. It better be. If it's Deadly Alliance.
It's more OG than that, but it's definitely OG era. Like it stays within that era of where Legacy Collection goes. I will tell you that.
Okay.
So they'll say that, but
I'm a 3D
he's
guy.
cooking.
I'm telling you,
John, the small kid, is cooking, bro.
I know Fate's not a 3D guy, but if they re-released MK Deadly Alliance, man,
you'll shill it even if the online's trash.
Oh yeah.
No, the online.
Hell yeah.
I'm joking. Online comes out.
Charles will be like, I don't care.
I've still got Deadly Alliance. I've got it behind me. Sometimes I'll pop it on and just sit there and play it on my own, and it sucks because it's such an amazing fighting game that I want to sit here and play it with people. One
of the best happy accidents ever. A total accident.
And
sorry, Blackheart is blowing up my Discord. All right, let's move on to. I want to talk a bit about Johnny Cage. We'll start with Fate. What did you feel about Johnny Cage? Because he's also one of the characters in the lead up to this film that had a lot of discussion around him. Whether it was his age, if it was the right character, is he going to be the main character? Like, what did you feel about Johnny in this film?
So they needed a heavyweight to carry the film. Obviously, Katana is too, but like I think after the 2021 movie, they needed they needed to have like a central figure that everyone could sort of relate to or recognize, and that was Cage. But Carl Urban, I wasn't sure in the trailers. And I love Carl, everything from all the way back to Lord of the Rings as Aemir, and then of course Judge Dredd, which we still need a sequel to. He's a great actor, and of course the boys. But in the film, he sold it for me. Like he is not to. I mean, me and Tom, like, like you're getting up, like you're getting into the 40s, and shit, I'm going to be 50 next year, right? And he kind of, it's kind of like, I'll be honest, man, like I really love what they did with him because it's like society looks at certain demographics of age and go, yeah, you're done. You hit this level. You're fucking old. You're this, you're that. You got nothing in the tank. And that's not actually true. It's one of the things I really liked about this Raiden and this movie actually was that Cage was kind of like everyone where they feel like they're stuck. They got nothing left, everyone's beating on them, down on them, or the world is making them feel like they got, there's no hope. And it really felt like they'll, say, no, you're here for a reason. This, not to get too heavily into faith here, but like, one of the things I really love about Christianity is the fact that, like, and I heard this in a clip, is that you have to understand that, like, because God makes every single one of us, again, as my faith, and I know a couple of you guys are Christian as well, God decided that for his universe, he wanted you in it. Just think about that. He's like, I've got this creation. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Maybe without swearing. That's the Australian God, right? But he's like,
created you.
But he's like, but it's not complete without you in it. Do you understand how big that is? Right? That's what I got with Cage. That's what I got with that character. It's like, you're chosen for a reason. Right? No arcana shit or any of that dumb crap. But like, he's like, no, you were chosen for a reason. Right? And it's because, the elder gods or whatnot, they can see beyond what he considers a failure when it's actually growth, So I don't know. I thought he was great. The fighting was really good. Apparently he did the splits himself too. So,
I heard he did a lot of the stunts.
Yeah.
Gawdly, what did you think of Johnny Cage in this film?
I loved it. I loved that it was I like the old man take of Johnny Cage. I thought it was, he was hilarious as always, being a troll. I think I was like, Carl's a beast actor, so he was a great Johnny Cage. Only thing I think was, which it's not him the actor or the character, it's more so the writing thing that I was kind of lost on. But someone, I don't know, like when he was fighting Baraka and they did the whole believe in yourself moment and they're doing the arm spinning thing, initially I was lost, but because I just didn't understand that at first. I was like, well, why all of a sudden now this motherfucker can fight? That's where I was kind of like, yeah, that was literally the only thing but that's not so much on the actor part, more so on the writing. They're trying to figure out a way to make Johnny Cage know how to fight at some point in this movie. So because throughout the movie up until that point, he's just like this guy that he's just there. Like he's not supposed to be there. He got tied into this shit and dragged into it. He's like, dude, I'm just the old washed up actor, So that was the only thing I was kind of like, huh, initially. But I don't know. I still like, at the end of the day, Johnny Cage was fucking hilarious. He was Johnny Cage. I loved how when they get the amulet, hit that whole interaction with Kano was hilarious. Them two were hilarious. Obviously, the Baraka and Johnny Cage shit was fucking hilarious. How they're just, man, the way they flipped that was cool too. So, besides that part, other than that, I was Gucci with it. I liked it.
And Tom, what did you think yourself of Johnny?
I thought it would be hard to replace Lyndon Ashby as Johnny Cage. Because Carl Urban doesn't look like Johnny Cage. But I don't know you're ever going to find a better version of that than Carl Urban. His mannerisms were identical to Johnny Cage. Even the camera angles and his fighting stances, absolutely when you saw that, you recognize that's Johnny Cage from the game. You recognize it. Even how he does the sunglasses, it was very natural. It was, even when he does the, this, like it's the way, it's almost as if he motion captured the character on the game. Like he was identical to Johnny Cage's mannerisms, how he moves, absolutely identical. He also is very human. The audience needs something they can relate to, like Faith said. And from the beginning of the movie, and this resonates with me because there are times when I'll be out in the wild randomly, not as much anymore, or friends will say this, hey man, why don't you get back in there and compete? Why don't you? And it's like, Nobody cares about that shit, man. Or in my Diablo 4, my Discord group, they're like, they want me to say like character or all these old, and I'm like, nobody cares, man. You know, like it was a long time ago. That shit doesn't sell. Nobody cares, right?
Yeah.
Like very much like, and to him, he's like, I was a fighter back then when I won this, when I won that, when I did this movie. Not only does it's old, nobody even wants to see that shit anymore.
Mhm.
So he went from someone who I have no value. Nobody, I'm old. I can't get in the ring anymore and fight in tournaments. My movies, that style that I make, nobody wants it. It's aged out. Nobody wants to see that stuff anymore. Why am I even in this tournament? Right? Why would you even choose me? Like that's another life. That's not even me anymore. And in the end, for him to realize, like, why he was actually chosen, it was not for any of the reasons that he thought.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of self-realization, and it wasn't the instant success of MK1. Oh, my Arcana's here, This is why that was MK1.
Yeah.
Right? Kano, oh, look, I got this tattoo now. Oh, my eye beams, like Jax. Oh, I'm struggling for 5 minutes. Oh, look, now I've got these metal arm. Now my Arcana's here, right? Even Cole Young. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh, woe is me. Oh, I'm losing to Goro. Oh, look at this. Ha. It took him the whole movie. And he had moments where it was very serious. Then he was almost the punching bag of the movie. And then he turns around, and the whole full circle aspect of it made it all a very serious arc that people really could get behind and resonate and relate with, which is very important in a character in a movie. So I think Carl, and it was such a great scene. Being someone who's met Ed Boon many times, I think I'm going to give Ed Boon credit. Ed Boon did a great job. Ed Boon is such a great person to talk to. So many people think, oh my God, if Tom got in the room with Ed Boon, man, he'd be like The Rock. I'm going to put this, Ed Boon, you're trash. It would never be like that. I think even Ed Boon thinks I would talk to him that way, even though I never have. It was such a good, like anyone, when Ed Boon appeared in the bar, everyone who loves Mortal Kombat smiled in the movie theater.
Yep.
And I mean everybody. And that the interaction with Ed and Carl Urban was perfect. It was the Johnny Cage story went above and beyond the tournament arc. There was everyone else in there was about Liu Kang was almost like a cog in the movie because it was about the tournament and the combat. So was Katana. Katana was the cog. She has her roles. But most of the storytelling was done from the Johnny Cage perspective, which made it bigger than, a tournament to save the world, which is what really brought people in. And Carl Urban's perfect for that.
When I watched it, I actually had no word of a lie. When he was sitting at Comic-Con and like no one recognized who he was, and then he went to his car boot and he was saying, no one gives a shit about this 80s stuff anymore. I was literally thinking, this guy sounds like Tom Brady. Yeah. Like, people do care. You don't care.
I was like, if I went to a Comic-Con, they'd be like, go ahead and tell us that you get no respect, whatever these one-liners are that I have, right? Tell us how it's your character, like whatever.
That was my first thought, but I really liked how I loved how they portrayed older Johnny in this, because we've gotten the goofy Johnny for a long time. A lot of people were saying, again, to the detractors of the film, they were saying, they made Johnny a bit goofy in this film and he was a bit of an afterthought. And I was like, but you're the same people that like the 95 Mortal Kombat film, and he was quite goofy in that film. He was doing goofy shit.
He literally fell into the ocean with his luggage and shit. There was so much goofy shit. I'm like, dude, MK95 people are so toxic, man. They just want to hear Techno Syndrome the whole movie. They want to see the same shit. Scorpion.
Those Cary Tagawa deliveries.
Yeah, they were great. No, that was great. No, that was great for sure.
MK95 is amazing, but this version of Johnny I prefer it to
Yeah.
the 95 version of Johnny. I thought there's way more to work with here, and I like how he ended up getting his power in
He
the end.
felt like Johnny Cage.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
felt like Johnny Cage.
It felt like I was watching the Johnny Cage after life had passed him by. I didn't feel like, and when Carl Urban got cast, I said it on live stream before. I was very happy because I was like, Carl Urban is a sick actor. They're clearly going to go for an older Johnny. They're not going to try and sell us on this is a young guy in Hollywood. In some old American films, they'll be in high school and you'll be like, that dude's 30 years old. Like, you're not selling that to me.
Yeah.
But it never felt like that. It felt like, okay, they know what they're doing here. I like the fact that, because I think a lot of people, at least from what I saw from the reviews that I was watching, were under the impression that Johnny was going to beat Shao Kahn. And I was like, I never got that idea in my head that Johnny was. I didn't think that Kitana was when I was watching the trailers. I thought, oh, Liu's probably going to do it because he does it in the games. But I think the way they utilized him was really good. The dynamic between Baraka and Johnny was great. And also the dynamic between Kano and Johnny was really good. And I could see a buddy cop film between them. Like those two in like a Shaolin monk style movie.
Oh my God.
Kano,
that would be so
bro.
perfect. Oh my God.
Sign me up.
Bro. Fly me out for that shit. You know what I mean? Like, God.
Yeah. I think, or at least like a TV series, not a movie, but like a TV show with expanding the MK lore and having Johnny and Kano in like a buddy cop thing. I'd love that.
Man.
But
you know what, Ed?
In there.
Let this movie, Ed, show you some purpose. That like Johnny Cage, who he wasn't there to win a tournament. He wasn't even there to beat anybody. He was there to shadow kick an amulet. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So even people past their prime can have a massive impact.
Yeah.
Ed, just bring me in, man. I don't even want to get paid. I don't need to win a tournament anymore. All right. I've put in my dues. But if you really want to bring Mortal Kombat back, let me shadow kick the amulet, Ed. I'll take care of it.
Do you know what? I'll clip that and I'll put it on Twitter and I'll tag him. It'll be like Tom Brady has a message for Ed Boon.
And
I'll tag him.
That'd be cool.
But just shifting gears slightly, we mentioned Kano, who I think was the standout in the first film by a country mile. And I think, again, there's an argument to be made that he's the standout in this film again. I saw a lot of people trying to say that MK2 was going for like the Marvel humor. I actually disagree with them. I think maybe they tried to, but they actually came off funny. I was actually genuinely laughing, and the guy that plays Kano got the most laughs out of me. And I heard that a lot of his stuff was improvised. They didn't even write those lines for him, which would make sense because I was listening to it and I was like, they didn't. That's an Australian dude just rattling off.
Yeah, that's Fate, right? Fate was in his ear.
Yeah.
That's some Fate shit. When he called Quan Chi Pennywise, dude, that's some Fate shit, bro.
Bro, like my girl was laughing every time he said something. She was like, okay, this is the guy. This is the one that I can sort of like relate to. And I thought it was even more funny that he was the only character they resurrected, but Quan Chi was like, he barely has a soul to even bring back as a revenant. And then he just pestered Quan Chi for like the duration of the film. So I really liked him. I think he basically stole the show again. But Fate, as an Australian, how did you feel about seeing Kano's portrayal?
He was crying, probably.
So all these years, when I've been giving people nicknames for shit, there you go. You just that is literally what we fucking do over here. Everyone gets a nickname. It's just how it rolls. I don't know. It's just funny. I mean, Kano literally needed a chiropractor after the first movie. He carried that, like he's just the funniest shit. Because that's how we talk. Like we just give each other shit all the time, and it's the same thing. Like I was surprised though, the twist. Like that was the shocking part actually for me. He's like standing there, line. He's like, yeah. Right, bang, like lines them up. He's like, have you seen this fucking place? It's all sand and shit.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, man, he's describing Australia. Like, you know, no, it was really funny. Like, he's great. He's, yeah. I turned to my daughter a couple of times, you know, when he was on screen doing what he's doing, and it's like, I'm so proud of being an Australian right now. Like, that is really just us. Like, that is 100% Australia, you know.
Mhm.
But no, I liked him. Like, he's just I know somebody mentioned Pennywise and Voldemort's sack, and like,
Oh,
it's just,
dude.
it is like, I can't describe it. That is exactly how we are. Like, that's how I just nickname people, you know, like it just must be an Aussie thing, you know. So I'm just
It
sitting there
is.
going, hey, that's me, that's us, that's my country, you know. So I felt very connected. But I just hope at some point he gets the faceplate, because right now they're skirting around it, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I thought he'd get the faceplate after the reptile attack, and then he didn't, you know.
Mhm.
And then in this movie, I thought when he come back, he might get a cybernetic eye, and he didn't. So I don't know. I don't know what they get. Maybe they just won't in their version. They won't.
I don't
But
think they will. I think they're gonna. I think this version of Kano won't have a cybernetic eye. I think they'll just go with magic.
yeah, I'm not against that. I mean, but I mean, his superpowers giving people. He fucking annoyed Quan Chi. Like, he literally annoyed the motherfucker from hell, right? The dude that's like hanging around with
Another
demons
realm,
and
yeah.
shit, constantly under that stress, right? You got this fucking Australian bugging the shit out of him, and he's like, you know, like, he's like, fight his eyeball, you know, and he's rubbing along there, you fucking grub. Like, that is, dude, that is so Australian, it's scary. I mean, you guys, you know, in Britain, you guys know what it's like. You guys have all your own slang, the way you talk to people, you reference stuff, you know. It's
Yeah.
just, you know what it's like when it's so entrenched and you
Yeah.
see it on screen. It's like, man, that's fucking good. That's good. Yep. So,
Yeah.
no, I love him, man. He's great. I got to get a Kano eye. People keep telling me I got to get a Kano faceplate for videos
I
now.
gave you one in the thumb though. So
It was, yeah, that looked great, man. I love that. I need something like that to put on movies. So, like, for my videos.
Gawdly, what did you think of Kano's portrayal in this film?
Dude, Kano was the shit, dude. Literally, I think I messaged Faye. I was like, maybe I hopped in the chat after I seen the movie. I was like, dude, you did great in the movie, man. I was proud of you. Because dude, he was hilarious. Like, in general, with this movie, I was telling people, I was like, you know what, to be honest, Mortal Kombat is a comedy, bro. Like, I laughed a lot. I think it might be the funniest movie I've seen this year. And that's not saying much, because there really isn't comedy like that. But dude, so far, I think I laughed a lot in that movie. Like, that shit was funny. Yeah. And when people are like, oh, Quan Chi's design is trash, I'm like, yeah, so what? Kano let you know that in the movie. Like, he was literally making fun of him, whatever, you know, and I'm just like, I don't know. Kano was the shit. He was hilarious. I liked how the way he asked for his eyeball with Quan Chi, like, dude, everything. Every time he was on the screen, it was like, oh, here we go. So I'm happy with it.
Tom,
I just need Kano ball.
Yeah. Tom, did you have any thoughts on Kano?
Kano as a character was amazing. He didn't really play too much into the overall, like, fighting aspect of the movie overall, but I mean, Kano was a good transition from one thing to the next. You know, enter Kano, whether it's from a fight scene to what's next or whatever. Kano was a great. There was never any dead air because they could fill it with Kano, and he was generally entertaining. You know, and it wasn't cheap James Gunn Guardians of the Galaxy humor. You know, it was. They gave Kano a very witty personality. You know what I mean? So, and you say, yeah, that's what Kano would talk like. Even looking at this guy, you say, yeah, that's what I would expect this guy, if I was at the bar with him, this is what he would do. This is what he would say, right? It wasn't over the top. He wasn't trying to be funny. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't comic relief. So it came off as genuine, which is why it was so entertaining.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. There's only a couple more characters to really reference that had a big part in the movie, so I'm going to do them in two bunches, because all four of these characters sort of coincide. So the first bunch we'll do is Jax and Sonya. I was surprised that Jax got killed, especially after what happened in the first film. He already went through so much shit in the first film, and then the death was extremely brutal. I was like, of all the deaths in the film, because it might not seem like the most brutal one, like when you're looking, but when you actually stop to think about it, what Shao Kahn did to him was actually gnarly. And I actually really liked Jax and Sonya in this film. Sonya wasn't as prevalent in the film as I thought she'd be, but I think Jax's fight with Jade was pretty cool. He didn't really do much outside of that, but then his moment with Shao Kahn was quite memorable. He got violated pretty badly. So what? I'll start with Gawdly. What was your thoughts on Jax and Sonya in this film?
Jax and Sonya. Sonya, not much of an impact. I wasn't obviously praising her role. She did what she had to do. Obviously, she got to do her rings and stuff. That was cool. She played her role well. I mean, it wasn't a big. I don't know. She didn't feel like this big role to me, but Jax was tight. Jax was tight. I like Jax because I like his Jade interaction, the way he just was like, man, that's some shit I'll do, bro. I swear. Man, hold on, girl. You know, so I like Jax. Jax was tight. His death did shock me. I was like, damn. Like I literally was like, damn. I was like, wow. But I don't know. Jax, both those characters, I do feel like both characters didn't have the biggest role. Jax had a bigger role, in my opinion, than Sonya. But overall, when he had his time to shine, his fight scenes or whatever, even like when they were trolling Johnny Cage in the Baraka fight, you know, that was hilarious. Oh, you gonna die, you know, like all that, dude. All that was hilarious. So, like, once again, movie was funny.
You know what I found really funny is he hit on Jade and then he picked her up and slammed her into the staff, and I was like, dude. Like he threw her so hard, I thought her back was gonna break.
No, for sure, dude, that shit, bro. Like I said, Jax was dope. Sonya wasn't bad. It just she didn't do too much besides her fight with Sindel, which was good. It was all right, but I'm happy. I'm happy with Jax. Sonya, man, all right, beautiful actress though. She was actress. Other than that, yeah, cool with it.
Yeah, Faye, how did you feel about Jax and Sonya in this film?
I think I liked them better. I think Jax is starting to grow on me, like with the actor, because I've always been a big Michael J. White fan. You know, like when he did the series, I always loved his Jax portrayal because he was older. You know, so he had that gravitas, you know, that goes with it as well. Like, but I think I'll be honest, like that. Yeah, that really took me out. I'm like, when they killed him, it's like, holy shit. You know, they were willing to take that stake to a degree. I mean, obviously at the end where they're like, oh, we got a necromancer, so basically, you know, we can get backsies now. But like, at that point in the film, it was like, wow, holy shit. Like, you know, you don't really anticipate Jax being taken out. But yeah, I mean, Sonya. Yeah, it sort of felt like that. I don't know. It felt like they scaled them back. So when they were, you know, having to step up or speak or fight or whatever, it felt like it was like a little bit more important. You know, the first movie felt like there was a lot of, I don't know. I prefer the magic aspect of Mortal Kombat rather than the special forces. You know. So it kind of felt like they kind of took a backseat, which I'm not against. I mean, they're great characters, but, you know, I definitely prefer the swords and sorcery type, you know, in Mortal Kombat. But no, I think the Jax, definitely Jax, he's definitely growing as a character. It'd be really interesting to see now what they do in the third movie, you know, obviously, because now they can do revenants. Is he going to come back as one? Is he not? You know, is he going to come back with some MK11 PTSD like they did, you know, where he was like really shook up, you know, from all the stuff that's happened. So, yeah, I don't know. So
yeah, the only thing about that scene that made me laugh is like after they killed Jax, it was like this. It was moving really fast, and it just felt like everyone went anyway, and then they just went on to the next thing, which is kind of what they did with Cole as well. Like Cole had one of the most brutal deaths in the film, And then everyone was like, wait, Cole's not here. All right, anyway, we need to get on with this. Like it was. I felt a little bit bad because I was like, I didn't want Cole in the film, but I like Lewis Tan, and I felt like he should have been Kenshi and not Cole, and it just felt like he had to be killed. But I also felt bad in being one of the people online going, why is this guy in the film? And then they broomed his body into the Deadpool stage. I was like, that is. I hope that we see him again in like some capacity, maybe like as a spirit in the Netherrealm or something. Like nothing major, but he's a part of the movie universe. He doesn't need to be a main character. He doesn't need to be on the screen for more than 10 minutes. But a reference in the new film, in the newer film, would be nice. But Tom, what did you think of Jackson Sonya in this film?
Sonya was just kind of there. I mean, she didn't really get involved too much one way or the other, you know. Oh, good choice for it. You know, I mean, I guess as good as any for Sonya. Jax, I thought his character development went into a lot more detail than it did in the first one. I also think that they're trying to set up some type of Revenant, because they're trying to mix in all the ideas from the MK games. So you could have like a Cole Young, a Jax, Revenant, so to speak, right? Situation in the next movie.
Mm-hmm.
So his death, I mean, when he was fighting Shao Kahn, his death was imminent. I didn't really think it was going to go any other way. But what I was thinking is this is something that they're going to come back to when they bring him back as a Revenant, which would mirror the MKX. So they're going to get to the MKX, some of the MKX storyline through a different path. You know what I mean? So I think I could see Jax coming back as a Revenant. I think Kung Lao will come back again as a Revenant, as you know, Liu Kang's trying to. Liu Kang, who also died, will come back as a Revenant.
Yeah, we need to talk about Liu Kang quickly. Actually, we need to discuss what the hell happened.
Can we? Can we please?
I was fine with almost everything because they made Liu Kang look really strong in this film. Like if Shao Kahn didn't have his immortality gimmick, he would have been torched like 100 times. And then we get to the end of the film, Liu Kang gets stabbed, and he goes, "Oh wait, I'm not meant to be here," and he just disappears into the heaven. I was
that was funny. That shit was dumb. I'm not.
he put what that reminded me of is the agonizing Luke Skywalker Kylo Ren death in episode 8, where he's just like, "See you around, kid," disappears, and I'm like, we're like, what was that? That's what Liu Kang did.
I didn't understand it though. Like, how did he have the ability to just basically go, "No, I'm not dying today," and just disappear?
Well, they didn't want someone to physically kill Liu Kang. So they just almost like, we all know Liu Kang would have killed Shao Kahn. He was immortal. Shao Kahn didn't technically kill Liu Kang. His quest is to find Kung Lao and bring him back from another realm, whatever.
Yeah.
So I think they went that route. I think we're going to see in the next one, I think they're trying to set up Liu Kang, trying to be in the nether realm to rescue Kung Lao, also Revenant, Jax, etc. All those will play a part in it. I think the nether realm will be a big part of the next movie. So I think they're just trying to put all the pieces in place for that. So like Liu Kang was super strong this whole movie. And then it was like, oh, by the way, got to cut this short because we got to get to where we want to go in the next movie. So off you go. That's what it was. He was very unceremoniously dismissed from the movie, which was very strange based on how he was built up. Like he was extremely strong in this movie. And
I mean, he outclassed Shao Kahn in like their entire encounter. But what I don't understand is if they just wanted to have it so Kitana wins, which I ain't got a problem with, why not just have Shao Kahn land a blow of his warhammer and knock Liu Kang out and turn his attention to Kitana, and then she beats him? And then Liu Kang's like, "I need to go to the Netherrealm to save my brother." Like, why did we have to do this whole like Jesus moment almost, where he just ascended to Did I miss something with that, or were we all confused as each other?
Okay, yeah, I didn't get it either. I was like, "What the hell?" As he's floating up, the hell's the fuck? You know, I definitely did that.
Yeah, and Shao Kahn's lack of reaction also made me laugh. Like he stabbed this guy, Liu Kang turned into a phoenix, and Shao Kahn was just like, "Oh, okay," and he just went back to clobbering Sonya and Kitana, and I was like, What just happened?
Yeah, what happened? What is this? No, 100%.
Faye, what did you feel about that?
This fucking movie gives me hope. So there's the hopium, right? Because now I'm like, well, because somebody mentioned in the chat about the last son of the dragon, right? A Naga reference, yeah, some dude from Earth. So, and we've had that reference before. I think Cetrion said it to Liu Kang and MK11 in one of their interactions in Before You Fight, about like he's got the fire or the flame of a Naga, So I just want a Naga, bro. Fucking a Naga. Like I want there to be this massive payoff now with Liu Kang. Like, yeah, I know he turned into a little like, sparkler or whatever he did, but like, I just wonder if, to be honest, it could be the Elder Gods intervening. I mean, I don't know if anyone's mentioned that. I mean, maybe they just,
True.
whisked him away in that moment. Or that he was always meant to die. I mean, with the whole Phoenix rising from the ashes type metaphor, that this is part of his, caterpillar to butterfly transformation. I don't know. He was definitely, as a character, he was definitely better in this. I don't know if Liu Kang will top Robin Shao for me just yet. Ludi Lin. I don't know yet. But he was better. Like in the first movie, I almost felt like he was going to start doing little ballerina. He was too soft. But in this movie, like he was jacked. Like he was fucking jacked, and it was better gear that he was wearing. You kind of felt like, yep, we're starting to get in the direction of Liu, he was popping off his, like this dude had all his shit charged. He was cracking off with all his moves, which was really good to see. I liked how liberal they were with their special moves too.
Yeah.
Like Liu Kang didn't just like charge up like in one sort of like big, Hadouken. He was like, pop, pop, like that was cool. Like I really love that they lean a lot into really showcasing the special moves because that's what we all know and think of. I just hope there's a payoff. I hope that like, there's something going down the track where, this is going to really pay off, story-wise. I know they didn't put a monster character in this one because in the first movie, they confirmed that Goro took a lot of the budget to create. I'm hoping now, moving forward, that, okay, I mean, shit, if they've turned around guys like you and me, Mike, from 2021, there'd be a lot more people like that out there too. So I'm hoping that this movie's going to do really good. We'll get a nice payoff in the third one with, I hope there's something with the Naga. You don't say the last son of the dragon shit. That's some Naga shit, man. We need that. Like that. Like imagine that shit, bro, on screen. I don't know. But yeah, him turning into a, I wasn't as bothered by it actually turning him dying that way. It just kind of, it almost felt like Jedi, like when Obi-Wan got killed in the first Star Wars, for New Hope, he just basically disappears and everyone's like, oh, what the fuck just happened? Like, the fuck is this? Like there's nothing, there's no body. So I kind of wonder if they're kind of doing the same thing with that character, so I don't know, man.
They probably are.
But I'm excited. I'm excited now. I'm really curious to see what
we want to see where they go with it.
Yeah.
Well,
could be a good or bad thing.
There's only 3 more characters I want to talk about, and then I want to do a quick, just like where we place this film, and then I know that we'll wrap it up after that. But I want to talk quickly before we get to Scorpion and Noob Saibot.
Mike, I'm going to hop on my mobile for this.
Okay, no problem, bro.
I'll be right back.
No worries. Before we talk about Noob Saibot and Scorpion, I want to talk about Baraka. Now, Baraka in recent times is a character that's seen a lot of changes from like what we had back in the day. I actually think the changes are positive because Baraka didn't have a character back in the day other than being recognized for his the bones coming out of his arm and his teeth. And him being like, him having Johnny Cage as a master and then the Tarkatans just being a bunch of people that like fighting and they're kind of simple, but they're not necessarily bad. I thought was, I think this is the best take on Baraka that we've had so far.
Yeah.
I thought when they were doing the whole interaction at first, I was like, oh, this is some MCU nonsense. But by the time the fight had ended and Baraka was like talking to him, I was like, oh, do you know, that was actually a charming encounter. Like, I actually really enjoyed it. So because we're all old school MK fans, we've seen Baraka change over the years. Where do you place this in terms of Baraka? Like, is this the definitive version of Baraka for you? I'll ask Fate first and then Gawdly.
So one of the few things I liked in the new MK1 game was Baraka, like in terms of his backstory and stuff like that. I actually really like that. I think John Tobias's original vision of Takatans was the infection, some sort of disease that transformed people. So I kind of embrace that. Again, like, he looks stupid in the trailer. He looks stupid in a still.
Yeah.
You get into the movie, and this dude was just aura-farming intimidation. Like, like in that short build-up to him, it was like, nah, this dude's fucking lethal. Which was, again, surprising. Like, it's got that sort of like, yeah, they're like a tribe, right? So yeah, they're not like they're not going to be like sort of like creating a wheel or any of that sort of shit. But there's a level of respect that comes out of acknowledging a great fighter. And I really like that. You know, they weren't mindless beasts. And, I do actually like that, because now you've got a character that you can develop on, you know, and build upon and, you know, give more backstory. They could lean more into it. You know, like, you know, he could be talking about his family one day, like they did in the game. And they pulled MK1 game special moves as well. So he's shooting, like, you know, instead of it being a spark, it's actual, like, it's part of him, you know. So they were doing that, and that was really cool. It kind of reminded me, what was it, X-Men 2? There was that X-Men that would pull, like, things out of his body and shoot them, like, in a flurry. Do you remember the X-Men 2 movie? I think it was. I can't remember his name, but he'd pull out like dagger type things out of his body. He was fighting Wolverine, I think, in the forest.
What, Sabretooth?
No. X-Men 2. I'm pretty sure it was X-Men 2.
Dude, I
remember the scene. I can't remember the character though.
Yeah. So it kind of reminded me of that, and Baraka was just like pop it off. You know, he didn't just do one or two. Was it X-Men 3? X-Men 3. You know, so that was really cool. The only thing, he didn't do his Blade Fury, like the, I don't think. But yeah, like I said, that moment where, like, Johnny Cage is like bamboozling him because Cage had figured it out. He figured him out, right? And then that shit-eating grin Cage gets. That's what, because I'm watching it going, man, this is fuck. I was getting some secondhand cringe, and then as soon as Cage grins, I'm like, okay, all right, yep, this is just part of the game, you know. Yeah. So that was, it was great, really good. Yeah, and yeah, it was really good. Even little Takatan kids and shit.
Oh yeah.
You know, he's like,
that made my girlfriend laugh, because when he was like shushing and you see the kid, she was like, oh my god, they got fucking fucked up. But yeah, Gawdly, what did you think?
I think, yeah, I have to say this is the best Baraka, definitely, because we have a lot more character, a lot more just as a character. Like, it's much more. He was always like, gah, you know, sickness and shit, you know, angry guy with blades. But I like the little tribal aspect. Like I said, not to echo too much, but I did like how he was like, he could fuck some shit up, but he was real goofy. Like, when it came to Johnny Cage, like the way he just worshipped him, and like everything he said was gold. Like, he just reminds me of like kind of like how these shills are in the MK community. Like, that's what he reminded me of. Like, anything they say, yeah, then what else? You know, like I love that. That was tight. But then, like, when they needed him, when they went through the tunnels and shit, and he was fucking shit up, you know, when they got to the little bottom of the castle, he had remnants of Baraka. I like in the beginning when you first seen him, he's just standing there like, what the fuck y'all want, man? You know, I'm just here with my people, man. You know, all that whole situation, yeah. I liked it. And like what Fate said in the trailer, I don't know what I gotta watch that trailer again because I did not like his design in the trailer. Then I watched the movie and it should look tight. So I don't know. I loved it. I loved it. I don't know what happened.
I think the way the trailer was put together didn't do the film justice. Because even
It
when I
doesn't.
saw him, I was like, don't know about that.
Yeah, I was like, bro, what the fuck happened to bro? Like, I remember saying like he had these Party City, prosthetics in his face, but no, he's legit.
Yeah. Tom, what did you think of Baraka in this film?
I don't like they turned Baraka into comic relief.
Okay.
I mean, I get that Baraka in the story is always kind of like the jobber, right? But they made him a jobber and comic relief, which I didn't like.
I mean, he was kind of fucking up Johnny though. Like he put him through a bunch of huts, and Johnny punched him in the nuts. So Baraka acknowledged him, but the fight was kind of going Baraka's way for the most part until he got bamboozled at the end.
Yeah, but I think that I just didn't like the comic. There was too much James Gunn, Guardian of the Galaxy, joking around with Baraka. Baraka was less serious than he was serious for his majority of his time on screen.
Okay, fair enough. All right, well, since you're here, I guess we'll move on to the last two characters we'll talk about, which is Noob Saibot and Scorpion, because they were both in it for about the same amount of time. So I'll start with Tom. What did you think of the portrayal of Hanzo and Bihan in this film?
First of all, Ed Boon, take notes. People want Hanzo Hasashi. Like, please, bring the character back. That's one. I like that they kept these Sub-Zero Scorpion versus the original Sub-Zero kind of thing. Noob Saibot was. I feel like they just put him in the movie to have someone for Scorpion to fight. I mean, he didn't have a very big role.
He was defending the amulet, I thought.
Yeah, I know. Which also is like he's defending the amulet. I had kind of a feeling when I watched the second Resident Evil movie and I watched Mila Jovovich, who Alice does not exist in the Resident Evil games, but when you're sleeping with the director Paul W.S. Anderson, you become Super Saiyan Goku in all of his movies.
Yep.
When Nemesis, a popular character, she destroyed him and he didn't even touch her. But I'm like, I'm watching this, I'm going, it's tough to see her in a movie just to put her in a movie, right? And not that Noob Saibot isn't a real Mortal Kombat character, but it was kind of that feeling of like, why is he here? Like Nemesis, you could have done that whole movie without Nemesis, and it's like he was only there for Mila Jovovich to annihilate. He was just there to show, look how super powerful my girlfriend is, and I put her in movies, as opposed to like, this is Nemesis. Noob Saibot, there's no real story like that. Noob Saibot doesn't protect Shinnok's amulet. So they put him in there in a story that's not his. But I mean, the interaction with him and Scorpion was awesome. I loved that Scorpion kind of had his own garden in the Netherrealm. That was awesome. It's the first time you actually see the Netherrealm in the movies, and you kind of see the world that Scorpion's kind of at peace with everything, which is, I guess, when you're at peace with everything, you can have this beautiful whatever that you make for yourself in the Netherrealm. But then, of course, he finds out that Sub-Zero is still alive as Noob Saibot. It all kind of turns to ash, which was also really awesome. And I thought the fight on itself, in a vacuum, Noob Saibot was awesome, and so was Scorpion. They were kind of tossed into the storyline quickly, but I'd rather that happen than him not be in it. I mean, Scorpion is such an iconic character, and in the first movie, I didn't really maybe because the first movie was just bad, nothing really resonated with Scorpion with me.
Yeah.
But seeing him in the movie as Scorpion now, when they found him in the Netherrealm, it was awesome. It felt maybe because now we've lost Hanzo Hasashi, so to get him back felt really awesome. To get him back, he felt like Hanzo Hasashi, and the fight between him and Sub-Zero felt like there was some emotion behind it, right? This guy killed your family, right? Which we all know. So this is the next problem. We all know Sub-Zero didn't actually kill his family and clan. It was Quan Chi, but in this movie, for the sake of it, Sub-Zero did kill his family. So it felt even more real. Because in the story, we realized that was misplaced. It was Quan Chi. Sub-Zero's kind of the whole fall guy of it. But he does kill Scorpion, but he doesn't kill Scorpion's family and clan. This movie, he actually did. So that shit was real when they fought. And you actually felt that, and it resonated with me.
Yeah. Gawdly, what did you think of the interaction between those two?
Man, trying my hardest not to echo Tom here.
And the fatality was awesome.
Fatality was dope. Obviously, the use of the overall fight was dope. I like, obviously, Hanzo at peace part was cool. The way they transitioned that shit was really cool. Seeing MK11 Noob Saibot didn't he look kind of like the MK11 Noob Saibot a lot to me?
Yeah, he looked like MK11.
Yeah.
Did he have the sickle too? I didn't notice. Did he have?
Yeah.
He did,
the sickle. Yeah, he had the sickle. But like the way they used the sickle and Scorpion with the spears, dude, all that shit, the movement he was doing through Netherrealm with his spear was tight. You know,
like Spider-Man.
Yeah, literally for a quick second, that shit was crazy. But I love that interaction. That shit was that. If somebody said that was the best fight, I wouldn't be mad at them either for that. Even though I'd rather say Liu Kang's fight was better, the Liu Kang Kung Lao fight. But that fight was just as tight. I loved it. Like I just loved the whole Noob Saibot split, and then the other one would go fight over there, and then he came back, and it was teleporting back and forth, shadow teleporting back and forth. All that shit was clean. I liked it. I was a huge fan. I was fanboying that shit. That shit was tight. So don't ask me. That I'm gonna shill that part. That part was tight.
Fate, what did you think?
I'm gonna hate saying this. I'm gonna fucking get this is
Come
bad
on, say it. Come on.
This is bad for my career.
Come on.
It made me want to go. It made me want to load up Mortal Kombat 1 with Noob on it.
That's what I said. I said that
there you go.
Right. Because like, again, this is where I think like video game movies. I think Street Fighter is going to be the same. Lean into all of that shit, right? Make the fans happy, and then the fans. Somebody said it before in a comment. If you make the fans happy, they'll advertise it themselves, right? Which is why we get fan bases of shit, you know. Which is what Tom was saying before in his corporate board meeting, right? About the fact that you might replace 1 million, hardcore with 1 million casuals, but it's the hardcore people. Those people are going to be the ones that are fighting for it and sell it and try and get people in. Casuals will just eat it like a burger and piss off to, they don't care. So cool. Seeing him do all his special moves, like, and they did a really good job with Noob, like, especially his shadow stuff. Like, that was really, really good. They nailed that, like, really well. This is probably going to be a bit of a wild take, but I think I know you guys have done tier lists on the channel, right, with character placement and stuff like that. Characters like Scorpion and Noob, perhaps, they're kind of like S tier characters where in a movie, I don't want to see them all the time. When they show up, I want them to wreck shit like Thor and Wakanda, right? They just come out of nowhere and it's like, holy fuck, this is amazing, right?
They're like
this is where I think
giant characters. They're great special attractions.
Yeah, this is where I think they failed in 2021 with Sub-Zero. I think they tried to make him this gigantic villain, but he wasn't, like there was too much Sub-Zero, right? Like there was too much of him in the movie, he was doing crazy shit like, creating snow and ice storms and all this sort of stuff, but he felt too OP. He felt like, out of nowhere, there's a cryomancer who's doing all this crazy shit. We have story as to where, like, you know, Hanzo is now in the Nether Realm. You know, this is where he gets his powers. And I like that slow lead up to it. But yeah, like it'll be interesting actually too, you know, in regards to this, because yeah, in technically speaking, in this series, you know, Bihan did kill his family, so the stakes were there for Scorpion to get fired up, literally, you know, excuse the pun, to then go kick his ass, which was great. I wonder what they'll do with Quan Chi though, but no, this made me want to load up MK1 and look at Noob Saibot, you know, because I'll give NetherRealm this. I'll give him this. Lord help me, fuck, right? Their redesigns of older characters are actually good. Ermac, fucking amazing, right? With all the ghosts coming out when he's doing his moves and shit in the game. Noob Saibot, you know, they, apart from like the gameplay aside, I think some of their redesigns have been pretty fucking good, you know.
Yeah.
And I saw that in the movie. I'm like, damn, man, it makes me want to load up the game and have a look, you know, have a good go at it. So yeah. So
yeah, I really enjoyed Scorpion's inclusion, because when they showed him at peace, and then he said, "Oh, like I basically bend the NetherRealm to my will." That was them basically saying this guy is not to be messed with. He can, if he can bend hell to his will so that he can have his own little bit of peace, he'll basically kill everyone on sight. And the way he switched up from being super peaceful, he almost reminded me of The Last Samurai, because he's in that film as well, where he's just like, they're sort of chilling, and then all of it went away and he became Scorpion as soon as he heard Bihan's name. And I thought that the way they did the clones with Noob Saibot was sick. It was Noob Saibot's first time in anything that's not like animated or a game.
Yeah.
So,
no, I think he was in Conquest, but he kind of looked oily.
Yeah, well, I think it's the first film that he's been in.
So yeah, first film, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's the first time we've got to see him on the big screen, and I think they did a great job of showing off like how powerful Noob Saibot like can be. I didn't like the whole guarding the amulet thing, because I was like, why the hell would he listen? Like, he's not going to listen to you. That's the Grand Master of the Lin Kuei, and now you've beefed him up as well and given him all these clones. Why would he listen to you? So I didn't like that. But the fight between Scorpion and Sub-Zero, like, if it's not your favorite fight in the film, it's probably your second favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great from start to finish, even with everybody jumping in to stop Noob Saibot and then Johnny getting the final blow and finally unlocking his powers. I feel like they wrapped that up all really, really nicely. So, and the NetherRealm looked sick. Like, it didn't look like cheap effects. It actually looked really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I guess the last thing I really want to ask you guys, because we kind of gone over all the characters, is... Oh no, actually, I've got one big con of this film. One massive con. Go for it.
Let's go.
The film is called Mortal Kombat, and they've stated multiple times that gods can't get involved. You have to be mortal to enter this tournament. And yet, Shao Kahn stole Raiden's powers, and the other gods were just like, "There's nothing to see here. We're not going to do anything." I was like, "Wait, hold on a minute. Where's the older gods?" Like, that was my only thing. Where I was like, "That's a massive, massive."
Because you have to be a true fan of Mortal Kombat to understand that problem, and the movie is not made. It's more so made from just the normal average moviegoer.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing where I was like, that for me is why the amulet never needed to be in the film. There was no need for it whatsoever. It kind of invalidated the whole tournament and the Elder Gods like being the overwatchers of this, especially when this is the 10th tournament now. Like your whole planet's about to get wrecked, and the Elder Gods have just gone for a tea break. I was like, that I didn't like that, but because the whole film was entertaining, I kind of overlooked it. But were there any, like, other than that and what happened with Liu Kang, were there any like major cons that you guys had for the film?
Yes, Noob Saibot looked like MK11.
Oh my god,
that Noob Saibot look is good.
But I like that look, bro. Do you want him to have a ninja suit and just be all black?
Burn MK11. Also, let me just say this: can you imagine? Ed Boon, I want you to take notice. how cool the fight scenes were. Can you imagine if they said, you know what? Let's make the fight scenes play like how Mortal Kombat plays today, and every other move was down one. Can you imagine how? But you know what? I wish Liu Kang would have up blocked one time, and they would have just shown it say up block on the screen. Like, just you would have received so many boos on the screen because Ed, people don't like this shit. You know. If the whole movie was a bunch of down ones and throws, nobody would have liked it. Nobody would have said, no, you see that he down one and backdashed, and then he whiff punished his down one. Nobody wants to see this shit, Ed. You know, recognize.
Hey, are we talking about the game or the movie now? I'm confused.
If they made the movie fight scenes like the game.
Yeah.
I actually would have paid to see that. I would have paid to see that. And just to see how well the audience likes watching them.
You wouldn't even sat down. You would have turned your back, the back of the screen to your back. You just watch the audience react.
I'd have watched every exactly right.
You're like, oh, look at that guy. He's
we
pissed.
already know the only fight they had problems with was the zoning battle. You know, between
Oh my, yeah, that's a weird take, man.
That's a very weird take. Very weird take.
That's just people going in. Just I don't know, man.
They don't even know why they didn't like it. They just didn't like it. Even their subconscious was like, maybe because they were zoning. They don't even realize they don't like it for that, but that's why they don't like it.
Yeah.
Well, did you guys have any cons at all, like big cons, other than the ones we had mentioned?
Besides the ones you said already, no. I'm really like as Tom was talking, I was trying to think of any extras that everything just kind of lined up. Besides Liu Kang, and obviously what you just brought up was a very, very good point. But yeah, that's for me. No, that's it, man. It's still one of my favorite MK movies. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Fate.
Yeah, I'm yeah, nothing really.
I wanna say something, but I don't know what. Like I'm trying to find something to be pissed about. But Jade's bald,
weird.
girl boss.
That's
what I'll say. There you go.
In the lore, Shao Kahn was not fighting in a tournament. If you remember, Shang Tsung, Goro was the champion, but Shang Tsung, as a former champion, has the right to compete, which he did after Goro died. In the game lore, anyway, Liu Kang defeats Shang Tsung. The MK2 story was good.
Oh no, yeah, you finish. I do have a con. The
MK2 story was not about a tournament. It was that Shang Tsung is luring them in the outworld where they will meet certain death at the hands of Shao Kahn himself. So he restored his youth, and the rest of the story is I don't want to go on forever to recount it, but it wasn't a tournament. It was in combat continues in that world, but it wasn't actually quote unquote Mortal Kombat because the Emperor had lost. This was another plan of Shao Kahn. Shang Tsung convinces them of a new plan, lure them out world, but then they will meet death by Shao Kahn. So really, in the game lore, Shao Kahn still probably shouldn't have even been able to compete in Mortal Kombat. This was not about him invading in the MK2 game. It was about them going to Outworld, the whole scheme between him and Shang Tsung. In this movie, it doesn't make any sense at all, which you're right, Mike. Because one, Shao Kahn is an immortal, which you can still kill, you sever his head, etc., who crowned himself Emperor of Outworld, but he's still not immortal, which is why Shao Kahn cannot compete in the Mortal Kombat tournament, even in the game story.
Yeah, that was the one major thing that stood out to me. But Fate, what was your con?
Shang Tsung. He's so like he's not utilized yet. Like he should be like, I don't know, like when Kano made that crack at Raiden and called him Big Trouble in Little China, like that fucking made me giggle, man, because that's like one of my favorite movies, right? You know, and that's where a lot of like inspiration came from design from the original game, you know, with the lightning god and stuff. But the problem I have with Shang is that he still kind of reminds me too much of Lo Pan from Big Trouble in Little China, you know, in sort of like how he dresses, but he's not intimidating yet. Not really. I know they gave him like the soul suck in the first one, but like that kind of, yeah, he doesn't feel threatening enough yet, you know. And I just kind of hope that they keep building it, because again, the actor's great, like he's a great actor, but Shang Tsung's really conniving, you know, and he's threatening, and I'm not saying he's got to tap into that Carey aura, but he's got to find his own like threat level, so it feels like, yeah, we can't fuck with Shang, you know. So that's probably my only gripe, but I'm hoping as they go on, if they go on, that yeah, he'll level up, hopefully. So
okay, so we've had 4 live action Mortal Kombat movies, if memory serves. Where would you guys rank this one? We'll start with Gawdly. Where do you put this between 95, Annihilation, 2021, and current?
It's number 1. I like it better than 95. I respect 95. I seen it in theaters. I had my little Raiden costume when I was a younger kid. I love 95 for what it was at the time. But I also grew up watching Shaw Brothers films. And one of my biggest issues with Mortal Kombat was I remember as a kid going to school, our teachers even sent home letters to like, don't let your kids play violent games, because Mortal Kombat was that violent game. Mortal Kombat caused the ESRB. Mortal Kombat was that game, right? And to have the movie come out, it was still hype. And I was a kid seeing that shit. I shouldn't have been, but I seen horror movies as a kid, so whatever. But PG-13. The only thing accurate with MK95 was it was 1-to-1 like the Super Nintendo version, no blood. That's it. But other than that, I enjoy that. But I honestly, MK2 does it for me. It puts itself in its own lane. It takes a little bit of OG, some NRS era, and it makes its own. It breaks its own rules, but the movie's entertaining as fuck. I don't care. As much as we love Shang Tsung from 95, we love Raiden. They were goats. They are goats. But this movie overall, from beginning to end, to me, I just love it. This is the best Mortal Kombat movie. Hot take. I don't know if it's a hot take or not, but that's what I like.
It's not a hot take. Fate, where would you put it?
Here's the old man in me. So the nostalgia is strong with 95, and it's different. It's a different type of movie because it's a product of its time, right? You know, like there were not very many good like video game movies that came out back then. So like 95, like Mortal Kombat, kind of broke that mold. And you know, like it's a different style, like different types of fighting. You know, like yeah, it's just it is. I know. Shut the fuck up. I love that techno syndrome, bro. I mean, you know, don't even start. Don't even go there, man. Right? Don't even do that shit. Right? It's not gonna happen. But like, I'd say. I'd probably say like it's probably second to 95, but it's only, well, maybe it's equal, but in like a parallel universe. So like, you know, it's great for finally being able to capture Mortal Kombat on screen in the way that we sort of know the games are. But the 95 one also has that product of its time, that 90s, as somebody said in the chat, the gritty techno. You know, like yeah, it's difficult. I'd say they're kind of almost even in different ways. It's difficult for me because they're both great. Like I could, you know, I'd never get bored of 95, but on multiple watches, would I get bored of MK2? So I've only seen it once, so I'd have to sit down with it again. You know, noticing things again and see. But it's definitely better than Annihilation and 2021. So.
The Annihilation was so bad you could see the green screen clippings in Raiden. You can actually see them. I've heard that Mortal Kombat 97 or Annihilation, apparently it screened really, really well for the first audiences, and then I think like New Line Cinema or whoever was like, okay, well, we don't need to do any more drafts. So the film's not actually finished. The product that we see is the first draft. And they thought because it's MK, we could just push this shit out. And when I heard that, I was like, well, that makes sense because I can literally see the green screen clipping through Raiden. There was no editing done. It's not surprising. You can see that there's something there because it's still got the cool music, and the costumes are there for some of the characters. But you can also tell that there was no budget to have Shiva in the film because they just drop a cage on her head. There was no budget for animalities because they look awful. Nightwolf is there for reasons. So it looked like there was something there of Annihilation, but they dropped the ball. But Tom, where would you put this MK movie amongst the others?
So I would put it number 2, which doesn't say much considered they're all garbage except for one movie. And then MK2 is pretty good actually, but that doesn't mean anything when you compare it to terrible movies like MK1 and Annihilation. I would say it's a pretty good movie, but it's not. And if you set anyone down and have them watch both movies, they would be repeating lines from Kano, treasure these moments. God gives me the creeps. They'd be saying Kano lines and give it up, baby. I studied all your moves, right? They'd be saying Kano lines and Shang Tsung lines and Raiden lines. And ain't nobody gonna repeat a single quote from this movie ever in life. So, no. It's not even close to MK95. Not even close.
Okay. For me,
still a good movie though. Still a good movie, but it's tough. It's tough to touch it. It's tough.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, like MK95 is a special film because like they went to like I think Thailand or like some places like in Asia or whatever, and they filmed it, and you can tell that there's no green screen there. They're actually there in those places, and it has like a really special look. So in terms of like its look, it's hard to beat that film, but the fight scenes are undeniably better in the new film. The MK95 fight scenes are like so. It's not until Liu Kang versus Shang Tsung where you're like, okay, that's a pretty sick fight. But it was also very, very short until Shang Tsung just got annoyed and started summoning people. So that didn't last long either. I feel like Goro had a real presence in the 95 film when I was a kid. Like he was actually pretty scary, but then it hasn't aged well. But I can't really take points off of the film for being an old film. I think there were very clever ways to make the film PG-13, with having like Scorpion shoot lava, and had just punching Goro in the nuts and then pushing him off a cliff, and you don't get to see him like blow up. 95 is a special film. The soundtrack is banging. You're not gonna beat that. It captured the essence of that era perfectly, but it's the one thing I can't get past is that even though that film clearly has better chemistry amongst the characters than the new one, it's a PG-13 Mortal Kombat film, and that when you think MK, you do think gore, and there's not really much of it either. It depends on my mood. I don't know which one I put over the other because the Scorpion and Sub-Zero introduction with Shang Tsung on the boat in the 95 film is incredible. Yeah. Like, talk about aura farming, but then the Scorpion and Sub-Zero in the new films are like the way they portray their powers is so much better. Yeah, so I don't know. It depends on my moods. Depends. I don't know which one.
That's fair.
I'm gonna put
mood
one
thing.
to one. Yeah, it's a
mood ranking. Or what's your mood right now then?
This one's fresh off the oven, bro. Like Kung Lao. When we got to Kung Lao versus Liu Kang, and Kung Lao was doing all this shit with his hands and aura farming, I said, okay, they got me. This is the one. And I'm not like you. I grew up watching Shaw Brothers films. I grew up watching like 36 Chamber and all that stuff. So
exactly.
When I saw that fight, I was like, okay, cool. It's not quite Shaw Brothers, but it's close enough.
It had little remnants. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a mood thing. It's definitely a mood thing. I still have a special place in my heart for Conquest. It's a shame it got cancelled because the cancellation means that everyone just died in the end. Like there was no payoff for the heroes. Shao Kahn won. And that was it. It was game over. But yeah, I don't know. It's a mood thing for me. Some days it's probably going to be 95. The techno soundtrack is going to hit. Some days I'm going to be in a Shaw Brothers film and I'm going to watch the new one and be like, it's this one. But that's good that this film was able to make me feel like there's a worthy contender for what a lot of people think is the benchmark video game film.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it.
So this is a completely different track, but like Total Recall was redone back in I think 2012 with Colin Farrell, right? And literally probably the two most gorgeous women of its time with Kate Beckinsale and Jessica Biel, right? And the funny part is that a lot of people go, oh, shit, compared to the Schwarzenegger version, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, but the funny thing is, though, that Total Recall 2012 was actually more accurate to the original story, right? So they took massive liberties with the Schwarzenegger version, right? And it's still amazing. Like it's you know, I
classic,
think both of those, both these two movies can live separately, like together, because they actually handling the same source material, you know, one more accurate. You know, when they do it with the anime, right? They might. The first one I remember hearing about was Full Metal Alchemist, right? So they did the original anime run and then they redid it, you know, to make it more manga accurate. And over the years, they've been doing that with manga, like to anime again. It was like, no, we're going to make it closer to what it was, you know, in the manga. And that's kind of how I see it. I actually like the somebody mentioned the Running Man. I actually like the new Running Man movie.
I liked it a lot. I thought it was really
you know,
good.
I thought it was great. You know, that dude had a lot of anger.
Yeah,
That dude had a lot of fucking anger, man. Right? And that was very different again from the Schwarzenegger version. But I can watch both like differently and go, yeah, this is great. This is great. So I think that's how I feel with MK2 and MK95. You know, I think they both satisfy different ways of taking the source material and presenting it, but not as you said, it's a mood thing. It's not overriding one or the other. I think it's just based on the day. It's like, yeah, I'm really digging this today, or you know, so yeah, like music.
Right.
It's the same music.
So I want to ask now predictions for Mortal Kombat 3. The fuck was that? Was that Tom?
Shit, I don't know. Was it me?
I don't know what that was. I'll start with Gawdly. Like predictions for MK3. Who do you think is going to show up in the film, and where do you think it's going to go?
We're gonna get some. We're gonna get some.
Wait a minute.
cyborgs
Hold on a
and-
minute. What other movie can you watch? There's no way. I mean, Shank, come on, man. Even from the very beginning of the movie, your brother's soul is mine. You will be next. No, man, not even close.
Okay, Tom. Let me challenge you on that.
Dude,
You're looking at it from what I can gather with
nostalgia
you and
goggles.
No, what Tom is saying is that like there's a lot of like iconic lines in the original Mortal Kombat movie, and there's a lot of iconic moments. But it depends on how you're looking at it, right? If you're going in there to enjoy a martial arts film, which one would you say is better, Tom? The 95 film or the new one?
The new one.
Well, I mean, Gawdly said that he's a Shaw Brothers guy, so obviously that he's going to be more into the new one. Also, the 95 one doesn't really have
the
any
other one just had a better
fatalities.
feel, and you never forget how something makes you feel.
I felt pretty good leaving the cinema.
I felt great in two man as well, bro. But I get what you're saying. That nostalgia drug, man. That's a drug, bro. That's it.
No, but like Kerry Tagawa's Shang Tsung, like they've been chasing that for years. Like they're never gonna be able. He set the bar too high, and they just simply cannot beat it now. That's Shang Tsung for life. And so like the 95 film is a special film. They did a lot of things right. And when I think of Liu Kang, I still think of the guy that played him in the original film, even though the new guy did a great job. So there's a lot of merits. But that's why I said to me they run side by side, because there's so many good things about 95, but there are things that this new film did that were better. Like this depiction of Shao Kahn is the best that I've seen so far. This was like the most menacing looking Shao Kahn, and it wasn't CG and whatever. It was like they sat that guy down in the makeup chair for hours.
Yeah, that was practical. That was all practical. Yeah, that wasn't. Yeah, that shit was cool.
Yeah, the shoulder barge as well when he was fighting people. Like he would throw it out randomly, and I'd be like, "Oh shit, almost killed him." Like it was good. Like it was. Yeah, I think what Fate said was right. They can run side by side.
That's fair.
I agree.
That's
can,
fair.
and as a martial arts film, this one is very, very good. But as far as the actual like the lines and the delivery and the story, the first one was better. So it really depends on which is your preference. And like you said, for some people, some days they feel like the one, and the other days they feel like the other.
Some days I feel like watching Annihilation. Annihilation is my favorite bad
I've
film.
never felt
Dude.
it. Man, I remember watching that
Annihilation.
movie, and my boy, I was during MK4 and was with my MK4 crew. And MK4, that was my thing. And myself and my whole MK4 crew, we all go to see it. And my boy Lou is like, what is with this Jax guy being like, who this dude Shao Kahn? I don't be up in his crib trying to, they're like, what the hell is this garbage?
Annihilation is so bad that it's good. Like, you can't look away from it. Like, if you want to talk about iconic lines, there's no line more.
So it's like
iconic
you're saying it's
than
like an M. Night Shyamalan movie, only it's a fighting game.
I guess you could put it that way. But like from the get go in Annihilation, you know when it's like got the green screen and Raiden and Shang Tsung Raiden and Shao Kahn jump at each other, and like Shao Kahn does the little cannonball jump. I was like, oh, this is hot garbage, but I can't look away.
Yeah, that's true.
And by the way, for those that are like, what does Tom mean? M. Night Shyamalan, The Village. Come on, cuz. Don't even get M. Night Shyamalan. He'll watch this great movie, and you're like, this is awesome. And then you're like, wait, what? They're all dying and have disease, and they live in the modern world, and I'm not watching it in the old days. Or, man, Signs, you can't get her, but Joaquin Phoenix, Mel, it's so awesome. And you're like, oh, this movie is sick. Oh, shit, wait, water, why would you come to Earth? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. You're like,
I will not tolerate any sign slander.
I'm sorry,
I will not.
Even people that say they didn't come to invade Earth, they came to harvest human beings. We can't survive without water. They'd have to. You might as well give us a loaded gun. That's like us making a movie about a human that goes to a planet made of 70% arsenic. That would be the dumbest movie ever made. No. M. Night Shyamalan has these great movies, and then you're like, but here's the twist, and you're like,
the twist, the twist is trash. Dude.
What?
But
that's how I feel about
the thing with Signs is the faith side of it. It's like it's a man lost, losing his faith. He's rejected God because his wife got literally fatality.
I mean, so is From Dusk Till Dawn.
Well, we can get to the toe licking scene if you like. Anyway, and then and then it is literally about the signs, like the vessel to push that through is the aliens and all this sort of stuff. But it's all about, he's like this really, the will of God. This is happening here, and everything's just aligning like perfectly. For these singular moments. Oh, his lungs were closed from his asthma. That's why he didn't breathe in. Like, no, sorry, I will not take the fucking slander. No, and it's Mel Gibson. So
hold on, but you're not disagreeing with me. Like I said, everything is great.
It's not an alien film, though. To me, it's not an alien film. It's a Finding Faith film.
But a bucket of water is lethal in that movie. No.
That's why you don't drink the water when you go overseas, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, man. No. Right, take your bottled water.
Why would this advanced species? What if it rained? Your whole species gone. What are you doing?
I think you gotta. All right, you gotta be. All right, you just enjoy the moment, bro. You don't have to. You don't have to be too analytical. You don't have to be too analytical. Bro.
Of all the planets you go to, you come to this one, and water is lethal to you. Why?
Hey, gentlemen, I actually have to go.
But you come.
I gotta go to soccer practice for the young ones. So.
Oh, okay.
I gotta get out. Yeah, it's actually about that time. So
cool,
appreciate you guys. Tom, you're fucking hilarious. I need that Superman DC podcast episode ASAP. I gotta hear this.
Oh, we need to, man. And I gotta
hear that.
The FGC, I'll slaughter them. Come on,
Are you,
come on. Talk
are
to me
you
about
sure?
Superman.
Okay,
Oh, shit.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
invite.
Well,
I'm gonna invite a few people in there. I'll get C4.
I'll be
All right.
any single one of them in Superman.
All right, I'll
All
take
right.
that.
Same thing with Star
I
Wars,
got.
dog. Same thing with Star Wars, dog. I'm
Ooh.
so good with Star Wars knowledge. I stumped George Lucas, dog. You can't beat me. You know what I'm saying? You can't.
Damn.
beat me.
Okay.
All
All right.
right.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you, Mike.
All right, man.
Banger stream. Fate. Talk to you
See you,
later.
bro.
Tom, peace out. You guys be safe. All right.
Take it easy, man.
All right, later.
I don't know much about Star Wars, so I can't fight you on that. But Superman, I'll definitely do that all day. Every day.
Superman. No, man. Come on, man.
I'll fight you as Superman, bro. I know enough about I got enough action comics to fight back.
And even still, your John Cena take. I'm still waiting for that statue of John Cena doing a strap match with JBL. Still waiting on it.
We already put that analogy
In
to
fact,
rest. That was a
Hulk
terrible
Hogan
analogy.
is the only cosmic linchpin in wrestling. He was Gagne's #1 draw. It was only Hogan. Nobody else could make wrestling a global draw. And Bruce Pritchard is like, if they didn't have Hulk Hogan, maybe McMahon would have tried Dusty Rhodes. It wouldn't have worked. He ain't Hulk Hogan. He's not Hulk Hogan. And I'm not Hulk Hogan's wrestling is a D, but that's not what made Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan was like the Superman of wrestling. You wanted to believe, Hulk Hogan, he's all good, he always does the right thing, etc. He was a larger than life superhero. And I don't think nobody else has ever been able to do it. Nobody. John Cena tried, not good, not as close, not even good, not as close, not even in the same league as Hogan, as a guy that could take wrestling to what wrestling was.
Well, we did get that gem movie out of Hogan with Suburban Commando.
Hogan's movies are and even Hogan's bad stories are funny. Like I can't. It's so funny to me when Mark Calloway tells the story when he tombstoned him and he goes, you got me, brother. Call my wife.
I don't know if it's intended to be funny though. Hogan was trying to fuck him over.
I know, but it's funny. Maybe it's just Mark Calloway telling a story. That's what makes it so funny. But when he's like, tombstone, and he goes, you got me, brother. When he tells him, he's laying in the ring going, call my wife.
Who was the dude in Spider-Man? Tobey Maguire.
Macho Man.
Macho Man.
Was it Macho Man? Yeah, fucking.
By the way, somebody put on Twitter, I gotta send it to you.
When Toby says, oh, that's a cute outfit, did your husband make it?
Yeah, no, Macho Man was perfect for that. He was my favorite when I was a kid.
Sure.
Yeah, he was just playing Macho Man, but in the Spider-Man universe. Yeah, it was good.
Honestly, I gotta send it to you. I saw a picture on Twitter of I think the late 70s or early 80s. Young Hogan, young Randy Savage, young Ric Flair.
That's AI.
Is it really? Somebody grokked it, and Grok said it wasn't AI.
Nah, but I know which one you're talking about. They're standing next to a car, right? Hulk Hogan's in shorts, think so. Right?
Somebody grokked it, and Grok was like, no, it's not AI.
I'm positive that one is AI, but I know which one you're talking about. I'll double check.
It even got Grok.
Yeah, well, Grok's a bit of an idiot sometimes. It says stupid shit.
I mean, like, Hogan's gimmick, as much as it got old, it never really got old.
No,
even against The Rock. And by the way, not Stone Cold Steve Austin. That's like a Stone Cold Steve Austin pop. Only this was Hulk Hogan being Hulk Hogan from the 80s. And it was still getting a pop in 2002.
That was a Hogan crowd though, wasn't it?
It wasn't supposed to be a Hogan crowd.
But they were turning on The Rock at that point as well, because he was in and out with Hollywood. He had done the Scorpion
people just wanted to see Hogan take the finisher and kick out and Hulk up. Because at the end of the day, while people don't like Terry Bollea, they love Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan has done more for wrestling than anybody else. When he left AWA to Vince McMahon, that was that was the turning point of wrestling. And when in the WWF, that was another turning point to make wrestling more global. Like McMahon, he buried the territories. And then when nobody could beat McMahon, Hulk Hogan turned heel and was beating McMahon, which only Hogan could. Sting couldn't do it. Ric Flair couldn't do it. Not even close. It was Hogan. Hogan was a better hero and a heel than Flair, Sting, Luger, any of them.
I don't disagree. I don't. Why are you ranting about Hogan? No one disagrees.
I'm just saying. I remember that. I remember that podcast, and man, those takes you couldn't have been more wrong.
No, I was right about my John Cena take. I didn't say that it was bigger than Hogan though. You said that John Cena's garbage. I said he's not garbage, and then you started comparing him to Hogan. I didn't even compare him to Hogan.
John Cena.
You can't call John Cena garbage.
John Cena, he's just not. He's not. It's not. It wasn't organic for John Cena. It was just there was nobody left.
That's
in movies though. John Cena's got pretty good comedic timing.
In Cena, it was like Hogan had a small run of, let's say, from like, because people hadn't caught on that Hogan's going to take the finisher and kick out until maybe 88 or 89. Because Hogan was not, there was no like WWF Raw, you know what I mean? He was a more special attraction, you know what I mean? And you didn't have a million pay-per-views. So it took longer for Hogan's gimmick to really catch on and get old. But it wasn't that long. It was like from like 84, 85, maybe to like 88, 89. And then it was like, you had a good 3-4 years. And then it was like, all right, this gimmick is really starting to... John Cena did it for a million years, 10 years into his career. Why even bother with the story? John Cena wins. They ran with it for way longer, way too long.
Yeah, but Cena. Your argument was that Cena is not a good wrestler, and that he's not as good as Hogan. And my argument was never that. I never said he's not as good as Hogan.
To be an all-time great, you've got to be somewhere in either like a draw. You've got to be like in like either the Stone Cold Steve Austin category as like a personality, or Hogan in that larger than life hero range, or like a Bret Hart or Shawn Michaels or Kurt Hennig as a talent. He's neither.
Yeah, Daddy, he's neither.
He's not in any of their leagues in those respective things. So how great was he really?
I disagree with that. I think as an entertainer, he's 100% on the level of some of those guys you just named. How could he become the 17-time world champion and be featured in all these Hollywood films and be one of the top merchandise sellers if he wasn't great?
He's a great entertainer, but the John Cena gimmick of hustle, loyalty, respect. I mean, John Cena took what Hogan did as far as like always winning and was more obnoxious than Hogan was with it. And you can say that was Vince McMahon and not Hogan doing that doesn't work for me, brother. But it was even more obnoxious.
I don't know. We had this discussion before. We disagreed. We're not going to agree. I like Cena. I think Cena, without Cena, the WWE would have been in serious trouble in the Ruthless Aggression era, in my opinion. But
that's just because the wrestling industry would have been in serious trouble as a whole.
Yeah, but it would have been in trouble without Hogan without Hogan becoming what he was as well. So Hogan was the linchpin then. So was Cena was back in the day too. Like every era's got their hero.
I mean, you can take Cena out of wrestling, and I don't know that it changes drastically. Not yet, Trevor.
That's a crazy thing to say. That's a crazy thing to say. You take any of that, Cena.
If you line up Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair, Stone Cold Steve Austin, John Cena, and say remove one, it's Cena.
Yeah, but
Macho Man Randy Savage, and any of those, The Rock, remove one, it's John Cena.
But you're still naming him against all the people that are like era defining. You won't just put Cena's name against any random person.
So John Cena is the least era-defining of all era-defining talents.
No, because Ric Flair's not. Ric Flair's not counted as being like era defining then, because he was in different territories to Hogan as well.
I mean, the NWA wouldn't have lasted without Ric Flair. WCW when Ric Flair without Flair and Sting, that would have been tough to even keep that going.
Yeah, but the NWA era was the area that it operated in was much smaller than what Hogan was operating in.
No, Ric Flair's job wasn't to be a larger than life hero. It was to go to the territory and wrestle their best wrestler for 60 minutes.
I don't think I don't know if you want to do the Ric Flair Cena argument. Cena might come out on top on that one. But you're from a different era, Tom. You're from that era, so you're going to be biased.
If you line up, like I said, Austin, The Rock, Hogan, Macho Man Randy Savage, Andre the Giant, and John Cena, and say remove one, it's Cena.
To you, I would disagree. Who
would you remove?
If I had to, I would be Ric Flair.
Wow, that's a tough.
If I had to, I mean, you're forcing me to remove one. Ideally, you don't remove Ric Flair from anything, but if I have to choose John Cena or Ric Flair, I'm gonna choose John Cena.
We've got to do another wrestling podcast, and we've got to. By the way, I'm very happy that my favorite team ever, Demolition. I was a big Demolition guy. Second greatest tag team of all time in the Hall of Fame.
The Brothers of Destruction are the greatest tag team of all time.
Oh my gosh, this new age wrestling fan.
Age Undertaker and Kane.
I can't take it, brother. I was watching WrestleMania 4 on pay-per-view when Demolition beat Strikeforce. Come on, man. I'm old.
Yeah,
I'm
but wait, hold on. Undertaker's not new school though. Neither is Kane. Undertaker was from what was his first WrestleMania?
Like compared to Demolition.
Yeah, they're newer than Demolition, but Demolition is newer than, I don't know, Bruno Sammartino. Like, how far back do you want to go before someone's legitimate?
Martino. Even if you put Bruno Sammartino, you may keep him over John Cena. I don't know.
Well, maybe, but he was champion for like what, 20 years? However long he was, like 4,000 days. Like,
yeah,
you're putting the greatest names and then saying John Cena can't hang with them. And I'm just like, yeah, but there's thousands of wrestlers, and John Cena supersedes all of them.
I mean, I didn't say he was I guess he's not a terrible wrestler. He's just not in that pantheon with those guys.
I disagree, but we can do a part 2 to our wrestling podcast.
Yeah, we've got to, and we got to talk Superman.
Yeah, we'll talk Superman. I'm going to get my Action Comics out of the attic for this one. Just to reference it. When you say Superman would never do this, I'll be like, well, actually, in this storyline, he did this. And we'll have C4 sitting on it as well, because I know he reads.
Okay, good. I've got him all too. I'll bust them out. I'll refresh my memory.
All right, cool. Was there anything that you guys wanted to close on with regards to Mortal Kombat, whether it's the movies or the games?
Nah, nothing I can think of. So,
Tom?
We need a Legacy Collection 2 to redo Legacy Collection 1 and put all the classics back on it. Only do it right this time.
So is John the Small Kid working on 3D MK?
So I think he's using, from what I understand, I haven't spoken to him directly yet. He's left comments and stuff, but he's basically modding the Legacy Collection. So essentially getting MK games to work in that actual framework. Now, I don't know if we'll be able to get online. I don't know if he can do that or not. It seems like he knows a lot about the netcode as well. So I don't know. I don't know. Like if he does some magic shit, that'll be fucking amazing. Like
if he can get Deadly Alliance or Deception working, you can charge for that shit. I'll buy it. I'll play it. If you
I'll
can
buy
get
it
that shit
too.
working, if you get working,
I'll buy it too. I'll buy it.
Yeah, I'll fund you. I will,
hey, Mike, I'm gonna head into dinner. I got the kids. I'm going into dinner. Thanks for having me on, brother. All right,
no
later,
worries,
guys.
man. Take care. Enjoy dinner.
See you, man.
Yeah, if he can do Deadly Alliance or Deception with online, and he's gonna charge for it, I'll be able to take my money. No problem. provided it works.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, no, it's just I mean, if he can do like the actual package itself is really good. It sounds like Mortal Kombat, looks like Mortal Kombat, but the online is the turd in the swimming pool. It's horrific. Which is why I trolled that young fella the other day, because all of these guys are like going, it's fine, it's fine. And it's like, well, it's not fine. I'll show you. So I went into his lobby, right, and then I went over his chat, and everyone was having a meltdown because everything just suddenly become lag city, and then the lobby crashed because that's what happens when somebody has a bad connection. And then I went to because me and Gawdly, we did a props video. We did a react video of one of his videos, and it was a positive video. And it was 2 hours, right? It was a long time. And this guy never watched any of it. And he's like, "Oh, you're a fucking hater," and all this blah blah blah. I think he was drinking. He had some White Claw or something. I don't know. And his name's Infected Jello. He's a young kid, but like, I went into his chat after the fight. I'm like, GG's. And then he started losing his fucking mind, man. He's like, "Oh, fucking, I'm so glad you're here, Fate. Let's have a conversation, blah, blah, blah." And then I started trolling him. Like, he started going, "Oh, you got to get that money or something." And I said, yeah, mama needs them new shoes. And then I said, and then after that, I said, your bill's got to be paid. He thought I was real. Like it was like I meant it. He's like, "Oh, see, it's just for the money." It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Did you just get born on the internet yesterday, bro? Like, I'm just taking the... Anyway, so...
those are usually the low IQ takes. I actually wanted to ask you something, because I saw somebody come in here earlier. I've seen the name before, called The Rexa Show or The Rex Show or something like that.
Yeah.
Are those friends of yours?
So he's been... I've reacted to some of his videos over the year, and then I've watched some of his stuff. He's like my age or slightly older, I think, and he's an old head like me with classic MK. But yeah, I met him for the first time on his podcast the other night, like properly, and I mean, yeah, he's cool. He seems cool. So that's my takeaway. So
okay.
Has he
No, he
right.
didn't do nothing to me. He did. I just saw him coming here insulting you. But I thought maybe you're friends. Maybe it's a joke.
Oh yeah, no. He's look. He gave me shit because I played the old games in widescreen.
Oh,
so, no, he's fine. Yeah, I love the Rex's show. He's cool. So
that's fair.
He's got that old man energy like we get at our age. So no, he's fine. So, but yeah, no, it's just frustrating, man. You know what it's like, dude. Like, you come from a position of customer like I do. You just want, you want it to work for everyone, not just for you.
Yeah.
And when people are actively like telling you to abandon the game and go play something else, or, like this other guy was saying, it's, oh, well, sometimes win, sometimes it's lost. So motherfucker, I pay for this shit. I paid for it. Right? These people advertise rollback netcode because they knew exactly what people want in a fighting game, and they can't even get that shit working, which is why that dude you just showed on screen, I can't think of his name right now, the guy that's working, like modding MKLK, right? Yeah. Like he said something in chat before about how they're implementing rollback, and how it's working with the emulators in there. It's just fucked. Like I don't know what the hell's right, like what they're doing in it, but I did remote play on Steam. I don't know if you've ever tried it, but essentially remote play, if I have the game and you don't, and there's a local co-op mode or some sort of PvP local mode, I can invite you into my game, and essentially you're playing with my streamed version to your computer, right? So I connected to Ringian Island, Dragoon in the United States using their own software, remote play at the same quality of Fightcade, but then I go into their online lobby and connect through in-game, like using their network setup, and it's just abysmal.
It's such a shame. Like, they put all this money into the game, and then you've got people at home that do a better job, and then you say stuff, and they're like, "Oh, you're a hater," and whatever. I'm just like, you cannot be okay with settling for less as a fan of the series.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually,
and
I wanted to show you this quickly. I don't know if you saw this. I saw it on Twitter earlier. This senior animator at NetherRealm Studios posted this.
I saw that, but I didn't know who that actually was. Yeah, I saw that yeah.
Yeah, he's been talking about. He made another tweet about MK saying that something is going on, and then he's tweeted this saying that he's back at the mother base this week.
Yeah.
In your opinion, do you think that there's gonna, because he's got the MK2 arcade cabinet there? Do you think the next game is going to be the next game from NetherRealm is going to be a Mortal Kombat game, or do you think it'll be Injustice?
I think it has to be Mortal Kombat. I mean, I don't. I mean, you'd probably know more than me because you've played a lot more Injustice, a lot more. I've just loaded up because cool fucking characters. But I don't know if you ever competed in it. I can't remember if you said you did or not. But
yeah, I did,
you definitely know a lot more about it, right? So I just look at it from a perspective as like, look, you know, are people going to really give a shit about a superhero fighting game or go with something like a main staple Mortal Kombat? Because if they announce the new Mortal Kombat and they go back to basics and get away from all the cameo stuff and, you know, and whatnot, then I don't know. I'm assuming it sells more than Injustice, right?
Oh, 100%. Injustice is not a big seller. I think last time I checked, I think like Injustice 1 did a couple million, and I think Injustice 2 did like 1 or 2 million. So it's not, from what I remember anyway, I might be remembering that wrong, but it's not on MK's level at all.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah. I think they should. Yeah. I mean, I think a next MK game, but again, I am trepidatious because of the fact of what they've done before. You know, like, and hang on, I thought Warner Brothers was getting bought out or something. Like, people still referencing Warner Brothers. Is that still a thing until the buyout or what? Like, I don't even know what's going on.
I would be lying if I said I knew what was going on. It's all like, at one point they were going to Netflix, then they went to Paramount, but Warner Brothers is still doing stuff. I don't know if the studio exists within Paramount now. They're still called Warner Brothers Studios, just because it's a recognizable name. But I don't actually know. From what I can tell, something is going on at NRS, and it seems around about the time that we'd start to hear things now, rumors are going to start dropping that there's something going on, because their turnaround time is pretty quick. Yeah. But I don't actually know what is going on. I've tried to find out. I've been like, oh, maybe I can chat to this person or that person. Everyone's I mean, obviously, if I knew, I wouldn't be able to say anyway. But no one's speaking, so I don't know what's going
on. Yeah, I think Moneymaker definitely an MK, but they've got like I said, like the designs in MK1, I'm pretty happy with. Character designs, you know, special moves, you know, short of a couple missing.
Not all of them. Like, I hated what
Scorpion design's terrible. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Scorpion's really bad. Lee May's, I hated what they did to Lee May. She was actually one of the only female characters that I used back in the day. I thought her backstory was like really tragic, and I was like, she's Striker in this game. Like, she's nothing. She's whatever. I was quite disappointed. Even the redesign doesn't look as good. Havoc, I didn't really like it. I'll be honest with you. I was not a fan of Havoc. And then when they did Titan Havoc, I was really not a fan of it. Original Chaos Realm Havoc from the 3D era, and even in the MKX comics, I like that Havoc.
Yeah.
But this one, not so much. Tanya was obviously nobody's favorite Tanya from what I can. Well, okay, actually, I shouldn't say that, because I said that about Black Panther and Shuri, and I got torched. But most MK fans didn't seem to like Tanya's redesign. I didn't mind Melina and Katana in the game. I didn't mind them as much. I know you weren't a big fan of them.
I still remember that video. I still remember that video you did with your sister, and I'm like, where I was like ragging on like their elbows.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about it like after that, I'm like, I wonder if they went to the mirror and they went, hang on, maybe he's right. No, I don't know. Like, I don't know. No, I don't know. I'd like them just to, you know, move past and just get back to just, you know, making a solid game again. You know, I don't need the chicks in stripper gear. Or anything like that. I just want them to make it a good game, you know?
It just needs to feel badass. Like MK1 doesn't feel
Yeah.
badass.
Yeah.
It feels
that's
like
all they need to do.
it feels like MK1 is afraid to be MK. Like it feels like it's tiptoeing around being MK. It kind of wants to be an MCU game. I just want MK to be like the MK2 film. They weren't they weren't apologetic about doing really like wacky stuff in the film, and it was good. It worked.
Yeah.
Like, I know it tries to take itself seriously as well, but it is wacky too. And I don't think there's anything wrong with leaning into that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to Street Fighter the movie as well, because it just looks actually, that's that's what I was going to ask you actually, because you're a wrestling guy. What do you think of Roman Reigns as Akuma? Do you think it'll work?
As Akuma? The Street Fighter film looks so goofy that in that context it works. He's not I wouldn't have chosen Roman Reigns, and he's my favorite wrestler right now. So I'm not a Roman detractor, but he's not who I would have thought of as Akuma. But then I wasn't really thinking that I'd see Andrew Schultz playing Dan, or Jason Momoa playing Blanca. So the whole film is wacky to me. And I was talking to a friend. I know they've got this whole MK versus Street Fighter beef going on because they're both coming out in the same year. And I was like, I think MK is going to clear it. And this is before I saw MK. And now the bar is very high. I don't think Street Fighter will. I think Street Fighter is going to be a lot of fun, but I think it's going to be just like, yeah, that was so stupid that you could sit there and have a good time. But I don't think it's going to match MK2. Roman Reigns as Akuma, not what I had in mind, but you know, he is our tribal chief, so we'll see how he pulls it off. If he does a good job, he will get my praise. I can't see it personally. When I think of Akuma, have you ever seen what was that new samurai show that came out? I've forgotten what its name is now. It was on Netflix.
Oh, Shogun.
No, not Shogun. I saw Shogun. It was like, was
that the one you recommended to me? I haven't watched yet. Was that the one that you watched?
Shogun is the one with the guy that plays Scorpion.
Yeah,
but this
I've
one,
seen that.
Is it called? It's not called The Last Samurai. It's called something else. But it was on Netflix. I've forgotten its name. What was its name? I know someone in chat knows.
Yeah.
The samurai show that was on Netflix recently, it was really, really good. I loved it. There's a character in that show. I don't imagine Akuma to look like him, but his presence is what I imagined for Akuma. He was like this guy, and he had like this bell on his leg, and when you heard this bell, you knew that he was coming. He was like this unstoppable force, and he had this like really menacing like aura about him, and like no one could fight him. Even the top samurai can't fight him. That's what I imagine for Akuma. But when I imagine Akuma, and then I imagine that aura, I don't imagine Roman Reigns. Even though in WWE he's kind of presented as being like this unstoppable force. What was the samurai show called again? Hold on, I'll get up. Samurai show on Netflix. Last Samurai Standing, that's it.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah, amazing show. If you haven't seen it, it's absolutely incredible. It's got some of the best sword fighting sequences, but there's a character in that show, and when I think of Akuma and his presence, it's that character. It's the character that hunts down the other powerful samurai.
Yeah.
That's how I imagine Akuma to be, because he hunts down, or he goes to fight people that are much stronger than him. I don't know, man. We'll see in it. It looks so silly. Cammy was like making quips at Chun-Li, and Chun-Li was screaming into the camera. I was like, all right, Joe, well, this is going to be a wild ride, but I don't know if it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I think, because I know in the trailer when that fight, had like Ken's, losing his mind and trying to attack Ryu, in the apartment, and he's like, sit down, and he grabs his sock and he spins him and throws him on the couch.
Yeah.
The impact sounds from the fight, I hope that's in the movie, because like that will sell it too, where stuff really it really feels like in MK2, it really feels like they're hitting. And I think that'll help. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it looks fucking crazy. Who's playing Bison?
The guy playing Bison plays Bond. I think he plays Mr. 3 in One Piece, and if you know the character in One Piece, you're like, how could he ever play Bison? Because Bison's a big menacing character, right?
Yeah.
But he doesn't. He's a good actor as well. Like I've seen him in loads of stuff, but I never imagined him to be Bison. Like if I was gonna do a wacky casting that makes sense for Bison, I would have chosen John Cena. To be honest with you, I think he probably could have pulled off a pretty. If you're going for like a comedy Street Fighter, John Cena has that presence. He's a big guy. He'll probably look good in the suit.
The polka dot man.
Yeah, I would not have imagined him being M. Bison.
Unless he levels up. Unless he just, like, I don't know if they're going to delve into the psycho power side, but if they did, and then suddenly he like, because remember in the Street Fighter movie with Raul Julia, like he didn't bulk up, but like he got those powers once he got electrocuted,
But he kind of looked like Bison. Like you were sold on it. Like it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough. And then he made it his own thing. But those kinds of casting is like, it's rare. Like you cast actors into roles of characters, and then they make it their own and they sell it. That's good. Like it happened with Shang Tsung, but that's also a massive gamble. And if you don't hit, the video game fans are just gonna rip you to shreds for it. So I don't know, man. Even Cody Rhodes as Guile. I like Cody Rhodes, he comes out, whoa, it's all good. Like, I like Cody Rhodes, but as Guile, I was like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, because the lines he's had in it, they kind of like making him comedic, but we need to hear the military side. Like, like it's okay if he's a little bit unk-like, he's kind of like not on the up and up, but he's hardcore. Yeah, I don't know.
It's going to be a tough sell. I will say though that Resident Evil, the new Resident Evil film, I saw a lot of people getting annoyed about it. I actually think it looks so sick. Because
I haven't seen a trailer for it yet.
Yeah, it takes place during Resident Evil 2, and it's meant to be from the perspective of a civilian, so not with Leon or any of the other main characters like Claire and Jill and that. It's from the perspective of somebody that's just minding their own business, apparently, and then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah,
I think that's such a cool idea because we already see it through the lens of the superhero type characters in Resident Evil.
Yeah,
I saw a lot of people getting annoyed saying, like it doesn't really look like Resident Evil. And I was like, yeah, but Resident Evil hasn't looked like old Resident Evil in a long, long time. It's gone through so many changes, so many updates to the viruses, so many weird creatures, giant spiders. Like it's gone through so many changes that people are like reacting really negatively. And I'm like, yeah, but Resident Evil's always been like this. I remember when I played what's the Resident Evil game where you start on the train? I think is it Resident Evil 0?
Yeah.
I think you're on the train and you fight the big spider and then you get off. And bro, the Resident Evil's always done wacky shit with characters. Like even the animated films, they've always done crazy stuff. So everyone's like, oh, what's that new creature or whatever? I'm like, that's Resident Evil. It's always experimented with creatures.
So
I think
yeah, I hope it's good. I mean, I got a soft spot for the Mila Jovovich movies, just dumb, again, products of their time, I don't mind. Actually, yesterday I hadn't watched it in a while. I watched the original first on-screen Punisher with Dolph Lundgren. And that was filmed in Australia, and it's really gritty. Like it's really fucking like really gritty compared to Warzone and obviously Thomas Jane's Punisher. It's really, really fucking gritty, but it was cool, but the funny part is he never wore the skull. There was never any opportunity where paint spilled and it made it look like a skull or anything like that. He was but he embodied the character. I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of the new Punisher. I think Thomas Jane's, I think when he locked in as Punisher, he was the Punisher, and not just in the physical sense, but he was also extraordinarily like intelligent when it came to like, with John Travolta and just tearing his world apart. He just set things up and just tore it apart. So Yeah, I don't know. So
Yeah, the old Punisher was good. I think the new ones, they're doing a pretty good job with him. What's his name? Is it John Bernthal?
John Bernthal. Yeah, he's a great actor. Yeah, I like him as an
Yeah.
actor. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
don't know.
sells
Maybe
to
it's just
me.
time. Yeah.
He sells to me as like a tough guy, slightly unhinged or whatever. But I haven't seen the new. I've only seen season 1 of Punisher, so I might not like 2 or the new season. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. The old Punisher films, they are good, especially that one. I haven't seen it in a long time, but yeah, it was good. I just feel like these days when they do things, they I don't know, man. There's something about like the Mummy era of movies, like the Brendan Fraser Mummy era of films, that they can't seem to capture these days. And I'm really worried with the new Brendan Fraser Mummy film coming out that it's not going to be as good as the first two. The first two are like,
Yeah.
to me at least, they're like, that's like prime time cinema. Like you're not winning awards for best script or anything, but there's so much fun. Like I feel like the Mummy walks the perfect line between action, comedy, and horror. Like it did all of it perfectly. Because I remember watching it as a kid. I think the first Mummy film came out when I was like 8 years old, and when the first time when he consumed somebody, I was like, oh my god, I was like, holy shit! But it was also, the film was also funny, and
Yeah.
I think the main character's name is Rick O'Connell or something like that.
Yep. Rick O'Connell. Yep.
He doesn't come across as like this know-it-all tough guy that could just get out of every situation. He seems like a very flawed character, and sometimes when I was watching it as a kid anyway, I was like, oh, this guy's gonna die. Like he's just doing so much stupid shit. He gets hanged at the beginning of the film. And I was like, this is a really good film. Like everything feels like very grounded, even though it's supernatural. And Rachel Weisz has like really good chemistry with him.
Yeah.
And then by the time you get to the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, or whatever the Jet Li one was, they recast her, and I was like, "What? You can't recast her. Like, it just like be like, okay, he's gone to another place, and that's his sister. Don't recast his wife."
Yeah. I can't stand that, to be honest. Like I got a soft spot for Brendan, because like he was huge in the 90s as well, Encino Man, all that. But there's, I am worried, but at the same time, like it sounds like everyone's coming back, which is great.
His emotes are coming back.
Did you see your boy? He's in the gym. Fucking dude. I reckon by the time the movie, like when we start seeing promo shit, right? Like, we'll take bets, man. Do you reckon he's going to get jacked? Because he's 57. But I reckon by that stage, he's gonna walk out like a whole fucking new man, bro. And that's because he's amazing, dude.
Yeah.
Like Brendan Fraser, like he's been through some shit, and he's kind of like Keanu Reeves, right? Like it's like look, even if it's the worst movie, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Because I like the guy, He's cool.
Brendan Fraser to me is one of the most criminally underrated actors ever. Everything that I've watched him in, he has like broken his back to make it good. And even when it hasn't been the most amazing thing, he's always been the standout in everything that I've watched him in.
Yeah.
There's a movie that I need to watch because whenever Brendan Fraser's in something, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to support his work. I like this guy. I feel like most people in Hollywood are like phonies and scam artists, and they're not who they say they are, and they're probably doing something weird that we don't know about. But Brendan Fraser strikes me as the kind of guy that's disconnected from that. I'd hate to be wrong. It would, if I heard something about Brendan Fraser, it'd be soul crushing. But he strikes me as the kind of guy that isn't doing that stuff. And there's a film that he's just brought, I think it's just come out, where he's in the military or like he's in court. I can't remember what it was called, but it looked really interesting. But he's such a good actor. And I think not enough people pay attention to his work because they think films like The Mummy are like dumb fun or George of the Jungle. But his body of work is like, he's such a ranged actor. Like, have you seen The Whale?
That's the one movie I haven't watched yet. I saw the one where he's in Tokyo. Like, so he's in Japan. He's playing that, I can't remember what he was playing a role, but then he got hired by this agency where they essentially fake like situations to help people through things.
Yeah, I saw
that was really good. Like tiny little wholesome movie, dude. Like, great.
It was like I didn't think like I was like, I'm gonna watch it because it's a Brendan Fraser film. I was like, it's probably not my kind of film. But by the end of it, I was like, this guy can basically sell anything to me at this point. But yeah, I watched The Whale, and I was like, I watched it on the plane ride to Australia because we couldn't get on any streaming services here, but they had it on the plane, and I watched it, and I was like, this is so depressing. Like I feel so bad for him. I don't know if I should be going to a stag do, watching The Whale as I'm getting off the plane. It was such a good film, but you feel so terrible for him throughout the entire film. But you also know that this is your fault. Like he basically leaves his wife in the film, and he leaves. He's gay. He meets this guy. I think he was his student, and he runs off with him. He leaves his child and his wife behind, and then that guy either leaves him or dies. Something like that. Something tragic happened. And he just eats himself into a coma. Like he's so fat in the film. It's unbelievable. And you feel bad for him because he's at the point of no return. Like he's gone too far. Yeah. And you're watching him trying to like build this relationship with his daughter, who's the girl in Stranger Things, the ginger girl.
Oh yeah.
And
yep.
Like she's good. Like I hated her in the film, but I was like, I get why you're angry, but you're like, stop talking to Brendan Fraser like that. But the dynamic between them was good. It was a great film. I wouldn't say I had fun watching it because it made me sad, but it was a really, really good film.
Yeah. I do agree. It's kind of like, we'll see, Keanu Reeves had kind of like a hiatus, you know, where sort of he had some, I don't know if it was in the 2000s or late 90s or something, where, you know, his movies kind of weren't really hitting, you know, even though they were good films. And then he just comes back with a vengeance. Like he was great in The Matrix, and then he did some bits, and then he kind of went quiet, and then suddenly John Wick comes out, and it's like he's back, you know.
Yeah.
And I hope that for Brendan Fraser, like, yeah, he was in the Looney Tunes. He did Journey to the Center of the Earth, which is a great family film. I'd love to see. Yeah, I'd love to see him just, because I mean, 57 isn't old. I mean, it's not by today's standards, I guess, you know. And you got guys like Liam Neeson running around doing shit still. So,
no,
he can do it.
He's rich. He's got time. He'll have the best trainers. I think he'll do it. All they need to do is get the old cast back together. Imhotep needs vengeance because the way Anaxunamun did him dirty. I think watching that film inadvertently red-pilled a generation of men. That film accidentally sent guys to the red pill. I watched that. I was livid. I was like, how could you do that to him? This guy basically resurrected. That he centered everything around you because he loved you so much. And you left him. I was like, oh, hell no. I couldn't stand that tavern wench. I was so angry.
I agree. It's like there are no lies being detected, man. It is 100% truth. Every dude watched that going, there's no, like, because that's the thing, right? It's like, you know, like as dudes, right? You know, we're built that, no, we stay thick and thin, right? But what happens if it turns? You know, like we don't expect our women to be as physically able, but just to be there, show up, you know. And you know, yeah, man, I fucking I 100% agree. I feel so bad for Imhotep. I feel so bad. I kind of hope that in the new movie he'll team up. Could you imagine the team up with like that chemistry? You know, it's like,
wait, why would he team up with Brendan Fraser?
Because the new mummy might be her. Something might happen, and like who knows? Like I don't know.
Just resurrect her just to shoot her. She deserves the worst fate. It was when he was going Semui. I don't know what that means, but he was shouting at her, and then he watched Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz like embrace each other, and I looked at the look on his face, and as a child that scarred me, and he just fell into hell, and I was like, oh nah, man.
He didn't even fight it. He didn't fight it. He just went nah.
He just gave up. That actress, I've seen her in some other stuff, and every time I see her, I'm like, that's a Nux on the Moon. She snaked my boy. I don't know if they'll bring Imhotep back, but I'd like to see The Rock come back as the Scorpion King as well.
Yeah, a proper
CGI, CGI this time. Or like you can redo it. It can be prosthetics. Like you don't have to like turn him into a full Scorpion, but they could probably do something quirky with it. Because the Scorpion King film is actually sick. It's so underrated. The ones that came out after it were shit, but they didn't have The Rock in it. But the first Scorpion King film was really cool because like they went from doing this like big supernatural action film to like a really grounded story about just a hero who was kind of flawed as well. And it's one of the only films where you can watch The Rock actually make mistakes and get captured and get knocked out and doesn't really know what he's doing, because after that he started basically being Superman in every film.
Yeah.
So, I think it was really good.
Yeah. But you're right though. I mean, the Mummy movies are like they're an adventure. You know, you're not going in there for the Shawshank. You're going in there to feel like you're entertained from start to finish. You know, and there's not many. We don't get that a lot. So I kind of hope there's going to be a resurgence for that. That's why I think I was so taken with MK2, because I didn't expect that. I didn't expect. I mean, not like, you know, I didn't expect a good father figure on screen. How fucking long has it been, dude? You know, that they've done that, and not just that, but also, you know, that dynamic with Katana, and so I was hooked. They set the tone and they carried it all the way through. And I, you know, no, it's not perfect, but it was fun, and I'm thinking about it. And that's really good. I mean, we just recently watched Project Hail Mary, right? And
is that the film in space?
Yeah, Ryan Gosling, right?
Yeah, I missed it.
Now, like, my son's a big Ryan Gosling's cool, right? He's cool, you know. He's got that Sigma energy. But my son's a big fan, loves his movies, you know, and so we watched that, and apparently, apart from obviously like the stars, all of it was done on proper sets. Even the alien that you see in the trailer and stuff, I won't spoil anything, but it was all done puppetry, you know, and it's like, fucking hell, like I haven't seen that shit. I haven't seen like them do that in so long. And the funny part is it makes it feel so much more organic compared to a lot of the CGI type like stuff, you know, that we get. I mean, obviously it's difficult to animate things like giant robots and, you know, stuff like that. Sure. But apparently it was all real sets, you know, just using practical effects, you know, outside of obviously the standard, you know, like, you know, planets and whatnot. But yeah, I most days I'm watching movies, dude. Most days I know Tom Cruise did an interview once. So he's like, most days you watch movies. He's like, yeah, I love that shit, dude. I love movies.
I watch a lot of horrors. Like, me and my girl watch a lot of horrors. There's a new horror that's come out called Obsession that I might even go and watch it tomorrow. I might ask her if she wants to see it tomorrow. It looks really good. Everyone that I've spoken to says it looks really good. I think it's about this girl that becomes obsessed with this guy, something like that. But my friend said it's actually terrifying, and I was like, oh, that sounds. Mate, I said to him, is it terrifying as a whole, or is it just terrifying for men? And he was like, it's terrifying for men.
This is some basic instinct shit. Shit. Now I know I know you've had some slander, but are you going to go see Masters of the Universe?
I'm going to see it because I have to see it to give an opinion, but the trailers are not selling me at all. Like the way that you and Gawdly felt about the MK trailers is how I feel about Masters of the Universe.
Yeah.
I am not sold in the slight. So my expectations are minus right now, but if I go in there and it's halfway decent, then I'll be pleasantly surprised.
So I'm a He-Man fan, you know, all the way back. It's my favorite cartoon. But I know they just recently had a premiere. You know how they have a big premiere where all the stars show up and, you know, the actors and things like that. Yeah. A lot of, and again, it's reviews. You got to take them with a grain of salt. But I know it's going to be campy. I know it's going to be bright, colorful, and stuff like that. And I'm hoping that it's the same sort of feeling I got with MK2, where they just by the sounds of it, they fully lean into it, the stupidity of it. Like
Mm.
it's an 80s cartoon. Why make it sort of, feel grounded or whatever? But apparently it's got a lot of heart, and it's the same guy that did Bumblebee. And it's like, okay, all right, he's like my age or probably older, and he seems to really get. This is what I really miss about the 80s and stuff, is that you watched a lot of stuff, even if it was bad CGI, like things like Short Circuit, it was a fully animated robot and stuff or whatever, but fuck, it had heart, man. Like it had heart, like Never Ending Story, it had heart. That's what we need back. That's why I liked MK2. It felt like it had heart.
Mm.
I was so shocked, dude. I walked out of there going, what the fuck happened? I was like ragging on this shit. And it's like, nah, something happened. Like, yeah. But I was so glad to be wrong. That's what people don't get when they call us haters. We don't want to be right about this shit. We want to get proven wrong. We want to be able to turn around and go, you know what? They fucking cooked. Let's do it. Great. Excellent. I want to be excited.
Yeah, I do too. Like, there's nothing worse than your favorite franchise coming out and it sucks, because it's like, yeah, we're going to talk about it because we're going to talk what we don't like about, but after that, we've got no game to play. Like, we've exhausted all avenues in talking about it, and it's over now. Like with Tekken 8, when it came out, I was super excited, and we did 10-hour streams of us just playing Tekken 8. But after the updates and the season 2 here, I was like, man, I can't sit here for 10 hours playing this game now. So now when I do the Shambolic Showdowns, they're like 3 hours max. Yeah. And that's all I can stomach of the game. With MK1, I can't even turn it on. I can't think of anything worse than playing that game for 3 hours. And I really want them to bring out an MK game where I'm like, we're doing a Shambolic Showdown, we're playing this for 10 hours. I would love to do that. It would be so much better than me turning on the camera and being like, so NRS fucked up this, they fucked up this, they fucked up this, and then just that cycle will then restart when the new Mortal Kombat game comes out, and it will last about a year, and then we'll have no MK game. I would rather they bring me out a Deadly Alliance. Like, it doesn't have to be a 3D game, but something that I love. But I'm like, I could just play this to death, and the community can have fun with it, and we can do tournaments and stuff. That is much more fun, and it's just better for channels overall. There's only so much time that can be like, NRS, why is there no crossplay on day one? Why is this glitch in the game? Why have you done this? Why is the store rotating every 30 seconds? Like, I sit and I'm like, man, they fucked up another MK game. Can we just get something good for once?
That's the thing too. Like, and I'm sure you get it as well. They just think that you're this entirely negative void of black, no hopium, And it's simply not true. It's just that, well, you know what it's like, man. You got to get that shit off your chest.
Well, the thing is that people say stuff like, you're not a fan of MK. But I'm like, there's 3 eras of MK. So these people are fans of the current era, which is fine. That's no problem. It doesn't make you any less of a fan than me. But it's a different era. I'm a fan of the 3D era. And that doesn't make me any less of a fan than you. It's still Mortal Kombat. So when they say to me I'm not a real fan because I've criticized the last 2 games, just 2 games, mind you, MK9 and MKX are good in my book. They're not perfect, but they're leaps and bounds better than what came after them. But when I say to them, oh, so you don't like the arcade era and the 3D era, they're like, no. And I'm like, so are you a true MK fan then? You're using your own logic against you. It doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah.
So we talk about them at length because we want them to be good, and we want them to succeed, and we want NRS to lock in and support the game for more than a year and 5 months or 8 months or however long it was. I don't talk about these things at length because I just hate the product, and that's it. We love the franchise. And in the entire time the MK1 has been out up until now, every single time we've done an MK discussion and we've got people on Twitter saying, oh, you're just an MK hater, you don't know anything about the game. Every single one of those people that have come onto this podcast and I've questioned them, they've gone silent. Because half of them don't even know the lore. They're getting on to me. They don't know half of them don't know anything about the mechanics or what we're on about. And look, I have to admit, like, I hung my kunai up on MK1 a long time ago. So I bowed out of the conversation Just like the MK Legacy Collection, I bowed out of that conversation, so I'm not playing it. But as for the other games that we were playing and talking about, we brought people on here saying, "Oh, you and Tom are MK haters," and then they come on here and it's crickets. It's the same shit every time.
I will. I mean, I'm pretty sure Sikan is probably still not a fan of me, but I'll give him props for this. He calls shit out. You know, like I don't follow him on Twitter, but I'll see people retweet stuff or share things, or it might show up in a feed, and he'll call shit out. You know, doesn't matter if he plays all the time or not. Like, you know, that's what matters. You know, and yeah, he's not towing the line or anything like that. So yeah, you got to give him props for that. So
yeah, Sikander's been holding it down for MK streamers, to be honest. Like, he's pretty much the only one doing modern MK games.
He can't call me fat no more. To be fair, he was kind of right. I was getting there. I was about to take the E off the end of my name, right? So
yeah, I can see you've lost a lot of weight.
I was getting a little heavy. But yeah, no, it's yeah, you know, I don't know if he'd ever talk to me one day, but I again, you know, just with our post beef and stuff like that, I look back at that shit and I feel ashamed. I do, you know.
Nah, there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's just guys fighting. It just happens.
Yeah, well, you know, it's better to get along than not, I suppose. But in saying that, though, I've been antagonizing the classic guys, but it you know what it's like. It reaches into that part where it's like, you know, people basically telling you to just shut up and just deal with it while they get to enjoy something, and that really irks me.
No,
because I just want it to be great for everyone, not just for my community or whatever. I want it to be great for everyone, so that way, you know, we don't have any problems. And I don't understand why people run defense. Well, I do. It's psychology, right? Like they get up and then nostalgia feels. They got some particular thing that's made them feel like they got to defend it because they had a good time with it as a kid, or some memory. You know, what was it? Was it Losty Girl? I think. You know, her late brother or something was a fan of a character, Ashra. So that was a connection there. I can't fault that. You know, like I get that, but you know, at the same time, the nostalgia goggles block. This is how developers get away with shit, because they bank on that. And then they know that there's people out there. Like, apparently Stephen Frost has showed up in some of these classic guys' streams. And I go, well, did you say anything about the netcode? Like, he's literally right there. If I spoke to him again, it's like, and I've tagged that fucking guy. It's like, ask him about the netcode. It's the one thing holding this thing back. And it's like, oh, but it's fine for me. It's like, fuck, you know, like,
yeah, those
like
people,
talking to a wall.
They don't. I'll never understand consumers that could see a problem and then just shrug their shoulders when it's like something that everybody's trying to enjoy. Like, we never experienced the problems that the guys in Africa did with MK1, because their servers were apparently in New Zealand, so or somewhere that was not Africa. And I had them on here because I was like, okay, well, you guys should be platformed, and you should be able to tell people what's going on. Now, I'm not taking credit for this because I don't know if NRS was going to do this anyway. It was coincidental that after that podcast, the African guys, I think they were in, I can't remember, I think they were in Nigeria or something like that, but they basically contacted me and they were like, yeah, like, they fixed our servers. And I was like, good. It didn't affect me. I don't play Mortal Kombat in Uganda. But when they reached out to me, I was like, okay, that's kind of fucked up. You guys paid for the game. You're super passionate about it, and you can't enjoy it. Just because I can doesn't mean that we shouldn't platform you. And they got their servers working. They're not perfect. I think if we played on their servers, we would find it unacceptable because of what we're used to.
Yeah.
But they're like, it's a much, much bigger step up. So to all you old MK heads that are like enjoying the game because in your part of the world it's fine, stop telling Fate or anybody else that just deal with like what you've got. That's so stupid. As consumers, I don't know why you would ever opt for that. I there was a point where I wanted to host a debate between you and one of them, but I don't know who it was.
Yes, yeah. So that was Scotty Combat, and like, to be fair, like, I mean, this isn't fighting like between, like, say how you and I used to be, or me and Foxy or whatever. Like, you know, it's just more that these guys. So the way some of these guys operate is that they got their communities, and they're like, I'm just over here enjoying my MK game, and then one of them did a review video, which wasn't a review video, and it was basically like, my truth is that this is great, and it's like, for fuck's sake, like there are objective problems. There's no truth or false. There is legitimate, provable, factual evidence. But my truth, and I'm just sitting there I'm crashing out right now. I'm just like, fuck's sake, you know.
Okay, wait, hold on, Faith. Let me ask you a question, just so I get clarity on this. When you and Gawdly are making videos calling these things out, are these guys just minding their business saying, well, it works for me, so I'm happy? Or are they seeing your videos and getting onto you guys and calling you haters and stuff?
So with the Scotty Combat one, which is the one I think you were trying to get on. So that one, most of these people, A, wouldn't come on probably, and B, I mean, I'll be honest, like, you are a really hard person to fight against, right? And you just eat them for breakfast. I mean, dude, you may as well go sleep on the corner in your back room right there, and you'll still defeat them. Like, because there's no argument. Like, there's literally no argument. You'll just sit there and go, yeah, but there are problems, and they'll be like, yeah, and then it'll be like M2 Dave all over again, except without the yelling, right? You know, so Scotty Combat, his community were trash talking me, you know, because people will share it. Like, you know how people cross-pollinate with different Discords?
Yeah.
So I thought, oh, okay, I'll just go over there and beat him at the game, and I did. I lost one match against him, and I won two. And then after that, Dragoon, who has a little bit of a reputation in the classic scene, you know, for being good at the game, he was actively ignored by Scotty on his stream when he was trying to get into a room to fight. He lied and said that the rooms were full. That's why we say things like GG room's full, right? Because he's like, oh, no, the room's full. And we're literally looking at it. It's like, no, it's not. Like, you're lying. You are actively dodging this guy, right? You know. And then guys like I mean, me and Daryl, like he's got like 35,000 subs, bro, right? He's a massive classic dude. Like, I got no ill will to him, but then he'll start sort of like saying stuff like, oh, these negative people and stuff. There's no one else talking about the game in a negative way except for you, me, and Gawdly. Like, there's nobody else doing it, right? So it's like, come on, man. Come on. Just, you know.
This is my thing. If you buy a game, like, there's games that I've got, like Bleach Rebirth of Souls, for example. I play that a lot. And I mind my business. Like, I make content on it, but I don't go out like flaming people that are annoyed of it, because I know what they're annoyed about is legitimate.
Yeah.
If I'm minding my own business, that's one thing. But if I see you uploading videos and you're like trying to push change for the game because there's actually something wrong with it, and then I come and bother you, then I have a problem with those people. Because I'm like, if you want to mind your own business and play your game, that's fine. You paid for the game. You're not obligated to speak on the issues. But if you see another man talking about the issues and you take issue with that, in my opinion, you should have just kept your mouth shut. There was no need for you to come over here and start bothering people who clearly have valid issues with the game. So if they're doing that, then I would take issue with it. But if they're just minding their own business and they don't want to talk about it, that's completely fine with me.
So I'm gonna make this will make your hair melt off your head, right? So this Daryl guy, and again, like, he's cool. I got no ill will against the guy, but I think I don't know. He's just, the nostalgia's too strong with this one. So he makes this review video, basically calling out all the negative Nancy's and stuff. I do a response video to it, right? And some people are like, oh, why are you going so harsh? I wasn't being like rude or anything. I'm just like, man, what do? You can't call people spoiled brats. You can't call people ungrateful or to be grateful, you know, or to say, oh, well, that's just the Lux, bro, just deal with it. You know, I said, you can't do that shit. And I already talked to him privately, which I can also show you as well.
Wait,
about this.
Could you tell me the name? What's his channel's name?
Daryl Sung, DARRYL, and then Sung, like TSUNG. Canadian fella. He's a nice guy. Like, he's a happy guy. Sits on his streams. He just covers classic MK stuff, right? Anyway, so I did my react video to it, you know, because I was really disappointed. You know, it's like, come on, man, seriously. Like, there are legitimate issues here. You've got more of a problem with me noticing than actually joining in. He then leaves a follow-up comment after that, and he goes, and I covered it in a video. He goes, "Oh, this was my plan. See what I've done. I've got all the MK community coming together talking about this issue." And I'm like, motherfucker, I've been talking about this shit like guys like Mike and Gawdly since day fucking one. You didn't need to light a fire under my ass. It's because, in my opinion, this is the old, you poked and then you go, "Oh, I was just trolling, bro. I was just trolling, bro." Like that's the response. And I cover it in a video.
Is this
I'm
the
like,
video?
that was his. Was that the? That yeah. That's the video that I reacted to, and then he did a proper review after that because you know, so it wasn't really a review. It was basically like, I don't know, just like calling out people, you know, but not by name, you know.
Should we watch it? Is it worth watching?
Well, you can watch it again. I might crash out, but.
I'm actually, sure. Wait, let me see what the chat says. Chat, do you guys wanna see this video, or is it not?
I'm just gonna quickly run to the bathroom and I'll come back. So yeah. I would love. All right, hang on.
Guys, you tell me. Is it something you want to watch? Because I won't put on something that you guys don't want to watch. Dude, ran the options select. I'm so curious now because I've been out of the MK creator beef. I ain't got no problem with Daryl. I don't know who Daryl is. I've got no issue with him whatsoever. I'm just super curious. Urban Boy said no. Why, Urban Boy? You can get loads of clips out of it. Isn't that what you're here for? We'll wait until Faye gets back.
All right. Good afternoon.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Is that coming out of my headset? Did you guys hear that? I think it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for clicking on the video.
Yeah, I think sound is good, right? Let me know if you guys can hear that. This one demonstrates what Fate is complaining about. Daryl is a nice guy, but he has Stockholm syndrome. Well, this is going to be the first video I see from him. So I've been out of the MK. I haven't done any MK stuff in a while because when we did the Legacy Collection videos and they popped off, but I was like, I'm not going to make any content. There's no point even talking about it. The game's cooked. So I didn't buy it. I was like, that's it for me. I'm out.
All right. I have returned.
Okay, so all right, it's only 12 minutes. It's not that long. So yeah, let's this is my first time seeing Daryl. So let me see what he has to say.
And this is just a brief review. I'm going to keep it as quick as possible. Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. I got my deluxe edition here for the PS5. This collection's been out for over 6 months now, and they just released crossplay a couple weeks ago. So what do I think of this game after 6 months? Now, I've had people in the past actually that have said to me very bluntly, Daryl, it is your responsibility to tell these people the truth about the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. Well, what is the truth about the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection? The truth is, however you feel about it, that's your truth. So if you don't like it, you don't like the online, you don't like the single player, there's something about it that you don't like, then that is your truth, and you have every right to that.
Okay, first point of contention.
I'm going to fucking crash out, bro. This is PTSD all over. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
First point of contention. If the online is bad or it's good, that's not your truth. That is just a fact of the matter. There's only one truth there. If the game comes out and the online isn't good, there's no my truth versus your truth. It's the online's bad or the online is good. That's it.
Yeah. That
is it. That's my first point of contention. But we're only a minute in. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
No. Okay. Not yet.
Okay.
I like the game. If I love
by the way, just wasn't. By the way, I got no ill will with Daryl. Like Daryl's great. I just think this is so. I sincerely mean this, and I think you'll agree. You've probably met people like this before, where I don't know if he's, and you'll hear it in this video, I don't think he really knows how to handle when he gets pushback. See, for guys like you and me, when people call us a fuckwit and blah, 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 yeah, fucking, we just sit there and go, whatever, like, but some people, they kind of, it really, I don't think they're used to it, right? And I kind of get that feeling with Daryl, because when he talks, you'll hear it. Anyway, yeah, press play. You'll see what I'm talking about.
It's my truth, and I have my opinions and my right to feel that way also. I've had people say, well, you know what, you get some views on your videos and such, and you're telling these people, you're making it sound like it's the greatest thing ever. Well, you know what? If it's the greatest thing ever to me, then again, that is my truth. So,
okay, well, I think what people are getting at here is that, like, I always use Rebirth of Souls as an example, because that is a really, really bad game with very good fighting game mechanics. And what I mean by that is that the online is garbage. We have no spectator lobbies. Ranked is pretty shit, and it didn't come in till months later. Story mode is kind of arse, but it's got great music. It's very, very, like, it really knows what Bleach is, like, artistically, and the mechanics are great. But I told people, do not buy this game, because on day one, it's got no ranked, and it's got no spectator lobby for a fighting game that's unacceptable. And then on top of that, the online is shit. It's gotten better now, but it's still not good. But I've got more hours in Rebirth of Souls than I do Tekken 8, which is saying something.
Jeez, that's wow.
I play it to death because I love the game. I think the game is great, in my opinion. As a fighting game, the mechanics for me are enough to keep me on it. But I will not tell people to go out and buy that game if you're looking for a full package, because it's not. It is 50% of a game.
Yep.
So I think that's what people are asking Daryl to do here. Just be honest and say, I like the game, but it's kind of shit in these areas.
Where do you sit on the stance of, do you think when you're a public figure like what we're doing, do you think there is a moral obligation for us to bring up issues with it? Or do you think, because I know you, because obviously you're friends with Ketchup and Mustard, and they generally don't cover anything negative. Do you think there's a moral obligation for people to talk about a thing that they're covering, is like the actual problems, or does it default back to, it's like, well, it's your channel, you can do what you want? I kind of default to the second position, but at the same time, when you start going down this path that you're witnessing of like, well, my truth and blah, 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 and, these, swart brats and all that sort of bullshit. That's when it's like, well, hang on a sec. I mean, you're not just over here quietly. Now you're calling people out for trying to get these problems fixed, right? At the same time, not doing anything to try and get it fixed, except for just having a problem with people noticing, essentially. I don't know. Where do you sit? Do you think there's a moral obligation or not?
I don't think there's a moral obligation, but I think the way you set your channel up is going to really dictate what people expect of you. So this guy already, like, again, no hating him whatsoever, no ill will, but I wouldn't go to him for opinions or to get any information on the MK Legacy collection, because as soon as somebody says my truth, then we're no longer talking about reality now. We're talking about something completely different. I think, like, the way I've set my channel up, I wouldn't say I'm morally obligated, but I would 100% understand if people started unsubscribing from me if I started saying stuff like my truth. Because for a long time now, I've said, oh, I like Sonic 2006, or I like Devil May Cry 2, or I like Rebirth of Souls, but these games have a lot of issues with them. It's just they may be guilty pleasures for me.
Guilty pleasure. Yeah,
it's your channel.
Oh, fuck, I get that, man. 100%. Yeah,
it's your channel. I mean, we like MK Annihilation, or at least I do, and that's a terrible film. But
I like it. Yeah, it's just fucking so stupid. It's fun.
Yeah, it's so stupid. It's so unbelievably dumb that I can't like it.
Every man in that ball flying through the Earth realm wished they were Liu Kang. Every fucking dude, every man was like, "We get to hold katana? Okay, all right, come on, yeah."
Yeah, I think it depends on how you portray yourself. Like, if Daryl, did you say his name was Daryl?
Daryl, yep.
If Daryl wants to portray himself as a my truth guy, that's completely fine. But obviously, that comes with that saying that you'll start to build a certain image for yourself. And there will be people that like having like the rose tinted glasses and they just want you to make them feel good about the product they've bought, and that's fine. But I wouldn't go to somebody like that because I know I'm not getting the truth. I'm getting their version of the truth, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's like when you ask some of these some people online and they go, well, my truth is, I'm like, bro, there's one truth and that's it. So you don't have a moral obligation. It is your channel. You can do whatever you want with it, but you will be judged for it. Like I said, if I started switching up and saying my truth when Mortal Kombat 2 comes out, people are going to look at me sideways, and rightfully so.
Let me talk about the pros and cons the way I see it. All right, not everybody's going to agree with this, and I know I'm going to get some harsh comments. That's part of the YouTube experience, right? So I've been seeing a couple of reviews lately on the crossplay, especially. Obviously, it came out 2 weeks ago, and once again, this game is it's getting bashed left and right. And you know what? These people make some valid points. I'm not going to name any names in this. These people are making valid points, and that's good. That's good. They're bringing awareness to it. All right. That's if you have a YouTube channel or whatever. That's 100% your right to talk about your experience with this game and how much you hate it if you hate it. But if you love it, talk about how much you love it too. So the single player has never been an issue for me. I liked the single player in this right off the hop. There were latency issues, and I compared them to the arcade 1-up versions of the Mortal Kombats.
Hold on a second, bro. I remember when this game launched. This game was abysmal on launch, even for single player.
Yeah.
It was
there were
awful.
massive input issues, glitches, bugs, crashes, paging errors where you get all the graphics all over the screen. That's what Total MK told me was happening. Yeah, there was a lot of problems. Yeah.
Yeah. This is not a my truth thing. That is what it was. That if you said something like it had clipping issues, it had audio issues, it had this, it had that, whatever, but I still liked it, then I'd be like, okay, cool, that's fine, no problem. Like I said, I like Sonic 2006, and that game has about every single issue under the sun. But if you said that, people would be like, okay, cool, no problem.
Yeah.
But this is not like I think it's fine. It's not fine. It might be acceptable to me, but it's not fine, objectively speaking. Games are not supposed to
product,
launch. Yeah, it's not. We're in 2026. Games are not supposed to launch like they're launching in 1993.
Oh,
right?
I think this is the video. There's something that's gonna really fucking trigger you then.
Oh god. All right, let's get to it.
Came to latency. Now they fixed that pretty quickly. The PlayStation version is the one that I play the most. I had the Xbox version also, but they fixed the latency issues with the single player. They fixed the sound issue with the 32X. And when it comes to single player, I think this right here is worth its weight in gold. It's definitely worth the money. The single player experience is awesome. The documentary is fantastic. I think the majority of us already know that, and they've implemented a ton of content on here for that.
The documentary was good, but I can watch it on YouTube. I'm not paying for a game to watch a documentary. Like if it's in there and everything is working fine, that's fine, no problem. Because I remember playing the 3D era games and they had like the Cooking with Scorpion video clips and whatever. Those were all great. I loved it.
Yeah, that was funny.
But Deadly Alliance was also a great product. There was a lot of stuff in there for me to do, and the combat was good. This on launch day wasn't, and people were saying to us, yeah, but it's got a documentary. And
I didn't buy a game for a fucking doco. Like I bought a game for game, right?
YouTube exists. Daily Motion. I don't even know if Daily Motion still exists, but these places exist. Like I'm not buying a game to watch a documentary. What kind of lunacy is that? If everything is working fine and the game has a documentary, no problem. But if the only thing working in your game is a documentary, we have got a big problem.
Yeah.
When the online, when the game first came out, all they offered for online was quick match. There were no lobbies, no ranking, no leaderboards, no crossplay, which was something we all expected to get off the hop. But truth be told, I'm pretty sure we were all beta testers when this first came out, and they released it early. But you know what? That was 6 months ago. It's neither here nor there anymore. 6 months ago, that's in the past. Within the first month, they released an update which included lobbies. People were excited about that. We got playing them. A lot of people were disappointed with that. and I understood. Every time I would do a live stream every week, I would jump on into the lobbies. We'd see the issues firsthand together as a community, and those issues were addressed. Digital Eclipse responded, and they've released patches to fix the online. Now, the biggest problem with the online, and it's still an issue, is if you are playing cross-region. All right, even sometimes people in your region, in your country, you'll get serious lag issues.
Yeah, I just want to like reference something that Kaneko's mentioned there. A game comes out. Let's say it comes out January, and then you fixed it by June. It's not whatever, it's in the past. It's that don't do that, because most of the player base is gone. Now, you remember when this was coming out, and I was saying to you, I can't wait to jump in lobbies of you and Total MK, because this is going to be the MK game that you guys can school me on. I'm like, this is going to be sick. And then it came out, and I was like, okay, I'm not buying this. And now, even if it's gotten better, and I know you're saying it hasn't, I'm not buying it. Like, the ship has sailed. You can't release a game, charge full price for it, and then be like, but wait 6 months. Wait 6 months for the basic features, and then everything will be okay, and it's neither here nor there. No. That's, as consumers, we should be asking for more.
Shout out to, by the way, Kaneko. He's the one, I covered it a little while ago. He made his own Mortal Kombat collection, Mortal Kombat Nostalgia collection. Fuck, man. Like, it is incredible. So shout out. He did it all himself. You know, you can get these games online. He's got the 3D era, everything, hacked versions. You know, you highlight a game, it's got a picture, a little video that plays. Dude, you know.
I know Kaneko's a big brain. He sent me some stuff, and every time he sends me stuff, I'm like, well, I don't know what this guy's on about. You might as well be talking hieroglyphics.
Yeah. No, he's the man. He's fucking man. Shout out to Kaneko. He's great.
Now, they have a setting where you can set the connection to where you only accept people with a good connection, but it doesn't seem to work. Digital Eclipse, I don't know if it's the whole placebo thing and they're throwing that in there, if it actually does anything whatsoever, but it's hard to say whether that works or not. All I know is through experience, I've put the minimum connection to be at the greatest. You have to have the greatest connection, and I'd still get choppy matches. It is what it is. It doesn't mean I'm not able to find joy in the online or good matches, because I find them all the time. My live streams are they're proof of that. Every time I play live streams, you can see I'm having a lot of fun during these. Now, the cross-region stuff, too. Like I said, I always use Australia as an example. And I use Australia as an example because...
He's talking about me, right? This is what I'm saying. He doesn't say my fucking name, right? Sorry, I'm crashing out. My bad. Right.
No, it's okay. It's fine. We've got a policy now on this channel. You are, unless we're doing a video reaction, because you can't retroactively change it. But if you come onto this stream and you start talking about people vaguely, I'm going to ask you to name them. No more vague posting. I've done it before as well. I've vague posted before. It's annoying for the people watching. Yeah. It's annoying when I watch myself back and I'm like, why did I even say that? So from now on, if I say something, I'm gonna give you a name as well.
I used to do it. That's why I came up with nicknames, man, so I could like mention people without mentioning it, and it triggers.
Yeah, like you can't say vague things, and because the other people are gonna know what you're talking about, and then the creator's gonna hear that and be like, oh, he's talking about me, but you have no real proof, and then they're like, oh, I wasn't talking about you. You just think everything's about you, and then you're like, oh, okay, we're gonna do this.
Yeah. That fucking gaslighting cycle. Yeah.
Ringy, thank you for becoming a member, bro. Appreciate you very much.
Shout out to Ringy. I had to race him on Forza. I got the new Forza. I haven't raced him yet. So I thought I'd give him some time to get used to the idea of losing. So, yeah.
Does the new Forza game have like a Gundam in it?
Yes, dude, you fucking dude. So, like, I don't know if you said the video. So, like, one of the, like, so each, I don't know if you ever played Forza Horizon games. So as you level up, you get it's like a wristband color, right? So you might start off on pink. Once you level it up, you'll go to green and so on. And at the end of each level, there'll be like some cool thing to do. And one of the end of the levels is fucking, there's literally a fucking Gundam like running down this track, jumping over all sorts of dude. Like it's a fucking spectacle, but it's great. It's really cool, man.
I saw it on Twitter and I was looking at it and I was like, the last Forza I played was just a normal racing game. Why is there a gun in there? And then I started thinking to myself, am I cooked? Is this AI? I was sitting there like, wait, what's going on? Like, because I was thinking to myself, am I going to see like Kamen Rider in Gran Turismo next?
No, it's because Forza Horizon, it's kind of like the party, arcadey, just have fun. Like you're driving through fucking trees and you're barely slowing down, but you can't crash through cherry blossoms.
I saw that.
All.
I saw that out of respect for Japanese
culture.
I
think that was great. I'm just hoping Godzilla shows up.
That is Forza on PlayStation now?
No, I don't know when they're releasing it. It's on obviously, Steam, Windows Store, Xbox. I'm assuming it will come out. Maybe there's just a delay.
Yeah.
But I know you're a fan of racing games, but it's just a lot of fun, dude. Like it's just a lot of fun. Beautiful. It looks beautiful. Japan's gorgeous.
I'm a bit of a purist with racing games. Like I like Formula 1 and Gran Turismo, going into the pits, doing all the diagnostics and whatever. But I like Ridge Racer as well. I enjoy arcade racing games, so I can probably jump on and have some fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it comes out on PlayStation, I'll get it.
As I've played people in Australia on the Legacy Collection, and it has been absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. I don't know anything about specs and technology. Rollback netcode sounds great to me, but I don't know exactly what it is. All I know from what I hear is that it's basically supposed to be flawless. People are saying, listen, Fightcade can handle it. Now, I hear people mentioning Fightcade all the time, and even I've compared it to Fightcade. But the thing is this isn't Fightcade, all right? Fightcade is a free platform. Now, if you're to play these games on Fightcade and you don't like the Legacy Collection and you don't like the online on Legacy Collection, then stay on Fightcade. There's a ton of people playing on Fightcade.
I fucking hate that mentality, dude. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
dude,
that's not good.
He doesn't even realize that he's just advertised that the free product is better than the fucking what he paid for. Admits this problem. No, this is your crash out, not mine, right? I'm
No, you're right. You're right to crash out. Like that is such an insanely ridiculous thing to say.
It's so contradictory. He admits his problems. Admits a free platform does it better using the same tech. Okay.
In one sense, like the level one argument is go and play on Fightcade, but that's such a reductive argument, and it doesn't address the issue here that a Mortal Kombat game paid functions poorly when one that is running on a system created by fans runs almost flawlessly. Like you can use the level one argument, which is go play that game, play that one then, but it doesn't address the problem. The problem is we've all been scammed. Everyone that bought this game was scammed initially. Basically, they put rollback on the back of the case because majority of people know what rollback is, and to them they're like, okay, cool, this is going to be a fine game that functions perfectly, or not as close to perfect as possible. Like, it works well enough where you're not going to get loads of complaints. So they use this this word that is going to trigger a response in fighting game fans, and then don't deliver. It's the same as when Tekken 8 Season 3 was launching. And they said back to basics, and it was anything but basic. It was more of the same nonsense. And then everyone's like, well, why are you surprised? What do you mean? You bamboozled us. What are you talking about? No, that's the kind of mindset that corporations love. They love hearing that stuff because that's all they need to say to us. And they shrug us off and be, I'll go play that one. And if you don't like it, it's not addressing the issue here. And as somebody that's purchasing MK games, you would think, with a channel of this size, he would stand in solidarity with the people that are trying to make the product better, not say, go play Fightcade. That doesn't help anybody.
No.
We know Fightcade is there. It's been there for ages. We don't need to be told to go play it. The point is that they released a product. Product is not good. We need product fixed. You need to hold these developers accountable.
It gets worse.
Surely
it
gets worse. I'm remembering all of it. Yeah, it gets worse.
What I will say about the people playing on Fightcade is 99% of them are hardcore pro competitor style players, and it's a shit show on there. If you're a casual gamer, you go on there, you're going to get fucked up left and right. That's the only way to learn if you're if you're looking to get better.
Listen, calm the fuck down, Daryl. Those Brazilians are Terminators. There is no fucking way. There is no way we're beating Brazil. There's just no way, right? And he's right, but this also kind of like fucking. I'm just crashing it. Like it's just no. You can. It's not about getting. You can. Okay. Firstly, on Fightcade, you got to hit someone up for a match, right? So there's no quick play or whatever, like, and they can reject the fight. So it's not like you're going to sit there constantly getting fights. Depending on your connection or whatever, they'll look at your ping and go, oh, it looks like 0 connection. So they won't even bother fighting you, right? Even though I can, and I've proven it, that I can play people all around the world and it's fine. It's just the connection thing, it's not, accurate. But the Brazilians are hardcore, yeah, because they've been playing that shit for 1,000 fucking years straight. Of course they have. Right, so then there's no sweat over there, right? It is just dropping tombstones on you. You got no chance. These people eat, breathe, sleep shit. Mortal Kombat Classic. There's no way to beat them. They're so good, and it's impressive. But again, as a casual, where you just want to jump on and have some fun, it's not the place. Daryl's right in that aspect.
Yeah, but basically what he's saying is that works flawlessly over there. So the pro players and the good players are going to go over there. This product's kind of shit, so they're not going to come over here. So you casual players, come over here, buy this half-baked product so that you can survive somewhat online. But all you're really saying there is that the reason that the players that know what they're doing are not coming over is because the product is shit. Because what's going to happen is if the product is good, they're going to go, oh, let's just go play MK Legacy Collection because they're going to be running tournaments on this thing.
Yeah.
And they're just going to wash you anyway. That's just how fighting games are. Like, the game functions properly, sweats will be there.
Yep.
It's a very weird argument.
Myself, do we need Fightcade? Listen, my connection, personally, I live in Ontario, Canada. I play a lot of people online, and it's still about 60-40. 60% of the matches are great. 40% of the matches are a little laggy, a little choppy. And another issue that we're having right now with the crossplay is lobbies crashing. This is all stuff that I believe Digital Eclipse will fix, okay? You can sit there and say, no, they're not going to fix it. They're not going to. That's your right to think that. I'm going to choose to believe that they are listening and they are going to fix these issues.
Okay, so in your opinion, based on Digital Eclipse's behavior since this game has come out, do you think they're going to fix the issues in a timely manner?
No.
How long has it been now?
When did it come out? Was it the end of October, I think? So what's that, 6 months, give or take, maybe? No, I don't, because all right. Like, this isn't, fuck's sake, this isn't a feature. This thing was advertised and is a core component of selling a fighting game, the online, right? It should be the priority. In fact, and I'm pretty sure I got a video on the channel covering this, there was a fact that they put out not long after the collection released saying, we are not bothering with crossplay, basically. It's off the table, right? Even though prior to that in interviews, they said it was the first thing they were going to address. Game launches, they're like, nah. Basically, I thought because they can't even fucking get the network to work, how are they even going to bother doing crossplay? Which makes it even worse. They actually got crossplay working, which it works. Like, fundamentally, it works. But the netcode is shit. It's like skirting around the edges of the elephant in the room, And I'm pretty sure, like, there was a comment left on Dynasty's video, because Dynasty did a video saying that Des responded, and Gawdly did one as well. They're like, basically, it sounds like it's too hard, bro.
Yeah.
It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like seriously, this is. Anyway, I'm gonna crash it.
Yeah, no, these are very bad points on Daryl's behalf.
Will it ever be perfect? What is perfect? If you're having fun with something, is that perfection to you?
Oh my god.
It's hard to say whether it'll be perfect.
Oh my god.
Right? Not everyone. A lot of people compare it once again to Fightcade. That's perfect. Well, why veer to this? Because
no, the better question is why is the paid product not as good as the free one? That is the better question here. These are very. I mean, again, I have no issue with Daryl whatsoever. These are extremely juvenile talking points. Like, first of all, there's no perfect game online. There's just games. There are games that do it well, and there's games that do it badly. And when we say they do it well, there's hiccups, there's problems, but they're good enough. And then there's games that do it poorly, like the one that we're looking at now. Telling people to go and play something that fans made over the paid product that everybody was supposed to be supporting and was supposed to be at tournaments that's not a good look.
Yeah.
That is really not a good look for the game. That free version exists. That people have been playing for years, mind you, and with the modern technology, these guys could not build something even halfway decent. That is where the focus of this video should be.
Yeah.
You spent your hard-earned money on it. I get it. And listen, if I paid $80 for this, I expect it to work flawlessly. But it doesn't. This is 2026. Things are released before they're finished. This kind of stuff happens all the time.
There you go. That's the trigger. Fucking. That's what I was saying. Just wait.
Yeah,
it is literally advocating for shit to be released broken and then just to wait. Oh, it's okay, bro. Don't worry about it. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
this is stupid. So the argument is that we live in an age where games release half done and they patch them throughout the year, so just accept it. That's so dumb. That's so anti-consumer. I can't even begin to describe. I don't. Video games. Okay, so we'll scale it back to the 80s. Yeah, we'll forget about the 70s. They started to get really popular in the late 80s. Or at least fighting games. They started to blow up with Street Fighter and MK, late 80s going into the 90s. You would think, as time has gone on, you know, we're past WaveNet or whatever else was back then. You'd think by now we would be at an age where we've progressed so far with all of the blunders that have come out and all of the mistakes we've made and all of the lessons we've learned, that we get to a point where we're not going, hey, it's 2026, our games come out like shit, so what are you going to do? Like, that is such a... I don't know how you can call yourself a fan of a franchise. The company does the franchise dirty, and then you say, go play Fight Kids. What? Can you imagine MK2 comes out and it has no crossplay on launch, and then someone says, well, MK1's got crossplay, go play that. I'm gonna look at that, bro. Who sent you here? Like, who paid you to be here? How much are they paying you? Or like, do they have nudes of you or something? Why are you saying this stupid shit?
I think in Daryl's case, I think he's so up in his feels, right? And I get it. Classic MK is like, it's great for a lot of us old heads, but like, it's too much. Like, there's no perspective, you know, at all.
It's these arguments, like they're all level 1 arguments. They're like, there's no peeling back of the layers at all. It's like, I like this product and you don't, so don't play it. Rather than having a discussion about the product to see that if a middle ground can be met, where the issues are, and how we can direct our concerns to the developers, you just say the most like Xbox 360 remark on a headset ever. This is the sort of stuff that we don't need for the next MK game. No hate towards Daryl at all. I'm glad he's enjoying the game. Yeah. But if we want the next MK game to be good, they need to understand that we're not going to accept the bare minimum. Otherwise, we're going to spend the next year torching their game on YouTube. We just want MK to be good. Like, having basic features like crossplay and rollback in a fighting game in 2026 is not asking for too much.
Yeah.
What's
particularly
next?
when like SNK stealth dropped World Heroes Perfect, and I was playing Japanese folk and I played Gawdly, and sure, like, it's no online game is going to be perfect, but it's a damn sight better. I mean, Ringy's in the chat. He can tell you firsthand that when we did remote play, it was like night and fucking day, you know, using their own game against them. Like, outside of their lobby system. Like, oh my God.
It hurts the future of MK, and it hurts the future of any legacy collections that we could get, like for 3D errors or an MK9 remaster. Because if this game came out and it was good, we would have done streams for it. We would have done a word of mouth marketing for it. It would have been all over Twitter. I would have bought a copy. I would to support them. I would have bought any version of the game they had on whichever console they were selling it on, just to support the idea, the hope that 3D era would get the same shine. But they blundered it, and then you got people going, "Oh, you're just complaining, blah blah blah." No, you people, I especially have an issue with this, because the only hope of getting a 3D era collection was this garbage game succeeding. And they fucked it up. And now they've got these people doing the word of mouth marketing for them, saying it's okay. No, I have a personal problem with this shit. Deadly Alliance is all I want. I don't care if they don't want to bring out a new MK game for 10 years, no problem. But if you give me a legacy collection of the 3D era games, I'm happy. I'm good. I have to sit in my living room whilst my girl's watching me do combos on a training dummy in Deadly Alliance because I have no idea. It's so, and then you got these old heads going, "Oh, well, you don't need online. We didn't have it back in the day, but we did. We did have it back in the day. They went out of their way to put shit like WaveNet in this,
expand and shit.
It was people knew that we needed it back then. So saying that we don't need it now is insane. Insane.
The point is they are improving it. And listen, you can hate me for saying that. No, you're an asshole, Daryl. Like how can you say that? You're the problem. People say I'm the problem for liking this game. I'm the problem because I love the game.
Can you pause it for a second?
I can find
I've never said anyone liking something is a problem, and I don't think I've ever heard you say it either. Because at the end of the day, people can spend whatever the money they want. This sounds like, I don't know.
He's not an arsehole. He's not an arsehole. Like, no one's called him an arsehole. And I'm not. If he likes the game, that's fine. But not pointing out the glaring issues is a problem.
This is the part where it sounds like people have said negative things to him, and he's kind of like going, "Oh, but I'm not an arsehole. I'm just, like he feels like he's having to defend himself." Yeah. Like, no, don't attack people if they like something, right? But call out their arguments if it's something that's broken and they're saying it's fine and it's not. That's
That's all people are asking. Like, I understand Daryl probably does get a lot of psychotic comments for his takes, because I get a lot of comments from people like on my takes on Tekken or whatever, and they say they do say crazy shit, but most of the time, as we've seen, when you actually speak to these people, they're just trying to get your attention, or they're behind an anime profile picture. They're gonna say mad shit to you. Yeah. So I don't take it. I'm just like, whatever. Like, we can either talk about it or I'll just ignore you. Yeah. I think he's probably reading the comments and feeding too much into it. So, I mean, just to be clear, in case he sees this, I don't think he's an arsehole for liking the game.
He's not.
And there's nothing wrong whatsoever with liking a game that is bad. Like I said, I like Sonic 06. It's a dog shit game, but I like it. I have a great time on it. Every review could give it 1 out of 10, and I'd probably agree, but I'd still go out and buy a copy of it. I like the game. The problem here is not you liking the game. The problem here is not talking about the issues in a way that the developers can actually take this video and learn something from it, because he's clearly got a big voice, right? He's got how many subs did you say he's got?
Like 35,000, something like that. Gets pretty good views on his stuff. Usually a couple of hundred people streaming, so
so he's got a voice. He's got some influence. He's not obligated to do it, but I think when people come to your videos and they watch you, they kind of expect you to like be the voice of the voiceless. Like a lot of people can't get their voice out there, and when you have a platform and people are coming to watch you, I'm assuming they're expecting you to be like, "Hey, can you say something about this?" Because we can't get to them, but they might see your video. That's probably what they want.
Yeah.
That's just my guess.
Good in this game because I can play people like, I can play people like Headlock Gaming. We have flawless matches where the back and forth is great. It doesn't mean I'm the problem. All right. But if you want to think,
all right. Listen. Let's talk about Cockblocked. I talked to you about this before, right? So Headlock Gaming back in Gamescom last year, when they were doing interviews and more information was coming about the collection, there was this one guy called Shinfits that said that MK Gold's not in there, but there was no definitive evidence, right? There's no definitive evidence. He just basically was like, trust me, bro, right? And then Headlock Gaming, who's also he doesn't have as many subs, but he's been around a long time. He's a name in the community, right?
Yeah, I know Headlock.
And then he does a video looking at his camera with no evidence and goes, yeah, this isn't in the game. This isn't in the game. I did a response video watching it going, well, I don't know you from Adam, so I kind of need a little bit, I'm not saying they're a liar, but it's more just like, look, I'm going to take what you're saying with a grain of salt, right?
Yeah.
And this fucking dude had a gigantic fucking menstrual meltdown in my Twitter DMs. We got on Discord talking about it. He's like, how could you not believe what I'm saying? It's like, dude, I don't know you from shit. And he goes, but I gave you my blessing for your channel, right? So what happened was that when I made the Fate channel, I gone around to some bigger YouTubers, as you do, I did, and say, hey, I'm starting an MK channel. Do you want to come check it out? What's this fucking blessing shit? Like, it's not like that, but it was the way he was talking. And he goes, oh, I can't give, there's two things that really pissed me off. He goes, I can't give out, who I got my information from because I'm trying to build relationships here and stuff. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Right. Okay. Here we go. Right. Fair enough. Okay. Look, fair enough. But the second thing that pissed me off was that this is the guy, not Daryl Headlock. He was the guy that said that people in the community were coming to him asking why Fate was doing this to him. Why was he making a video about him? Right. Who was it? Oh, I can't tell you that. Get fucked. And I remember telling you about that, and you fucking hate that shit too. It's one of the worst things because then you don't know who you can trust. You don't know who's saying shit about you. It could have been no one. I don't know, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I have an issue with it. It's not that he may not be a nice guy, but that underhanded shit really bugs me. It's like, just tell me who it was. I'm not going to go fucking beat him up. Just, it's that kind of, it's like manipulating a situation, trying to make you feel bad. I fucking hate it, dude.
Yeah, no, I don't like that shit either. Like, if you're gonna say something like that, just 10 toes down and tell me who it was. Otherwise, don't tell me at all. I get why you get annoyed. I've always had a good relationship with Headlock. Like, I haven't spoken to him for a while, but I've always been cool with him. I missed this whole drama between you and him. That sounds like it could have been a funny watch, but yeah, I mean, look, people are going to try and build relations when it comes to these fighting games because they're already so niche. So most of the time, people are going to try and build as many connections as possible for this to be as profitable for them as possible or like worthwhile. So he should have just kept it to himself, not said anything. If he wants to build relations, that's fine. I ain't got no problem with that, with people wanting to do that. But yeah, the vague posting, it's not going to work for us in 2026. If you're going to say something, you got to say it with your chest.
Yeah.
Toxic positivity, that's another thing I hear thrown around quite a bit. Listen, I'd rather be into toxic positivity than toxic negativity. There is no fun living.
I mean, say, wait, toxic negativity. That's
I can't, man. I just can't.
Wham bam. Listen, all right, let me hear him out.
Your life as a negative, just a negative. I was going to say spoiled brat, but no, there's no fun in living your life negatively, right? So I choose to find the joy and stuff. Like, listen, when I'm playing online, and you see me having bad matches and stuff, like, damn it, another bad match. I get out of it. Boom, I find a good one. So instead of focusing on that terrible match that I just had, I'm focused on the 2 or 3 good matches I have against this individual with a good connection. Okay.
Imagine you said that to the people in Africa with MK1.
Yeah, it's an extremely silly way of looking at things. Like, he likes the game and that's fine. And he can overlook some of the bad things in there to find the enjoyment in it. That's fine. But I don't think he's not using that's not being toxic positive or whatever he said that was. That's you choosing to enjoy the game how you see fit. Where people have an issue with what he's saying, I believe this is my first time seeing him, is that he's not he's not giving the issues the gravity that they deserve. Like he's just kind of glazing over it and then using these buzzwords. Now, again, he might have later down the line. I haven't seen all his videos. This is the first one, but just based on this, I can understand why people would say that you are walking around with rose-tinted glasses on and your opinion can't be trusted. But I don't know if he rectifies it later on. It's not a good look. If I saw this, if I was sitting on my own watching this, I would have looked sideways and been like, what are you talking about right now? Like, this is not it. But you can have fun on shit games. Like, MK Legacy Collection was a dog shit product when it came out. I'm sorry. There's anyone from Digital Eclipse watching right now, but it was. But if it's gotten better, then good for you. But 6 months ain't good enough.
Yeah.
6 months? Are you crazy? If you charge me half price on day one and then charge the rest when you bring the patches out in 6 months, then fine. But you charge me full price on day one, and then people are surprised when your game's getting bashed. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Really veered off left and right here. I'm going all over the place with this review. The bottom line is this is my channel. You don't have to agree with me. Take what I'm saying with a grain of salt and take it at face value. But I personally love this collection. That is my right to love it. If you don't agree, if you don't ever want to listen to me again, if you think I'm an ass or whatever for thinking that, then that's your right. If you're pissed off at me because I'm not focused, I'm not focusing an entire video on how terrible crossplay can be, how terrible the online can be, then that's your right as well.
Yeah, but this video is supposed to be a review. Like, you're supposed to review the product fairly. Like, you can put a bit of personal bias in there like I did with Bleach, but you have to be fair in the review. Like I said, I don't think he's an arsehole. It's just a really bad review. This feels more like you said, he got a lot of negative comments and he's hyper focused on them. Like, this is my channel. If you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. Like, this is the internet. Like, with your channel size, you should know that you're going to continuously get them. Doing a review and focusing on people being negative in your comment section is just going to get you more negative comments. They're going to go, this ain't a review. This sounds like someone that's butthurt.
Yeah, like when I did my review, like I left it for ages because I was kind of waiting, and then I covered like everything in the game, and fundamentally everything works. But again, at the end of it, I showed the online, I got a match, I showed how bad it was, because that's the reality of it. There's no other way to put it,
Yeah. There's some Yakuza games, right? Like, I love Yakuza. It's my favorite single player games of all time. But there was a controversy with Kiwami 3. I only just got Kiwami 3 today because it was £60, which is full price in the UK.
Yeah.
But I found it for £19, and I was like, okay, I'll get that for £19. Let me see what it's about. And I can see the problems, and I would definitely tell people, don't buy this product full price. As much as that pains me as a Yakuza stan, that pains me to tell people to not buy it. But you got to be honest, there's a lot of problems with this game, and there's a lot of things that happen in the lead up to this game that would put people off even purchasing it. You just got to be honest with these things. That's all people want. People just want a bit of honesty. I don't think people are going to flame you for buying a product that is shit. I think people will flame you for having some influence and not using it in a fair manner, at least when you're reviewing products. I think that's where you're going to get flames for it.
Yeah.
I don't know you personally, so it doesn't, I'm sorry, but it doesn't really matter to me. And I don't feel like it's my responsibility to tell people about that side of this game, because I do mention it, but I don't focus on it. So, you know what? I probably missed a ton of stuff I want to talk about, but at the end of the day, I'm having a lot of fun with this collection. I am confident that Digital Eclipse will continue to release patches and updates. And listen, if you think this game is going to die out and, it's not, people aren't going to be playing it anymore, these games are 33, 34, 35 years old. We're lucky that we're still getting this content. We're lucky that we could still play these games now in 2026.
Look, an old game coming back, there's an element of, I wouldn't say luck, but it's unlikely that games that are like 30 years old will see the light of day with rollback and crossplay and all that. But If you're going to announce it and say we're bringing these things out, then bring it out properly. Your excuse can't be the game's 40 years old, so just be happy with 20% of a product. Bro, what are you on about? What are you talking about? Like, come on, man. So wait, hold on. What's a really old game that I like? If like, I don't know, Legacy of Kain was coming back out and they drop it. I think it is coming back out actually. Or did I miss the train? Anyway, it's coming back out, or like Blood Rain or something. But the game comes out a glitchy mess and they're like, well, the game's like 30 years old. So you should just be happy that it's hit. Why did you bring it out if it's not working? That's the real question. Why are you resurrecting my favorite game in a shit state? Why are we not asking that?
That's the thing I hate when basically, because he said, oh, I was going to say spoiled brats. Well, he said that 6 months ago, right? And I messaged him, on Discord, like, because we talked a little bit. And again, he's a nice guy, but I said, listen, dude, you can't be, and I can show you the comments, right? If you need to see it, I can 100% show. I said, you can't be calling people spoiled brats. Like, we all paid here. Like, this isn't some gift. It's not some free software, right? And then he was like, oh, do you really think I have this influence? It's like, well, yeah, just by default. I mean, you're a public figure, big channel. A lot of people love watching your shit. I mean, it's just part and parcel with it. Like, of course, people, like, when you start saying things like your truth and stuff, like, then nobody's going to believe you. Yeah. Right? It's better to, do you really think people are going to hate you because you say you don't like something in a fucking product, that it's not up to snuff? Of course not. They may not like hearing it, but it's the truth. I mean, you probably get comments too. I may not like, hearing what you say, Mike, but at least I know you're honest. That's so much better to hear than just people fucking glazing you going, oh, this is amazing. Like, fuck that. No. I'd much rather be known for being honest, even if it's like, agitating to them than not.
People just don't want to be sold bullshit. Like, I collect Pokemon cards and Dragon Ball and Kamen Rider and all that. If I go and buy a slab, like a graded card, and it says PSA 9 on it, and then I come to find out it's PSA 7, but because the card is 40 years old, they go, oh, you should be lucky to have it. I'm like, bitch, I paid for a PSA 9, not a PSA 7. What are you talking about? Yeah. The game says rollback and crossplay on it. Or at least it said rollback and then they added crossplay. Give me what I paid for. That's it. I hate people that are like that. You should be grateful.
What's worse is on the Switch 1, MK4 wasn't included. So it advertises on the back of the box that MK4 is included, right? Because it lists it, right? But the only way to get MK4 on the Switch is to get the download because it was late to certification or something. So even in true preservation, even in true game preservation mode, it's not even all on the card. Like, you know what I mean? It's like these fucking people still don't have their collector's edition yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. It's a whole shit show.
Yeah, it's a whole shit show. Like, Digital Eclipse, like, I don't wish your studio harm or anything bad happening to them, but you screwed the pooch on this one. Like, this is a fuck up of generational proportions. And as a 3D, I mean, I grew up with the arcade era games. MK3 was my first game. So when I saw this, I was like, okay, cool. This is a chance for me to experience a side of MK I only have vague memories of because I was a kid when it came out. And you fucked it up. I can go and play Fightcade. I can, but I like playing on my PlayStation. And you fucked it up. I could get on Steam, but I don't want to. I wanted to get the PlayStation 1. You were advertising the PlayStation 1, and you fucked it up. Like, am I supposed to sing your praises because you fucked up a game from 30 years ago that nobody else did?
I wish there was a way you could get someone on your cast, man, from that team. I don't think they will, but I don't know. I don't know if you're the same. I think you are. I'm kind of like a dog with a bone. So on one hand, I'm like, yeah, this is fucked. They're never going to fix it. On the other hand, it's like, yeah, but I'm not unclenching my jaw just yet, just in case. That extra day push is it. Will that get them over the line to finally addressing it? Because it seems like they don't. Like it's like they just will refuse to address the elephant in the room. No one's expecting perfect, but for fuck's sake, like if I can play a 30-year-old game in World Heroes Perfect, you know, with proper rollback, with actual, like, you can actually choose between whether you want to have it variable or fixed. I mean, like, I don't see any reference outside of the code for rollback. There's no visual anything anywhere in the product itself to actually show that frames are being rolled back. Like nothing at all. It's weird.
It's such a shame. What a monumental fuck up. Bushin Ryu Cat, thank you for the $5. In the old days, the 90s and early 2000s, games had to come out the best way because devs had one chance to make the game right. No patches existed. Those days are over. Yep. Those days are over indeed. There's so many old games that like I've got in this shelf behind me that I go and look at. I'm like, damn, this is actually so good. Like, you ever played a game called Siphon Filter?
Oh yeah.
To this day, I still think that game has better running animations than 99% of games that come out now. I look at it, I'm like, damn, man, these guys really did cook. And I guarantee if they tried to remake this, it would be shit.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with video games these days. Sometimes games come out and they're amazing. Like I haven't played the new Resident Evil yet, but I heard it's really good. Street Fighter 6 is apparently, I haven't played it too much recently, but I heard it's getting better. But then you get games that come out and you're like, bro, what is going on?
Yeah.
With all the advances we've had, what is happening? Yeah, this isn't a good argument from him. Oh yeah, sorry.
When like, because I think I might have mentioned, like, I've got like 250, 60 hours now in the Crimson Desert, and because they're an MMO developer, they were on patches like that, because when you run an MMO and because it's constantly real time, you know, things are happening and they've got to fix that because they know if they don't do it in a fast fashion, people will just leave.
Yeah.
And so people in the console space, or not so much the console space, the single player space, are shocked at how fast that Pearl Abyss were putting out patches to fix stuff. And it's like, but this is like a Tuesday for them. Like, this is normal. They got Black Desert Online. They know how to do this stuff. This is normal for what these developers do. And like, people were shocked. They're like, this shit got fixed already? I thought it'd be like a month or two. It's like, no. These people they know exactly what they're doing. And I wish every fucking developer was the same.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, well, I feel like the golden age has passed us by. We get 1 or 2 gems a year. Most of the good stuff is on Steam, buried in like some catalog. But I'm not hopeful for legacy collections going forward after this one. Nope.
And I tend to I choose to look at that aspect of the whole picture. I love playing these games. For the last 2 years, I've been playing them on the home systems, the Super Nintendo, Genesis, the Sega Saturn. I've been playing that. I am glad and I am happy that all 23 versions. There are 23 great versions of Mortal Kombat on here. 22 Mortal Kombat Advanced sucks. They shouldn't have included that. But I am glad that they are on this collection. I personally love it. And, you don't have to agree with me. If you think I'm a shill, all right, that's another thing. I have no affiliation with Digital Eclipse. I have no affiliation with any of these companies that have anything to do with Mortal Kombat. I am just a fan of the game. I was back playing them in the arcade days, never at a professional competitive level. So that might be part of the reason why this game is so much fun to me, because I don't play them at that level. I just I find a lot of joy and I have a lot of fun playing these. And I think I've covered everything that I wanted to. So listen, I know I'm going to get a lot of flack in the comments and such. I will try to respond to everybody I can. And once again, if you think I'm the problem, well, you're the reason, Daryl, that they keep putting these games out. Great. If I'm the reason that they put this game out, this collection out right here, fantastic, because I'm having fun with it.
This is not a good look. This is not a good look.
I'm being re-traumatized, man. I'm being re-traumatized.
This was not a good review. This was a chance for him to clap back, which is fine. We're both known for clapping back at people, but I don't know if you should put review in the title of the video. It did say review, right? I'm not getting that. Yeah, it did say.
Yeah, no.
It says review/rant, but it's not. This is not a review. This is I like the game, And if you don't agree with me, then go play 5K. That's what the video is. This is not a comprehensive breakdown of MK Legacy Collection. It doesn't really address what is good about it either. It doesn't really talk about what's bad about it. It's more of like what the Australian guy said, and I don't really know what to do in terms of responding. I ain't gonna say his name, so I'll paint it up as a review and just vaguely say things here and there so that to get his attention.
I seriously think like some of the responses, like with Jello, like Jello didn't even watch the video me and Gawdly did, and he acted like, you know, like it was the worst thing ever. And it's like, dude, it was a positive video. We were actually jealous the fact that you're able to be so happy about it, because he was thanking Digital Eclipse, right? And it's like we wanted to be in that position where we were happy every day to play it, but we can't, you know, and it sucks. And he thought it was a diss video because, again, no doubt, people told him that, oh yeah, they fucking did a video on you, and he's like, oh, it must be a hate video. It's like, okay, maybe watch the shit first, right? Before you know, actually like lose your marbles over it. I think they're just too So this is the other response that they'll give. Oh, listen, I'm just over here playing with Mortal Kombat. I'm not hurting anyone. I just want to be left alone. That's the shit I've fucking heard too. And it's like, okay, all right, fine. You want to be left alone? Fine. Then don't poke the rest of us, which he admitted to doing with this review. See what I did. I've literally got the comment in the next follow-up video. See what I did. I got everyone to start talking about this issue. It's like, no, you got called out, and now you're doing the, oh, I was just trolling, bro. Oh, this was some master fucking plan. Bullshit. It wasn't. Yeah. It's not. Come on, man. Like, he wasted the video on this shit instead of wasting and doing a video to his 35,000 fucking subscribers saying, Digital Eclipse, can you please fix this issue? Right? I mean, he could, if he could make this video, he could make one that was actually, you know, like you do, actually specific. Target the problem, show evidence, put it out there. Right? Not hard.
I think I won't make the assumption that he's trying to get noticed by Digital Eclipse. I think that would be unfair for me to assume. But he's definitely trying to paint the picture that he's definitely not a shill. And I don't think that's a good way to go about a review. He should have just spoken like about the game in the most earnest way possible, and then also there would be a caveat where he says, but I like it. If you say, but I like it, no one's going to come at you for that. No. We all have our guilty pleasures. We all do things where we're like, yeah, it's probably not a good idea, but I like it. Yeah. It's like, okay, cool, no problem. You know it's bad, but cool, like smoking. If you want to smoke, if you want to do that shit, that's up to you. I don't like it. But if you like it, you're not bothering anyone, you do it in the comfort of your house, fine. Yeah. But if you smoke and then you start telling other people, no, smoking's fine. It's great. No, I choose to focus on the good things about it. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? Just be honest. Yeah, that's what people want. That's probably why he's getting flack. But he shouldn't read comment sections too much if this is how you're going to do a review, because it's obviously affects the review, and he's not got the community talking for the right reasons. It's going to be poking fun at him or whatever.
Yeah, you're not having fun with it. Listen, win or lose, right? We all suffer losses in life. You know, I've taken hits for buying games that I don't like before, and at the end of the day, what am I going to do? It's a game. Life moves on. I'm not going to cry about it. I'm going to take the loss, take the hit, and move on, and keep moving forward.
No, wait, hold on a second, Mr.
Yeah.
Darryl.
Yep.
Hold on just a second.
I was waiting. Yep.
Okay, so firstly, games these days are expensive, right? Now, I'm going to assume that you got money to throw around, and to be fair, if you don't have money to like throw around, maybe you shouldn't be buying too many games. But let's be charitable to the people that are angry at him. If I had a bit of money set aside and I'm like, I don't know what game to get. Let me see what the YouTuber's saying. Let me see what my favorite YouTuber Darryl's saying. And I hear this shit, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? But I bought this game because you told me it was good. You glazed over all the issues with it. I didn't even know. Now, on one hand, you could say, "Oh, be responsible. You're an adult, whatever." But the part of the reason that people subscribe to these channels and part of the reason why people come and watch your videos so much is because they want to hear what you have to say, and they probably take what you're saying literally. Some people will literally take it for fact, and then they go out and
Yeah.
buy the game, and it's like, this is shit. Daryl sold this to me, not literally, but on his word. They're gonna look at you sideways. So I don't want to take it. I don't take hits from listening to people on video game. So I go out. I'm old enough now to know not to listen to anyone.
Yeah.
I try not to. You obviously listen to some things, but there's going to be loads of young, impressionable people that listen to you. Yeah, you should 100%. I don't think saying chalk it up to the game. 60 pounds down the drain. What does it matter? Come on, man. What are we doing? What is this? I don't rate this at all, man.
Now you and I can share the PTSD. That's great.
That's what I'm going to do. Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, ladies and gentlemen, I highly recommend it. Not because Digital Eclipse is telling me to recommend it, not because Atari is telling me, Warner Brothers, NetherRealm, not because any of them are telling me to endorse this or love it. I love it because I do. I know.
That is not a good enough answer. I love it because I do. No, you. Oh my god, no. You know when you say to somebody, "Can you tell me why you did so and so?" and they go, "Well, because I just did." And you're like, "Okay, but can you give me the reason?" I just did it. I'm like, bro, am I speaking Swahili? Answer the fucking question. If I ask you why you love something, you have to tell me why you love it. You have to give me a reason. And usually when you like or love something, there's more than one reason. So if I ask you a question, answer the question. Don't give me some juvenile answer like, I just do. That's especially as somebody that, whether he likes it or not, will have a certain level of influence in his community. Yeah, thank you, Hive. He doesn't qualify his statements. That's the best way to put it. There's no qualifiers whatsoever. Zero. This is not a review. There's been no review in this video. This is, I like it, and if you don't like my opinion, then jog on to Fightcade. This is not a review at all. Oh my god, I can't believe you just said that. All right, we're almost at the end of the video.
I know how I feel when I'm playing it, and when I have good matches, it's fantastic. When I have crappy matches, it is what it is. I don't linger on it. These are games that are 30 plus years old. I'm just happy to be playing them again on my next gen systems, and I am thankful for this collection. So I've said my piece, said my part. Thank you very much for watching. If you hate me now, then it is what it is. But I am Daryl Sung, and this has been my review. Okay, I don't hate him. Okay, it's a video game, but your takes on video, in my opinion, your takes on video games, they cannot be trusted after something like this. This was not a good review. There was absolutely zero objectivity. It was more of a video responding to people that don't like your opinions on things because you said over and over again, if you don't like me now. I've seen this behavior before on YouTube. This is like textbook in the comments for too long behavior. No, this was absolutely shambolic. There's so many things in this video that would make it too easy to pull apart his points if I was talking to him. And again, no shade on the guy whatsoever. I don't dislike him. Yeah. But this was like, I wouldn't even call him up here to justify what he's saying because we already know how the conversation is going to go. He couldn't possibly justify it. He didn't even justify in his own video. I understand why he crashed out.
I mean, and that's the weird part. Like I said, like I've spoken to Daryl for a little bit. We're not like super close or anything, but we've shared some, a couple of stories, stuff. Like he told me some personal stuff. I told him, so it was obviously not just like an acquaintance thing. And I'm like, and he is a cool guy. There's no hate here.
He seems like a cool guy. He seems like a pretty chill guy.
But it's like this. It's like when this collection came out. Like I kind of theorized that for some people that maybe not have had access to a PC or care for emulation and stuff, perhaps I get it. But at the same time, he's also been playing on Fightcade and 1-Ups. So it's not like he hasn't had access. you know. But I know there are some people out there that have had zero access because they just don't want to mess with PC, right?
Yeah.
So my nostalgia wore off. The reason why I was so excited was because I thought, my fucking God, I can finally play against anyone I want on any platform that they're on, you know, and have a pretty good time. I mean, you and I play fighting games, right? Most of the time the connections are great, unless they're McDonald's Wi-Fi or living in Antarctica. So, you know, like, it's generally okay. Even some of the baddish matches, you know, it's like, yeah, whatever, you know. But it's, I don't understand, like, and he's a reasonable guy. Like, this is the thing. Like, he's like, yeah, you know, we've even talked in comment, like, back and forth in private. He's like, yeah, well, as men, we come to each other and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, that's fine. And that's why I said to him like 6 months ago, don't be calling people spoiled brats. It's not a good look.
Yeah.
It diminishes what they've, you know, what they've gotten. If you're sitting there having a great time and they're not, you know, is Daryl saying I'm a spoiled brat and I should be grateful? You know, I mean, yes, they're like, yeah, you're right. Like, you were going to have an influence whether you like it or not. That's why I generally don't say to people, buy this, don't buy this. I generally go, I'm really liking it. This is great, or this is shit, you know, and then people can decide for themselves from that, because I would hate if somebody went and bought something that I said was great and then their experience was shit. I'd feel so responsible. That's how I'm built. So I just kind of keep it. I love it. That's me. And you take what you want from what I'm saying with your own money. That's up to you, right? Because again, you know, things are more expensive. You know, a lot of people don't have the ability to buy whatever they want. And maybe some people were saving up for this one game, right? And then Daryl's saying, well, you know, that's the breaks. Fucking deal with it. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like, you know, it's just so bad.
Yeah,
it's so bad.
I also want to point out one thing. I've heard this in Daryl's video today, and I've heard it from a lot of the old heads, especially when I was making videos about this game coming out. They're like, oh, it's an old game. I'm like, no, it's not an old game. This is a brand new game that has content in it. It features content from games or from yesteryear, but this is not an old game. This is a PlayStation 5 game. You've taken old video games and you've transported them onto new hardware. This is a brand new game. Stop acting like we're back in the arcades and we've literally taken that and we've shoved it into our PlayStations. They've put it on a PlayStation 5 disc with modern capabilities. There's zero excuse for the game to be stuttering in the way that it was. And we know why. Isn't every single game running at the same time?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not, maybe Kaneko can answer this actually. I'm assuming that, like, well, actually, I don't know. I mean, it could be. I mean, all the emulators are prepped to go, right? So I know when I did my collection, you can, like, the game selection has an assigned emulator. So you click it and then it will run the game will run that emulator exclusively for that game, right? But they're not, to me, they're not running all at the background at the same time. But some of the comments I've been reading from, like, you know, that guy that was saying he's, you know, working on the modding and stuff, and maybe even Kaneko can answer this as well. Something's going on with their emulation where it feels like it's becoming too clogged, you know. So maybe everything is running in the background to launch stuff immediately, but that's the purpose of having shit on a fucking SSD. You don't need to have everything running in the background constantly, because the SSD is so fast, it just pulls it up anyway, just like a phone, right? It's just instant, or your PlayStation 5. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they've done.
Well, they're saying that he did a follow-up review and it was much, much better. I'm going to take your word for it because it's almost 2 a.m, so I'm not watching another video, but he seems like a cool dude. Like I said, this video is not like me trying to push hate towards Daryl. I'm just reviewing his review of Legacy Collection. But I'm sure he probably looked at it and it's probably something that you can look at and be like, probably didn't, like, saying stuff like my truth is not probably something that I can imagine you probably cringe at it. So I'm not flaming him for it. I was just going based off this one video. the argumentation in this video has been used for the past couple of months since this game has been out, and it's really, really bad talking points. But if he rectified them, then it is what it is. I'll probably check out in my spare time, but I just think that these talking points are super anti-consumer. They don't really address the issues. And if you are the kind of person that buys a game and you just want to enjoy the game and you don't want to be involved in any of the discussions and you want people to leave you alone, that's completely fine. You bought the game, you can enjoy it, and you don't have to speak on the issues at all. But
that's right.
If you see someone like Fate talking about it, and you start saying spoiled brat, you start going over to their comment section, you're having conversations with them, you've crossed the line now. Now you're no longer just enjoying the product that you bought in the comfort of your home, leaving everyone else alone. Now you're bothering me because I'm trying to push change for a product that I like. So now, obviously, now we're going to have conversations and you're probably not going to like them. So I think if you're going to mind your own business, just mind your own business. Not Daryl specifically, but just in general.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Like when they start getting pushback, they're like, look, I'm just here. I just love MK. I just want to sit over here. And it's like, okay, so shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I mean, you know, for the rest of us, like me, Mike, Gawdly, you know, whoever else, let us, you know, keep doing what we're doing. Do you like, you know, if they're like you know, they're like that saying, you know, if you're a hammer, everything's a nail. That's how they're acting right now. They know that we love MK, especially my channel has an entire fucking channel proof of it, right? That I love MK. But now they're doing the same, you know, that kind of like that, you know, that hive mind mentality. It's like, oh, well, they're just going to be hated because they're being negative. Oh, they must always be negative walking around life. No, it's not like that at all. I'm a pretty happy, chill guy, but like this shit bugs the fuck out of me. I'm going to talk about it. Right?
It's very silly. Like I get the same thing all the time. I think ever since COVID, a lot of people went online only, and they think that because maybe we make like hypercritical videos that we walk around in our day-to-day unhappy. And I'm just like, you can only believe that if you're online too much.
Yeah.
I'm very happy. Like whenever these guys see me on stream, I'm always happy. But for some reason, talking about a game, and the thing is, they say to you, "Oh, you're being negative," but they won't call you a liar. That's one thing I always point out to them. Like, you can call me a negative as much as you want, but if we start going through this point by point, you ain't gonna call me a liar. You're just gonna say, "Oh, I don't want to focus on that," and that's fine. But don't start using buzzwords like negative, because if we start actually breaking it down, there's only one person that's gonna end up looking silly in this conversation. Now, if I was lying, then that's completely fine. You can't be telling fibs. But as far as I can see, when I was covering Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, I was posting proof. I even got proof from your channel of the constant clipping, the audio issues, can't connect, can't find anyone. That's just facts. That's not my truth. That is facts. So I ain't trying to hear all that nonsense. But but it's almost 2 a.m. I need to get some sleep. Was there anything that you wanted to close on?
Nah, thanks for having me on, man. It's always a pleasure. So I was thinking yesterday, it's like I hated the beef because I could have been watching your shit for years, bro. Right? You know what I mean? Right? Out of arrogance and shit, I'm like, nah, I'm watching this crap. And I could have been watching that shit for years, man. Right?
No,
so
you know what?
I feel like I wasted time.
Nah, you know? it's all good. Do you know what? The thing is, the beef was authentic, and people enjoyed it so much they wanted us to rekindle it. But I was like, it wasn't a WWE thing. We were genuinely beefing. But I look at it as like an error in like our YouTube journeys, and we came out on the other side of it for the better. I think we ended up, both our communities get along now, and that's the way it should be. But sometimes you need to like fight someone to the bitter end until you've both got nothing left, and then you can shake hands and be like, I don't even know what we're fighting about anymore.
Yeah. By the way, your room looks good, man. It looks nice and roomy and shit now. You don't look so cramped in there.
Well, I can't. I live with my girlfriend now, so she likes it nice and prim and proper, and I'm like, cool, I respect it, no problem.
I won't lie. I mean, a woman's touch generally is cleaner and smelling nicer. So but no, it looks good, man. Looks real good.
No, I appreciate it. She did all that. Like, she put everything. Like we put the wardrobes up with her dad's, and then I said to her, okay, I want to do it like this, and she was like, no, we'll do it like this. And to be fair, her way looks better than mine. Mine's just was a clusterfuck. But yeah, the whole place is nice. Like, it's a really nice place that we got. It's much nicer than being back in London. I do not miss being in London. It was just going downhill, constant violence. I need to get out of here.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to say obviously because we're live, but is your family also getting out as well to get away from that sort of?
Yeah. We all,
that worry.
everyone left. Everyone went their separate ways. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everyone's in a better spot now. So we're no longer in that in bizarro land area that I used to live in. I do not miss it. Will not be going back.
Yeah. That's good. We'll get some rest, man. Thanks for having me on. It was great.
Yeah, no worries, bro. We'll do it again sometime.
All right.
All right, take care, man.
Gotcha, man.
All right, guys. Well, that was the stream for today. I appreciate you all being here as always. I am going to go and get some sleep. And I saw Dell's comment. I'll address the tech and stuff later on. But yeah, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the super chats as always. Always appreciate your support. And if I don't see you guys tomorrow, you'll see me on Thursday. So peace out.